Hi. Yo, look at that. Doesn't that look cool? Thank you. Wow. How's it going? I love how it looks, dude. I genuinely love it. You want to see the other colors? Uh, there's green, which I don't like. Oh, 1 second. Fuck. I think the remote doesn't have great range, by the way, just saying. There's this blue. Then we have red, which I like. Then we have this, which is like a blue green. I also like this. Then we have this, which is another very pretty color. And then we have this, green and red. I love this as well. But this is my favorite. This is genuinely my favorite out of them all because um, it just looks more authentic. Yeah. It just looks so much more authentic. I need to work with the placement a little bit because the wire I have is not long enough right now, but that's okay. It's gonna be a work in progress, and mainly it's my ring light also that kind of dims it down. Wait, let me shut my ring light. So this is what I actually see. Of course, it's blurred for you, but this is what it actually is like. But because there's ring light, which I obviously need, I need to figure out a way to diffuse my ring light so you can see more of that. You know, if I had key lights, it would have been so much easier. But why the fuck are key lights like fucking so expensive? So expensive. I want to reduce the blur a little bit so you can look at it better. But the software that I use for my blurring, it wasn't opening up. Blacklisted. Also, hi Harvey, what's up? But it looks beautiful. I love it. It adds like a nice little something extra, you know. Now my idea is to kind of like figure out how to diffuse my light so it only shows on my face and nowhere else, and make the background much darker if possible, and I'll reduce the blur completely once I remove these cabinets on the side because those cabinets are pretty ugly. Let me see if I can open it now. Yeah, I reduced it a little bit, but it didn't really have an effect, honestly. But I still love the way it looks. I genuinely really enjoy it. Is my face too dark? Or is it fine? Because I reduced the intensity of my ring light for this. Let me know. Does it look fine? Or was the bright better? What I'll do is I'll bring the ring light a little closer to my face. So then I don't need it to be that bright. I'll do that tomorrow. Today I got a bit late, so I didn't really do it. Looks fine. I don't look dull. Because I have no idea what I look like right now.
EU teams. I said, well, I've heard this story many times before. Come by the end of the day of Stage 1 EU Finals, he's the champion, he wins it, wins the money, goes to Stage 2, but more importantly, he backed up his word. He's a fierce competitor, a great human being, but more importantly, he'll put you in the grave if you're not ready to challenge him. Hopefully everybody is on the stage, but trust. And you know one thing I do like as well, we've got Juki's right down there and FIFA right behind him, right? So maybe some banter going between the two. I know he was already getting the crowd amped up, but he's looking to do it a little bit more if he gets a victory. But let's move on from NA to EU now to our expansion regions. We have a lot of different regions being represented, very talented teams coming through. And first for me, Enigma, I want to start off with Australia.
I just keep staring at my own face cam because I'm just looking at that.
Australian talent at your
it's so pretty.
peril. And we've seen this over in competitive multiplayer with the CDL. A lot of people talking about Pred, and he wasn't really considered to be much of a threat. He goes into the CDL, absolutely tears it up, becomes Rookie of the Year, and Zephyr is looking to emulate exactly that. This guy has huge LAN experience. He's dominated over in that region for a long time, so he's used to putting up in big moments, and I think today he comes in and becomes
we will watch the official broadcast.
He's looked good in scrims while here.
Yeah, doesn't it look amazing?
Future star on our hands.
Mentioned Fred, right? Australia, they have surprised us before, and I'm sure they're looking to do it again today. Australia, a region that always has to prove themselves.
Yeah, I mean, a region, right? They're down under, not exactly always looked at. We kind of forget about them for some reason, and here they are on the world's biggest stage, absolutely slaying out, and I think it'll be turning some heads.
Let me know if the audio is too loud for this.
See Zep and be like, that's a free kill. I don't think that's the case.
I'm glad you guys like it.
Scrims before we obviously get into map 1, man, they were slow lobbies, 110 towards the very
There
end.
are more colors. If you go back to my stream, I've shown all the colors, but this is the best.
Aggressive teams, which we're moving into for Asian region, it's going to get intense. So let's talk about the Asia region, and of course, moving into Japan with Sirius, Dandra.
Yeah, you have Sirius, Mariko, and CPA, like you said, qualifying through Asia, specifically Japan. And we saw in the qualifiers, they were just absolutely lighting up buildings with nades, throwing everything they had to try and flush out some of these teams. And they absolutely stopped their qualifier for what it's worth, right? But the thing is, the question I have, you're in a completely different lobby.
Should I make it look a bit lower or something, or is it fine? Because यहाँ पे खाली लग रहा है, मेरे को नहीं पसंद आ रहा वो.
Is it high risk or is it high reward? But at the end of the day, this is a team that I think embodies what it means to be at the World Series of Warzone. They play through their qualifier, they make it here, and they're just excited to be on this stage.
Look at that smile. They're happy to be here. They're representing Japan, and they are looking to go all the way. 66 kills during their qualifying run, a very impressive number as far as I'm concerned.
But we like darkness here.
Against the CU crowd, along with the 49 other teams they're going to be going against today. But make no mistake about it, they're here for a reason, and they're looking to win this entire thing.
Bro, imagine being at this land. Holy shit.
And of course, the other region is we talk about Saudi Arabian team Zizix, who's looking to go all the way themselves, a talented trio.
Yes, of course, Zizix being the highest Slayer in their qualifier, winning and getting top 4 every single drop, representing Saudi Arabia to Hamoud and Wadawi, who also in turn dropped 32-30 elimination. So totaling in 97, what really stood out to me about this team is that collectively we always
it is in the center. It's just that it's tilted because of the projections happening from the side.
Decisions that are super important. Playing aggressive when you need to, and that's one thing that I noticed that they
yeah, Anirudh, since you've not seen
Zizix, he's that hyper aggressive Slayer. You have Wadahi who is sniping essentially. Maybe we'll see some surprises here on LAN, but they seem like they're ready to go. They were essentially in scrims taking out even challenger players like Quicker, who we've seen play phenomenal in the qualifier, as well as Teeny too. So I'm like, those close range engagements, winning those ones is going to be important, because I don't know if you guys saw it. We saw a lot of scrims going on today, and everyone was using lockness.
Yeah, that's true. And how many eliminations, by the way, just real quick?
It is so beautiful. And because you haven't seen it without the lights also.
Come on, 97 eliminations puts you easily top 10 here, if not more. I'm telling you, you cannot count out these expansion regions. Let's look at the full list, because there's a lot of great teams we want to give our flowers to. And Dandra, I'll pass it to you. Who are we watching?
Dude, I got to shout out our Mexican squad, Panda, Clamp, and Extra J. I've been watching this squad for a little bit, and let me just tell you,
yeah, so that's what the thing, right? The projection is happening from the corner,
and Panda, Clamp, and
so it's a bit
Extra J, rather.
So even if I move it to the center, it won't really work out, because it's sideways, if that makes sense.
This squad, like, you cannot stop sleeping on our LATAM and Mexican squads, because they're coming out and frying.
Hey, listen, I know from previous esports, Latin America is a passionate bunch, okay? So their fans are going to be getting loud in chat, I'm sure, in the arena. And on top of that, these
but now it's bothering me, so I need to make it work
they want
somehow.
To prove everybody wrong. Well, there it is. At least 9 wonderful teams, more team discussions to come. But now I want to focus our attention to the actual regions. And if you don't mind, I want to get the desk a little bit spicy, because I want to hear each argument as to whose region is going to be the best. And because we're in the home turf, Enigma, we'll start with you. EU, why are they the best region today?
I mean, quite frankly, EU have had to deal with quite a bit of disrespect over time. They very rarely get given the opportunities that North Americans do. When they do, it's often on awful ping. It's often playing tournaments till the early hours of the morning, and kind of a be grateful attitude. That's despite FIFA Kill flying on over to North America and winning the solo YOLO over there. And 2 of North America's best players being, well, European. And also, today we have 2,500 European fans in the copper box that are going to be willing the teams on to victory, and that's why I think there's no chance we lose today.
Hey, look, you got a thing called the green wall, and here you got the thing is the EU wall.
Is it better
it's going to
now?
be a powerful being and a powerful force to get through.
मैंने literally मेरा face cam भी थोड़ा like ऊपर
But
किया.
you heard him say it, Dandra, right?
I need to work around it more.
They seem to get wins when EU comes across the pond.
I think once I
what do you
put the
think?
face cam का height थोड़ा
I'm
नीचे
just a
look
wave
much
right
better.
now for trying to root for NA
Do
against
it, though.
EU, but
Be loud.
listen, Call of Duty was built off of NA, okay? Born and raised 2 decades. We are here. Now,
फिर
you might imagine,
मेरा
some
पूरा
of our best players.
like,
yeah, bring it. Let's go.
I'll always
Some
look
of
like
our
I'm not
best
wearing any
players
clothes.
are EU, but they don't get there without the backs of their teammates, right? Raided's teamed up with Aiden and Adrian. Tommy is with Almond and Noobs. You don't get to the top by yourself, my man. And also, why do they have to come to America? Oh,
are you sure it looks
the
fine?
competition's better.
Okay, well, look, they're not going to smoke us first and foremost. Now, expansion regions have to be represented. Dream, give
Who's
your best
booing,
argument as
dude?
to why they can win.
Do you all remember a long time ago when NA used to say that EU played weird? Well, NA and EU have been playing essentially, we have mixed regions over the years. We've gotten used to each other's play styles. So now global expansion will be that region, I feel like, that will play weird, because you guys mentioned the Latin American teams, right? I'm looking at Rodrigo, King Mati, and Zamund, because they dropped 227 points in their qualifier, having over 123 eliminations. Like, you think about that, you're like, maybe some of these global expansions teams will come out with something and some
it's
unexpected
so beautiful,
surprises.
you guys.
But surprises indeed are going to happen. So we've gave our opinions, and you booed us, you cheered us, okay, but now I'm going to give your opinions. Let's hear what you got to say first. Who thinks NA is going to win today? Is that cheers or boos?
Mostly boos.
Mostly boos? Okay, fair enough. All right, what about our expansion regions? Who think they're going to win today?
Oh my God, the crowd!
You guys are sleeping on the wrong people. I'm just telling you. All right, all right, all right. Well, then let's go here. Who thinks EU is going to win today? Seems like we know who our favorites are in the building, and fair enough. Okay, we are on your home turf. Well, fair. We're going to take a quick break, but check this out. We got a lot coming up after the break, and Drop 1 is about to be underway. We're getting closer and closer to seeing who's going to be our Global Invitational champion. Coming back, we are going to be breaking down quite a bit. LCQ, we had those crazy wildcard madness where we saw not only 10 teams punch their ticket in, but 2 wonderful teams during the wildcard. Then we're going to get to hear from Enigma. We'll crack the code with Tusker's near miss, and Nate Dogg going big. And
wow.
trust me, that section, you're going to want to pay attention because Enigma,
the connection
over there. And then at the end of the day, we're going to have Goj and Tiff go talk to Repulse here in the building. They're doing a watch party, and they're supporting us, our official side stream of the World Series of Warzone. With that being said, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, the World Series of Warzone Global Finals here in the Copperbox Arena will continue.
Follow along on social media for all your Call of Duty esports needs. Get all the latest info in real time. Just follow at COD_esports Twitter and Instagram now. Be sure to link your Twitch or YouTube account with your Activision profile now. Don't miss any of the amazing viewership rewards during the global final, including the chance to win a Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 beta code.
All right, so the three of you here for World Series of Warzone. Let's go ahead and start with some introductions. Started with you,
So if I do end up getting like a beta code, I will give it away to somebody since I already have the game.
My name is Redman. I don't have the same accolades. I'm a better Warzone player, better supermodel dater. I do everything better.
I'm Gammaxx. I'm from Australia, down under. I'm better than both of them.
Oh, also, while we're here, we do have a little surprise. I know we just got hot into this. Bredman has the most luxurious hair. And before we start talking about
I was about to
stuff,
mention
I
his
see
hair.
some action. So we're gonna have Joe
he has such beautiful hair.
and Limax braid your hair.
Wait, what?
Limax, Joe, have you ever braided anyone's hair before?
I have not.
A couple ladies, you know, my mom. I just forgot right now, though. I just forgot.
You forgot how to do it.
I've done it so much. It's like in nature.
Modern Warfare 3, early access.
Bro, do you brush your hair?
Bro, I just got it brushed just a second ago.
No, this is, dude, somebody just got it to the salon.
Fred, you are known for your bucket hats. We see them in the back of your stream. We know that you go through a process of picking them out prior to each and every competition.
He has
Which one is
such
your favorite?
amazing
Will you be wearing
hair.
it tomorrow?
Okay, so my favorite bucket hat is the purple one that I wear, honestly, only because it fits on my headset really easily. I always wear the expensive buckies for tournaments for sure, especially a tournament like this. I mean, this is crazy.
All is right in the world. We have a bucket hat on the head of Bread. Now, you have to go ahead and rate their braiding skills.
I don't even think you can put on a scale. It was so bad.
Yeah, good. You meant good.
Yeah.
It was
off the
term.
charts.
There's different kind of
Yeah.
term. You meant good.
Good to know. Well, thank you guys so much for being here. Completely good luck this weekend. Hopefully, you guys do win. But do you guys have any last shouts before we leave here?
For all the people that are supporting us, thank you guys so much. It means the world. Obviously, there's like a ton of tweets and stuff. Obviously, it means a lot to us. So thank you so much for cheering us on, and we will bring it home for you guys for sure.
I don't think there's anything that I could say to beat what Joe just said, so I'd say the same thing. A nice little thank you to everyone again that's supporting us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you to everyone. That's it. And shout out to Signal 50.
I love the cut. Yeah, my mom makes me good food when it's just two of us at home.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the World Series of Warzone Global Finals presented by Prime Gaming. We're in beautiful London, England here at the historic Copperbox Arena where so many wonderful moments have taken place. And today will be no different. We crown our first ever global Warzone champion.
Could imagine being here.
We're joined by the wonderful Dream Crazy, Enigma, and Dandro. And I know you like the pre-show, but I know you like drop number one just as much. We're about to head in. But just so you know, for everyone at home and even in the audience, if you want to participate, we do have those viewer incentives. Make sure you link your Twitch or YouTube account with your Activision profile now so you can get those viewership incentives. And on top of that, MW3 beta codes if you want to get involved. But without further ado, I think we're ready for drop number one. So let's send it to our casters, Goj and Tiff.
Thank you so much, Reflections. I am so excited to be here live in the Copperbox Arena, Goj, but we have been waiting from the beginning of the entire year live until now. 150 players behind us, and they're ready to get wild.
Ready to get wild, and not only ready to get wild, we also have amazing crowd. We have incredible watch parties going on online and on site, but game one is ready. Let's take a look at the players flying in.
Huskers, but I don't think he's gonna win.
Now we said it, these players have battled through stages, through last chance qualifiers, crossed continents, all to compete here in the Copper Box. We always talk about the leaders, the story of the legacy versus ambition, experience versus hunger, and Goj, the old guard versus the new guard.
The old guard versus the new guard. You've got Tommy, you've got Rated, you've got Allman, you've got Huskers, and then you've got some of our new faces. I asked the players, Tiv, what is their best tournament experience? What's their most memorable moment in Warzone history? And many said the qualifying moments. London, you are witnessing greatness. 150 players on LAN. This is the largest LAN lobby ever in the history of esports. Let's take a look at the map.
And then we see the map. And the zone isn't necessarily the most atrocious one I've witnessed here. It could have pulled full on water. But looking at our first team, Nickel, Picnic, and Wagnificent. Wagnificent, such a win grinder, and honestly, going to do incredibly well here. You really want to land in a relatively safer area, maybe over by Sawa, which you'll see this team is. If you can get money really quick, but we don't want it to get into the action. DBZ, no stranger to it, already engaging.
DBZ back at it again. They had some chemistry rifts and they're already in trouble. The crowd not happy, but Z-Lane are already down and eliminated. Azen, Heed, Gromalok, one of EU's finest squads. They said, we're running 3 signals today, Goj. Not 1, not 2, but 3. And already they've got Clutch, Belk, and Destroy in their sights to try to grab the first team wipe.
We are less than 2 minutes into map number 1. They've already got their loadout. They've already got their signals. And Noobs is already going down elsewhere.
Yeah, this is the key to today. You cannot find yourself full wiped. And Gromalok's gonna try to find it.
This is gonna be boring as
hell.
hell.
Clean this up, no
but
problem. Destroy
that last circle.
But Clutchbox has got to be saying, run away. We have to stay alive. Sure, they've got the gulag, but with Gromalok right behind the signal,
big
F. Bullets. Destroy will just barely sneak away.
You think about the stages throughout this, you know, we had the Cronin meta, and now we transfer over to the 3-2-1 meta, aka the Signal 50. You heard Limax in that interview, guys all just witnessed. He's like, I'd like to give a shout out to the Signal, and that's what everyone will likely be running here. While we look at this beautiful free cam shot, you can see where FIFA Kill is positioned, but our players are kind of contemplating whether or not do they want 2 or do they want 3 Signal 50 ops on their team.
That's exactly right, and we always talk about different zones of activity in Warzone, and one of those is, of course, the very beginning of the match. Big Pavo in trouble, finds one, is able to clean it up, but goes down in the process. Champy trying to grab a little bit of revenge and is able to do so. Nate Dogg goes down. The team
His name is
that almost
Chumpy.
kept Huskers from getting to this moment does fall.
Let's see, Tappa just laying down, kind of positioning well. Taking the high ground early on is going to be nice, but you have to survive that. But checking on over Village, Aiden's squad really likes to land here. You can see that Z-Smith, Ebates, and DJ Moss have already kind of rotated through, and Aiden electing to separate a little bit away from Rated and Adrian, and something that's really cool. I had a chance to sit down and talk to them just yesterday as well. At the helm of that is Rated, the IGL, who makes a lot of their positioning calls.
Got Wadawi now in trouble. Palooka, Tojo, pushing, but Flex in trouble. Palooka's gonna try to come up here again. Lockman sub, the main weapon of choice for pretty much every single player at close range. Should have no problem here. Of course, resources are everything, and Smoke's one of the main resources you'll see every single team using. Now a little bit lost in the sauce, but is able to answer back. Palooka finds one. Moods goes down. Team 42 in trouble as Flex is going to try to get the better of his opponent. Player advantages, everything. Sure, you lose 1, you got 2 more. This should be a team wipe. Send them all to the gulag.
The issue is they need to keep moving and fight their way in. That ring is going to be no joke. That gas is very hard to run.
They might die to the zone.
Kill leaders in the upper right now. Team Biffle on 4. Team Almond with 2, tied with Azen and Clapson. So off to a really hot start. Granted, we're not even 5 minutes into this match, and checking in with Wars, getting a little mixy.
You have to store a lot of smokes in this game,
coming in, but
especially when you're playing like this.
Does go down. King AJ, let's get it.
This is a great fight. Wars was telling us before, I was competing before many of these players even touched the game. Will fall, but King AJ, one of their top slayers through multi-stage process to get to this moment. Last alive, not a kill to his name. And these are those moments you look back on. If I would have taken that fight, what would have happened? Bralik, a long and hard journey to get here, but is here nonetheless. One of the most wholesome players here, but will not see him on the map. Let's take a check in with one of those teams that we were talking about a moment ago. Huskers, Mutex. Jesus. An
I really
incredible
wish
squad, a tough shake of it. Ended up
Merc and
getting
Maven
fifth in
were
the
doing
LCQs, just barely missing out on making this stage. And after some shuffles around, some visa issues, and everything in between, finally they were able to make it. They got the call like 2 weeks ago, Tiff, and they're here, ready to prove themselves.
Yeah, we ran into Jay early on, just before everything was kitted out. And he's like, look, I've been playing since I was 9.
Oh boy.
My dad got me into this, and whatever I win here today, well, I'm giving it to my dad. But before that, you've got to survive. A lot of teams will be rotating.
Come on, Mutex, you got this.
Last standing for the team are going to have to finesse around Gromabot, but you have to be able to see them first, and that smoke is constructing all of the view around them. But high ground is key, bits the pace. He's able to grab the shield, and now, unfortunately, the numbers are not there. Now, Jay, last alive for the squad. Want to prevent going a full wipe, but Aizen, they do it.
There are only 10 mouse and keyboard players here, and Aizen is one of those playing on ridiculous sense. Has no problem fighting against the controller players, and one of the other keyboard and mouse players with Huskers. A nice win, only lose one in the process. Remember that moment though, losing one there is gonna hurt, but the team wipe feels a lot better nonetheless. Flex here on the wide rotate. We talked about the early game, right? You wanna grab some early kills, you're gonna feel good about yourself if you got 4 or 5 like Biffle, but on the other side in the mid game, you've got to set yourself up for in-game. You've got to rotate early, especially in this 3-2-1 battle with the signals. There's always gonna be people set up on rooftops. You want to get there first, so find some early eliminations, then use the mid game to rotate to the end, and then you're set up for that final couple circles.
Not a bad shot. Also lost. Going down in the kill feed, so I want to say I think he lost the gulag. Unfortunate for him, Utex might have lost his as well. So we need to keep an eye on that, because if Jay comes back and they have one player last standing, but hey, Jay does win it.
Oh, thanks.
Luca. A little bit in trouble. Now, folks, if you're taking a look at the top of your screen here, 2 teams have been fully eliminated. Palooka's going to
I will give Huskers update. I have Husker stream open on the side.
Where are his teammates? They're not close enough to help. Aiden raided up inside the building. They don't want to risk a full team wipe here, and Tojo's
I know that, Greg.
When you get a knock, you've got to full send. Aiden, a crowd favorite, at least back home, certainly not here, goes down, and now Raided is on the run.
Raided is on full hot pursuit to get out of dodge, but you can see that Tohar is going to play it a little more caution. He's not going to overextend just yet. He wants to be able to catch a nice angle on Raided, because to be able to go out so early on, take out a Titan, that is what you need to do. But playing the low ground, playing through the tunnels, just keeping out. You can see Raided just nestling in on that fence line, trying to make sure his back is clear.
Yeah, they're back, by the way.
This squad, anybody could win. We're on 0 ping. The Strippers around the corner. Everybody is playing on the same game, the same map, in the same location. And Flex, a team that got 15th in stage 2, barely making it to the global finals, but not having to play the LCQ, and they're taking down a hometown hero favorite.
Oh, peep this. I do love a little bit of recon drone action to get some fresh pings for their team that's going to be running the Signal 50. We shoot once. We don't connect necessarily, but it's okay. We just need
Signal should have been banned, honestly.
To take them down.
Only 3 bullets left, but we'll see what's going to happen here. Now, I do believe, Tiff,
I just wanted to go to last circle, all of them.
Interview with the first team that was eliminated. We're going to get a chance to hear from them and see what went wrong and see who it was, because there was a couple teams that went down at around the same time. So we want to get that check-in here shortly and see what happened. There it is. Frankie is on the stage. Let's check in.
I think Huskers got wiped.
Can you just tell us what went down?
We went to our usual spot. There was 2 teams that pulled up both sides, got pinched 2-0, so a little bit unlucky, but it happens. It's just on to the next map.
Yeah, I think they got wiped.
Research on you. Do you think they came for you specifically?
I think everyone knows our landing spot, so we will get targeted.
It's way too easy, Orchidee.
So like, we expected
it shoots like a bloody DMR.
It was such a 50-50, it could have gone either way.
2 shots and you're dead. Like, the rate of fire is too fast.
Maybe practicing dropping somewhere else just to be safe?
Oh yeah, we got like 6 different spots we're going to go to, so each map, so depending on what the zone is going on, but we know what we're going to do.
Okay, so maybe a change.
No, Jesus is alive.
Potentially, yeah.
All right, I'm sure I'm not going to be speaking to you again unless it's over in the witness position, but I do want to give you this as a good luck charm. It's the wooden spoon. Thank you, Tommy.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Shout out to Frankie there, hitting the wooden spoon to Tommy, one of the teams that I would have not anticipated.
What are these guys doing?
Go out first. TBE, the Legends, the Titans. As Enigma said early, Tommy, the prodigal son, has returned.
Bro's playing ranked or what?
But here's the deal. They land up near
I hope these guys realize that
itself.
They need
Everyone knows where we
kills.
land, and we've got to be hyper aware of the
Yeah,
potential.
Jesus alive.
So Nofo, Dongy, Big Pablo,
No, it
and so
says
they're running into a
in-game
little bit of
name,
mix
Jesus
here.
Jr.
What's
Might
crazy
be
about
real
this
name.
Dongy play here, and I don't know if he's gonna win it. He is. Somehow comes out on top. Big Pablo though pushes the equation.
Jumpy!
Back. I was talking to Fonbut in the bathroom right before we got started. He said, "Hey, TBE changed up their spots. They might be coming to us. Somebody's contesting them." Apparently, he was right. TBE, the first team out, is ridiculous. They've still got the momentum, but Zach pushing the equation, trying to answer back against Big Pavo.
Yeah, but with one shot on that Signal 50 allowing you to get the crack, you can just immediately close the distance with that Lockman SMG. And that's why on the desk earlier they were saying how many eliminations that SMG has, but Braxton, Empathy, all of them popping off, and I've been keeping an eye on that, but let's check in with some of our previous winners, Blade, Savvy Ultras, and Vortex. You can see Blade already on 2 eliminations, a good chunk of damage, and navigating just the outer edge of Ring.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough spot. Again, as we're kind of nearing the mid-game of the first map of the global finals, you've got a previous winner and, of course, a previous solo YOLO winner. Blade went from, like, 160th total earnings on our earnings leaderboard to, like, 4th because he won $100,000.
You want to get as many points possible, no?
Series of Warzone last year, a ridiculous feat, and they're, of course, trying to go back-to-back. This is going to be tough,
1
though.
point per kill,
we're already into
and based on how far you go, there's multipliers.
Set up, ready to go, waiting for them to rotate in. So I'll be curious if they can come out of this inside the top 10 or so teams. We still have 44 teams left. Signal, though, certainly can clear you a path.
Get a good chunk of that map and that picture-in-picture. You can see we're pulling straight over to Rohan Oil. Team Smixy, no stranger to that area, will likely have already been. But let me tell you, I saw the elimination feed earlier, and I saw a little loadout single next to Flanked with a death, so maybe he got crushed a little bit, so we'll have to keep in, see how they're doing.
Sure. Yeah, hey, there's a lot of ways to die in Warzone, that's for sure. We'll see if we can get a clip of that later.
9 eliminations already.
Couple knocks. Again, team, game, kills aren't everything, but on the scoreboard, kills are everything. Especially with the flare gun in game, you can get people back so easily.
By the way,
even in the late game circles. We're gonna have a lot of floaters as we get into those final couple circles. So audience, pay attention to the number of teams. FIFA kill, first time on main stage, and his team is full wipe. Oki able to come back, but FIFA in trouble without a single kill to his name. FIFA goes down. I don't know what's happening, but it's King AJ in Wars pushing the equation. This looks a lot like stage 1, Tiff.
That's a little Mia on Mia violence, if I've got to say, for EU. You think back to 2021, the trio, Juki's, FIFA, and Wars were the winners of World Series of Warzone. Now here representing 3 different teams, and of course, they run into each other.
All right, well, there's a team that a lot of people back in North America have been cheering on for a long time, and I know our on-site watch party with the Pulse Check's been cheering on as well. We saw Biffle, we saw Sage. They're not too far away, but He's, who's been having a great game thus far, gets wiped. Adrian pushes the fight. Aiden and Rated, they've restabilized Tiff. They've kind of found their feet underneath them.
Dude, there's so many teams here.
And this is the making of a fantastic game for them and the making of a great
Oh my
team.
God.
We talk about this all the time, Tiff. It's not about how hard you can get hit. It's about how easy and how fast you can get back on your feet after flying back in from the gulag.
And that regain, once you get into a blender, when you start having numbers advantage, it's very complicated. But Team Flex here on your screen still has all 3 members and the ability to...
Surprisingly, this played a lot faster than I hoped it would. Like, I was expecting it to be much slower.
On that northeastern side that has the potential to gatekeep them, but they have to go forward. And the issue is, when everything is open and you have no smokes, life is a little tough.
Yeah, precision airstrikes and everything in between. There's a lot of fighting going down there, but
not many people are camping.
Make it several teams in this area here in Oil. Adrian on 2 is just going to try to catch somebody out in the open. Of course, you got a night vision scope like this. You can pick some people off in the rotation. What they want to do. The problem is, somebody tries the third party, pushes in from below as somebody else is flying in above.
Semi-retired from Warzone.
Disarray. Blade, though, going to try to continue to clear his path forward. We'll see where this next zone pulls. And, well, nowhere nearby, Mr. Savvy Ultras. You're going to have to get on your horse and start moving. I still think they're in a tough spot, but look, the Italian Wonders, they've done it before. They can do it again.
Team Flex now fully eliminated as well. Squad 1 gonna get wiped. That's gonna be Juki, so we gotta keep an eye, and maybe someone had an ability to come back. But we have 103 players left in the lobby, and now we're just kind of patrolling the outer. But the issue with this open area right ahead of Rohan is you have to go down in elevation. Where Blade is currently positioned will be at that ultimate high ground, and you can kind of keep an eye out. Now they are running that Schlager night view scope on the Signal 50, which will allow them just a little bit of extra boost on the thermal sight. But the issue with that is you run the risk. A lot of people, Super Evan included, are running a different scope that gets them that faster ADS speed.
That's right. That's a great shout, Tiff. And I need to remind everybody here in the stadium and everybody at home, of course, we've got that classic World Series of Warzone format. Our multiplier doesn't even start kicking in until you're in the top 35 teams. We're not there yet in the fourth circle. We still got a lot of Warzone to be played, but those team numbers are going to drop dramatically here in the next 4 to 5 minutes. So be ready. It's going to be
99 players alive. Almost the 5th zone.
Swag, they're going to have to push forward a team that just barely made it here after a month.
That's the best part of this game. Ouch.
Warzone series.
It's
our wildcard team, Tactical Brit, able to answer back a couple nades, takes down one, but should be no problem to get the revive here. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 teams in this area. Not every single team has a full team of 3 though, so somebody's gonna be in for a rude awakening, and I think that's Reader.
You have to be able to maintain this building and clear out this side of your zone to prioritize the rotation. They have a couple signal 50s. You see Swag is using the night view, so that'll help. But the moment you peek, they're already anticipating it. That's the issue with the signal 50. It is so incredibly quick and takes minimal damage.
It's a very big task.
It's actually going to be Tactical Brit on the other side.
Especially because this is the first land for a lot of them.
On an epic player cake during the LCQs, but they are about to take down a powerhouse Super Evan. Able to close the distance, grab one, gets the trade, but immediately gets dumpstered on.
That was almost a full wipe. If you notice, I think he got the flare.
I would uninstall the game if I was at a LAN event and someone told me I got dumpstered on.
It is so difficult to full wipe teams here, not only with the flares, but also some of these players, they showcase some movement on Almazra, able to jump onto a buy, sacrifice themselves to get their teammates back. And of course, portable buy is another way to do that. But
my color changed.
I don't know if it was Swag that was able to get
I don't know how.
It was one player
I think it's heating
up.
up.
And we are into the multipliers. I said it was going to go quick. We were at 39. Now we're at 30, and now the gulag is closed. So
it heats up after a point.
Allowed for any team aside from those flares. We'll see what they're able to do. Aiden, Rated, Adrian, they like their spot now. Not too sure. Gonna have to fight through a ton of teams on the way to center zone.
My issue with, I love their position. They don't have any self-reses. They're really low on shields, but they did give Rated all of the cash, call in the mobile buy station. So they're probably looking to maybe grab a self-res, grab a UAV, and really prioritize their positioning for the end game. Because navigating throughout all the buildings, you know just as well as I do that someone is going to be just camped up in a building looking for positioning and being able to prioritize that to grab the eliminations at the end. But you're right, we are finally into the multiplier and it'll start crawling up.
Sage on 6 with 8 downs. This team has been the top of our leaderboard since the very beginning, in a little bit of trouble, but they've got player advantage. They are not worried at all. There are 3 Slayers on this team, but 2 specifically playing the Slayer role. Shifty has elected to take up the dirty work role, as we call it. I was talking to Repulse before this, who was kind of coaching them prior to the watch party, and Shifty, an incredible player, here with something to prove.
I don't know what color to put.
This team is going big already in the first map.
You could say that about almost every player on that stage, Goj. Everyone has something to prove because it is to be taken. It has to be earned. And Aiden, Rated, and the young gun Adrian are working on that positioning, but you have to get through. Mind you, Skullface, Hisoka, and Mayapo have already positioned themselves near the track, so they're a little bit closer. You can see Braxton and Empathy just on the right side. They have a little bit of cover, but this is going to be monumental as eBay, Z-Smith, they get completely wiped. Rated able to clean it up, and now with the smokes, with the shields, can prioritize that next position.
All right. Let it breathe a little bit here, Tiff, because this is the calm before the storm. Methods trying to do something, landing on top of the building, unfortunately, will fall. Now we're into 26 teams remaining, and every team just trying to set themselves up before the chaos that is the final couple circles.
So it did say on the manual that if you keep it running too long, it gets hot, and then the color won't be as bright.
They said, hey, we didn't get enough love on the broadcast, Coach.
And my room does get very hot.
22nd place or so. Hopefully it was a good game.
GG go next. We hit the 20th place mark at 1.4x multiplier. And as that circle starts to close, you have to start thinking of the team
now it looks
that
bad.
themselves in a solid position. It's going to be Team Panda that is going to be holding that.
Should I just get rid of it?
Sage racks up another one, wanting to get closer to that double digit. The moment that Sage, Shifty, and Bizzle start feeling themselves. Now, mind you, Shifty was playing with Hisoka and Skullface.
What the fuck, dude? I just saw this game.
They are just going off on all of these teams, fighting tooth and nail for it, but a PA, or rogue PA, will be the nail in Sage's coffin.
Here's the thing, this map is a massive one. Of course, Shifty, I was gonna say last alive, Sage somehow able to snake out of the way. This is scary for the other teams. You've allowed the top slayers on the map to make it inside the top 16, potentially top 15.
40 people, 7 zone. What the fuck is happening?
Falling. I still see Rocket and Zakar alive. Shifty out in the gas, gonna work his way in, hanging on by a tooth and a nail, and maybe a little bit more than that. Watch out for Biffle at the top of the leaderboard. I can only imagine you're gonna see them there regardless if they go out soon.
We did see Dez go down, but Crowder was still alive. The wildcard team coming in from the NA Last Chance qualifier. That was such a doozy to watch. If you haven't seen it, you're gonna have to go back and watch that water ending. But positioning yourself here is gonna be nice, but if you can take a couple picks to maybe force them to heal off, prioritize going forward. But Morpheus, they're gonna be able to catch off guard. There's one thing I've learned about the Morpheus squad is their ability to consistently make it to endgame.
That's right. They're always in endgame. I cursed them in the stage 2, but they made it through LCQs regardless. Savvy Ultra's proving me wrong yet again. A lot of people doubted this team somehow after winning World Series of Warzone last year. Stage 1 was a fine performance. Stage 2, they dominated, and now somehow into endgame after a massive rotation. Savvy Ultra's on 6. This should be a really good game.
DukeX's team is going to fall, and so will Biffle's, and they're going to have to continue. Wars and Breadman, though, still representing. We can see Joe and Co just on the right side, but look who has the high ground. Hisaka, Mayapo, and Skullface. They are poised and positioned. Plenty of Signal 50 ammo and just ready to take this, because if you can hold that, you just look at it, Crowder and Nico, there's nothing they can do.
Incredible.
They basically just shot their ankle off.
An amazing high ground position. This is exactly where you want to be. Look at the zone pull, too. I know it's small on your screens at home, but look at the zone pull they have. They have high ground, and they've got the next zone position. Skullface on 7. This is the battle of the champions. No! Joe comes up from down below. Skullface is able to answer back. That's now 8. Unreal, Tiff. The battle of the champions. Savvy Ultras alive, winning EU last year. Hisoka winning NA last year. First map already, we're seeing the battle of the Titans.
Look, Soka was absolutely locked in those shots earlier. He's showing off the chain, but they have maintained the best position. And now Redman and Limax are short on Jowo, but that was such a game-winning fight, right? If you can take the roof from them, you can potentially take the game. But now you see Jowo. Maw's gonna be re-knocked by Skullface, refooled. He wasn't able to get back in, and now they just have to keep the lookout. We have 5 teams remaining, 13 players. We are about to experience the end.
NA versus EU champions, some regional expansion teams still alive as well, and then the boy Jowo braiding Breadman's hair, and I think we're back-to-back in the scrims leading up to today, so they'd like to go 3 in a row. We'll see. Climax pushes the fight now. Clip shown on screen going down. Mexico on your screen, looking to make it big in the first map. Panda on 3, gets the flare off. We're gonna have a floater. Mexico's gonna be floating up, down to the final 3 teams. Panda trying to push the equation, goes down. Breadman, mouse and keyboard player going big, cleaning up all of Mexico almost.
Holy shit, dude.
I'm just here to shoot my gun, and he does. He said, I'm carrying at least 5 flares on me. We're gonna have a flare off, but unfortunately Limax will fall as Soka has delved down onto the other knee. They have cleaned it up, and they will be your map 1 winners.
I cannot believe your North
American
like champions somehow not only win map 1 and are excited about it, but had a ton of kills to boot. They came here to ball out, Tiff. I asked every competitor here who their scariest team to fight was, and, well, Team Hisoka was at the top of the list.
I mean, I would be scared to challenge Soka. Man, that guy is a grinder. Skullface was one of the first people to ever unlock that new camo by streaming for a solid week straight. They are here in final form, and making that roster swap to pick up Mayapo once again has proved that they here are not playing.
Of course, when you win that map, you get the 2 times multiplier, so a massive game, let alone we'll let the admins do the math behind the screen, but you'll likely see them near the top of the leaderboard. I got a couple questions in my mind, though. When you look at that leaderboard, where's Biffle going to be? They had 26 some odd points going into the final 15 teams. They were frying. Where's Savvy Ultra going to be? The Italian squad, the other champions from EU, they had a fantastic map. I saw Rocket go down inside the top 6 or so. There's a lot of teams that are what if, where are we, what are we going to do? But the big question looming in my mind, Tiff, where's TBE gonna, where are they gonna drop? What are they gonna do? What are they gonna change? Because they're in trouble. First team out, wooden spoon in hand. they got a lot of ground to make up.
Well, good thing there's 5 more matches, because I can only imagine if you land somewhere so publicly throughout any kind of tournament warming up for this, and most of our players, they don't like to change things up too frequently, but you heard him. He said, hey, we've got a plenty of other drops, because let me just tell you, they do not want to collect another wooden spoon. But once again, congratulations to Soka and Co for taking that win.
Look, we can talk about this all day, Tiff. There's so many what ifs. What can we change? The makings of the best Warzone players in the world are the people that can think on their feet and adjust on the fly. You can have all the strategies in the world, you can have all of the practice, but what will you do here on main stage in London, Tiff? What an incredible first map of Warzone, and I gotta say, if that's how the rest of the games are gonna go, couldn't be more excited. Let's toss it over and check out that HyperX victory moment.
What should I do with it? Do I like shut it off? Because I don't know. Like it's there, but it's not intense, you know. I don't wanna. I don't wanna have to keep shutting it on and off just to make it work. Now it looks so bland and ugly. Now I'm not happy about this purchase. Also, give me a second, guys. You can just
Let's go. That was actually really impressive there out of Skullface, just playing it patient, had the durable gas mask, and as we run back those celebrations, that just goes to show you how important it is to find those gas masks early on and be able to anchor it out. The fact that they were able to filter out Limax and Breadman there, but hey, you know, I talked to them yesterday, and they were really excited. They are the 2-time DMZ undefeated winners, and they said they came here to win.
Second place is pretty impressive, I gotta say. The big question in my mind, right, it's kills, kills, kills. How many eliminations do you have? That multiplier is going to be clutch. Of course, 2 times for first place is massive for Team Ahsoka. There's going to be a lot of math, but there's going to be a lot of points on the board for that team, Tiff.
I know we're queuing up an interview so we can talk to Soka, Skullface, and Mayapo, and I'm curious if Frankie has got them down on the stage, because I really want to hear, and then I want to see what's going on. So take it away, Frankie.
To be honest,
no,
Tiff, I know you had to go over to the booth and drag them over here because they were so caught up in their victory on LAN that they forgot they had to talk to me. But it's all right, boys. I'll forgive you if you give me some good
I was
answers.
so happy about this
Soka,
purchase, but now I'm not.
You guys took the W in the North American World Series of Warzone Finals last year, but now you're here to prove yourselves on LAN. What's it like playing in London?
I mean, it's wild, man. The crowd is amazing. The vibes are amazing. Wagwan, London, Wagwan. What are you saying? What are you saying?
London, he's been preparing for this event by watching Top Boy. I'm going to come over to you, Logan. At Skullface on the roof, you were playing hot. You had the Signal 50 in hand. What was your thoughts in that end game as the circle was closing in and you knew you had the advantage?
Just play our lives, and hopefully I use that gas mask to get behind the enemy.
What? Were you aware that you were going up against your NA adversaries, Team Jowo?
That they were the last right there? I didn't matter who was the live right there. I just knew we were going to win. And if we stayed in our positions and played our well, which we did, we won the game.
Skullface, he's not giving me much trash talk. He's being very classy right now, Soka. Were you very satisfied when you heard it was Team Jowo that you took out?
Say that again. Oh, Jowo? I mean, don't matter who I take out. They all suck. So.
Is this going to be your only victory on LAN? Or do you feel like more's coming?
No, that's a marathon, not a race, and we're here for the long run.
Yeah, no sprint to the finish, although that was an aggressive game from you boys. I do want to come over to Mayapo as well before I send you back to your booth.
Yes, is that
we were talking yesterday about the fact that you were caught up in the Canadian wildfires early this year. You had to leave your home during the qualifying period. With that in mind, what's it like now being here on LAN and just being able to blow the competition away?
Like, it's good to be back playing, you know, like the tourney.
You are quiet but incredibly deadly. What's your
Can you write what you have to write straight away instead of just giving me fucking anxiety about what you're supposed to be saying?
Yeah, what goes through your mind? Because you're a silent assassin.
Oh, I just love playing like 1v1s. Like, I just love shooting like back, you know?
Have you got a message for anyone who wants to 1v1 you today?
I'm down to 1v1, like, you know?
Oh, it's amazing, like.
And
it's really good just for like If I'm not streaming, obviously he's going to be amazing.
That's not true. He's been incredibly humble
but as a backdrop, I don't think it's
working
working
team
out.
captain. He's got to show him some respect. We're going to head back to the desk as these boys head back to the booth to see if they can keep up this momentum.
1K is
All right,
cheap as hell.
game number one, and to be expected, right? I mean, it was exciting with some early exits and some big victories. Everybody, I mean, come on with that energy Juki's had. Hisoka's been the same way. He brings
I can't stand it when people can't get to the fucking point.
And he brought that and wins game number one. Incredible performance. We look at the highlights, but I want to start off at the very beginning, Dandro, and let's talk about TBE and what happened.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it sounds like TBE, they have their drop spot, they're locked in, they have their game plan, but guess what? You're playing against a lot of players who maybe you haven't played before, and we kind of heard some people maybe shifted their sort of game plan, start landing there, maybe think that they were going to be uncontested landing there, and it just kind of, you heard Tommy say, it kind of ended up in a third-party situation, and I don't care how good you are as a player, those are tough to come out, especially
50K is too much. These come for like 2,000.
Hey, Dandro said changing game plans.
Between 1,000 to 2,000 depending on how much the seller wants to like get.
Very quickly off of drop one.
50K is like
At the very
stupid.
start there, we see Asian and Cole land in airport, and actually throughout stage 1 and 2, they were landing at Alstream Pass. They decided to change that because they took a look at where every NA team was landing, and they wanted to avoid Hisoka. Turns out that was a very wise move, wasn't it? But he decides to land airport, and then they bully DBZ
Now the
away.
only problem, okay?
We're going to be watching and seeing what's going on here, but
that's fine.
going to evolve throughout the day.
The only problem I have with this is when I
turn it back on, but all the way through, we're looking to see who comes out top.
The stars are very, very ugly.
Dream, I want to talk to you real quick and just throw something your way. Tactical Brit, by the way, taking it to Super Evan. Are you kidding me?
I know, that was crazy. I mean, the fact that he's in higher placing, of course, than TBE at the moment, right? It's not like they can't come back from it. But what was really crazy, of course, even in this end final zone, how everyone was fighting for the
Nanoleaf is like the ugliest thing to ever
exist. Hisoka's team was already up there, and we saw Breadman Chowo try to push them, right? But they couldn't. Even though
I genuinely think Nanoleaf is ugly.
And then, of course, at least able to take second and having to fight for that
see
high
those
ground.
green
Positioning is key, and
those
Hisoka
stars
and Co had it. Not to mention they all were alive, which you want your team to be alive in that late game as long as possible, and they did it.
Long as possible, Hisoka, game number one. But let's not forget Panda. You were hyping him up earlier, making that move top 3.
No. Absolutely. I mean, I cast
you
over
don't
him
see
back in
it.
the tournament in
You
Amsterdam
don't see how
last
bad
year,
it is
and he
over
actually
here.
flies over from Mexico, pays so much for his plane ticket just to come and prove himself on land that when he does eventually win the tournament, he just about breaks even on that plane ticket. If that's not trying to prove a point, then I don't know what quite is. And then he comes in here third in map 1, and definitely a squad to keep an eye on for the rest of the day.
Skullface rocking that Signal 50, a popular gun today, huh, Dandro?
Yeah, it's a little
I really
popular.
need to figure
I
out
think we
the
might see it
placement
just a little bit. I think we might find some actual hard numbers on that. But the thing I want to see, we see it highlighted here in this HyperX victory moment, is that you saw
right
that
now,
they gained
I like
on
it,
that building.
but that's
and
I think
we
to
saw
do with
the
my
flares
face cam. I
popping
think
up.
the day I
Well,
fix
guess
my
what? You
face
don't
cam
have spawn
properly,
protection when you get brought back in
like,
from a flare. It was
there?
basically shooting
Maybe
ducks
if
all
I
day
reduce it a
for
little
some
bit,
very
then
easy points at the end.
That's right, and I also want to go right back to you. Early zone looks like it's pulling Rohan. That early setup for some teams seemed to be beneficial. How do you think it paid off?
I think for a lot of teams it definitely worked out. I mean, especially them, right? We saw how important getting that high ground was. Jowo and them were trying to grab it, but then they get kicked off, and obviously it doesn't work out for them.
21 eliminations for Team Hisoka, plus the 2x multiplier. I'm no mathematician. Everybody should know that by now, but I definitely think that should be first place. But don't take my word for it. We'll be tallying the scores. Incredible job from Team Hisoka and Co. We'll see if they can continue to do it. But now they got a target on their back, and everybody is going to be gunning for them. Well, that's map number 1 done. We have some more to go. 5 more games. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, map 2 will be coming your way.
It is so pretty, the lights, dude. I love them.
Follow along on social media for all your Call of Duty esports needs. Get all the latest info in real time. Just follow at COD_esports Twitter and Instagram now. Be sure to link your Twitch or YouTube account with your Activision profile now. Don't miss any of the amazing viewership rewards during the global final, including the chance to win a Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 beta code.
you here for World Series of Warzone. Let's go ahead and start with some introductions. Started with you, Jowo.
Hi, I'm Jowo. Warzone player.
Again then? Do they not have any other interviews?
My name's Redman. I don't have the same accolades. I'm a better Warzone player, better supermodel dater. I do everything better.
I am LianLi. I'm from Australia, down under. I'm better than both of them.
Oh, also, while we're here, we do have a little surprise. I know we just got hot into this. Redman has the most luxurious hair.
Oh.
And before we start talking about bucket hats and stuff, I want to see some action.
घर वाले
So,
सबसे खराब
we're
होते
gonna
हैं ना?
have Jowo and Lianmax braid your hair.
Wait, what?
Lianmax, Jowo, have you ever braided anyone's hair before?
I have not.
It's a couple ladies, you know, my mom. I just forgot right now, though. I just forgot.
You forgot how to do it.
Yeah, I've done it so much, it's like second nature. I just forgot it. Right? Bro, bro, do you brush your hair?
Bro, I just got it brushed just a minute ago.
No, this is, dude, somebody just got it to the salon.
Brad, you are known for your bucket hats. We see them in the back of your stream.
Why do
We
they
know
have the
that you
same
go through a process
interviews?
of picking them out prior to each and every competition. Which one is your favorite? Will you be wearing it tomorrow?
Okay, so my favorite bucket hat is the purple one that I wear, honestly, only because it fits on my headset really easily. I always wear the expensive buckies for tournaments for sure, especially a tournament like this. I mean, this is crazy.
All is right in the world. We have a bucket hat on the head of Bread. Now, you have to go ahead and rate their braiding skills.
I don't even think you can put on a scale. It was so bad.
Yeah, good. You meant good.
Yeah.
It was
off
different
the
term.
charts.
There's different kind of slang term. You meant good.
Good to know. Well, thank you guys so much for being here. Completely good luck this weekend. Hopefully, you guys do win. But you guys have any last shouts before we leave here?
For all the people that are supporting us, thank you guys so much. It means the world. Obviously, there's like a ton of tweets and stuff. Obviously, it means a lot to us. So thank you so much for cheering us on, and we will bring it home for you guys for sure.
I don't think there's anything that I could say that beat what Joe just said, so I'd say the same thing. A nice little thank you to everyone again that's supporting us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you to everyone. That's it. And shout out the Signal 50.
Do they really not have anybody else's interview? I'm actually surprised they're doing this on time. Actually very surprised.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the World Series of Warzone Global Finals presented by Prime Gaming. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by the wonderful Dream Crazy Enigma and Dandro, and we are getting these games ready. Map number 2 is literally right around the corner, and I hope you like map 1 because we got a lot more where that came from. Hisoka already talking trash to each and every one of you, by the way, representing ENA. So get loud and, I don't know, maybe try to intimidate him, but he's ironclad. Game 1, it's done. It was impressive, but Dream, we need to find out who's in first because I'm thinking it's Hisoka. So Dream, let's take a look at our standings.
Yes, indeed. Well, in the standings, I mean, in terms of the eliminations, at least, we did
26.
see. Yeah, we did see 26, 21 from them. But here, yeah, the standings. Biffle, Sage, and Shifty, I was going to say, they had 20 eliminations, 28 score. But the fact that this squad specifically, they needed to find that recipe for success. Even though stage 2 they did take 11, but they found it right in the last couple of weeks. Been winning tournaments and probably the most feared roster on the lobby.
Dandro, Team Rocket in 9th place. Got to feel good coming from the LCQ. Who else do we got 11 through 20?
I mean, I'm looking at a couple of our teams that are here. I'm a little bit surprised to see Aiden a little bit down there in 16th.
Is not even top 20.
Number 12, right? That's Team Serious, our Asian region hailing from Japan. They're here and they're making a name for themselves. I love seeing that they're so far up the leaderboard.
Up the leaderboard indeed. Tactical Bread also making it a 19th. Not bad at all. TBE nowhere to be found. That's not surprising, Enigma.
No, it's not. Not after they drop out in the opening stages and pick up our wooden spoon. But the thing is, overall there, the concern for me as a European is that we have not got off to a good start yet. So I'm hoping to see a couple more European teams pick it up, put on a show today. And one of the things is about our region, we have a lot of consistency typically throughout our squads. So that is what I'm hoping to see today to pop them up the leaderboard.
I like they got Rockets on their shirt. I don't know if that's for Team Rocket or not, but they're representing either way. I'm going to take it as Team Rocket. Good stuff, Dream. Saw Diaz Biffle, who just came off a tournament where he wins 4 out of the 5 weeks, including the final game. He's absolutely on fire. For the longest time, he held first place until the end.
Yeah, I mean, you think about Biffle, right? And he's like been the most feared player, I feel like, over the last couple of years, especially when he was dominating and destroying CDL pros, right? But consistency is key, and this is one of the rosters, at least in terms of their kills, they're always consistent. They just need to keep the placements up. And I mean, having second,
of course,
throughout this tournament, we still have many maps to go.
Yeah, and let's take a look at some of these weapon eliminations.
And that 40% is not even real, by the way.
Lockman sub, which just kind of goes to show you that when these players have to get up in the face of their opponents, this is the gun that they are going to.
It does sound very creepy, Panipuri, but I understand what you mean, so it's fine.
They get bought back, they come back in. They're kind of using ground loot a lot, but even that ground loot signal 50, you can do a lot of work with it. So it's no surprise here when players are hitting that loadout. These are the two weapons that they are kind of leaning towards and leaning on to get the job done.
That's right. Hey, signal 50 is going to be impactful today for your long range setting up early for your zones. Rohan was going to be one of those zones. It did pull a little bit away. Regardless, though, Lockman up close and personal. It's going to melt you. It's kind of the tried and true staple when it comes to at least this meta of the World Series of Warzone. Hey, we're going into map number 2, though. It's about to get exciting once again. So let's get loud. Map number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Goes Tiff. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Reflections. It's kind of crazy. 40% of those eliminations straight from the Lockman. I was actually really surprised to see that many from the Signal 50, but I knew a lot of teams were looking for that opening moment, and it's crazy because all I hear in my headset is not you, Goj, it's not the program, it's the Copper Box Arena, because our fans, granted, this is just map number 2, they're already getting crazy.
Yeah, you know, it's funny, I think Enigma said it, map number 2 is here, but EU, they gotta step it up a little bit. Now, Savvy Ultra's team has done well thus far, currently situated in 5th place, right ahead of Team Jowo, who got 2nd. So we talk about this often. Of course, Biffle in 2nd overall because of their eliminations. You've got to find kills. Sure, multiplier, fantastic, but guess what, Tiff? 2 times 1 is still 2.
That's true. I'm glad you can do simple math.
Yeah, it does really
anyways,
well in NA and
beautiful
EU.
overlooks of Hydro
India
map number 2. We had
mushkil
a
hai.
relatively nice ending in that Rohan oil on map number 1 to kick things off, and I know Goj is such a fan of anything that ends near water. He wants to see some F-Tac siege action, but the question is, where will map number 2 go? Will we be relatively open? Will TBE be able to find their footing? Because as we get into map number 2, we have to start thinking about that mid-game, that mid 3rd through 5th map where things get really close, because if Hisoka and them are already starting
that's
to
okay. I mean, I don't care much about this anymore.
Differential on the leaderboard.
I myself am like kind of branching out of Warzone.
Map number 2 is here. Let's see where these team drops and which team will be able to rotate out and maybe, after a bit of trouble in the early fights, in the early game, find some footing and make a name for themselves. A lot of teams trying to do just that. There's a couple teams we want to shout out. You see DBZ on the left-hand side. But take a look at that circle, Tiff. Pretty much dead center.
Hey, everything is free, and you can see Juki is there, finding that first action on to
even if it has a good PC, I mean,
line goes
it's
from
never
the
gonna do well
to the northwestern. So teams that land airport, teams that land village, and then Juki is notorious for landing over on that H5 positioning, will have priority to get there crazy. But DBZ at airport going up against Team 32, Gromalok, Azen, and Heats.
Yeah, it was funny. Again, I was talking to Azen literally right before we walked to the caster booth, and he said, hey, good to see you, Coach. Guess what? We're contesting DBZ. Get ready. We're rocking 3 signals, and it's about to get crazy. So, hey, I respect the confidence. Confidence is key when you're playing Warzone. TTK pretty fast. That means you have to go into every single fight immediately with confidence.
Because you don't need a very good PC to play PUBG PC, but nobody ever played that either.
Fight on the other side of the map here, Tiff. Champion yet again in a fight. And guess what? Back to DBZ, because again, they are in trouble. Azen, one of our 10 mouse and keyboard players, leading the charge here. He's in trouble. They do answer back. It's a 2v2.
Their ability to swarm in and outnumber, even with Clutch Belk already sent.
Like it did well for a bit, but then it died as well. Games are not gonna do well over here. It's sad, but ठीक है चलता है.
At least one player with a gulag on that squad, it would be nice. But you can see Destroy gonna connect with the lethal. He jumps down. He keeps shield crack. There goes the knock, and Azen. That will be all 3 of them in the gulag. Destroy, Z-Laner last alive for the team, and while they wait for their member to come back from the gulag, have won the initial contest. But something I want to ask you, Goj. One member of Juki's squad elected to land over by airport, completely differentiated away from the other duo. Now you can see they're actually reuniting over there in H5. Why do you think that was?
I think they're probably trying to get not only some information, but potentially pick up a third-party shot, especially from distance, especially if you grab the Signal 50 off the ground or what have you. You can get your loadout quick enough, you can get involved. But speaking of getting involved, Jesus, Huskers pushing the fight. It's Dongi on the other side. Dongi was worried about TBE dropping on them. No, it's Huskers, it's Mutex, and it's Jesus. And it's not
Let's go, please, come on, Huskers!
Down, Huskers in trouble. Nofo fallen. The final fight, Jesus has no problem grabbing the full team wipe, send them all to the gulag. We'll see you later. We talked to Jay, he said, we're just happy to be here. If I win any money today, it's all going to my dad. The reason I started playing Call of Duty at 9 years old was because of him. And guess who is here? TBE, trying to play cleanup, play a little bit of trash collector, but Jesus not going to go down without a fight.
In a fight they did, but it doesn't matter. TBE already off to a better start and a perfectly timed third party. Mutex just getting back on his feet, but Huskers able to stake away, but Noobs, he said, no, I am not gonna let this go. You can see he has no plates on, so it's all flesh damage. Noobs just trying to play it a little safe, but unfortunately Huskers runs right into him, and to the gulag they go.
Such a fun conversation point to see TBE starting out hot yet again, this time getting the better of their opponents. We'll see where they can go from here. After clearing their POI, they should be free and clear for a while to rotate through the mid-game and then make it into the end-game. Now let's check in with a hometown favorite, Wars, after an incredible performance from Stage 1 with their top fragger from King AJ, an incredible trio, and they had a decent Stage 2 performance, and I said this before, but I want to re-emphasize it. Wars said, I'm the old head, I'm one of the old guard, don't forget about me. I was at the top since the very, very beginning. I started competing. I was playing this game before anybody else was, and certainly the case. We'll see if they're continue able to creep up the leaderboard. Let's check in with our team in 6th place, just on the outside of Tapa.
Tapa got to hold out Gammaxx, but you can see the number advantage as they try to stack the staircase. Tapa going to jump out onto this area. Tapa just waiting for the push. Sometimes you can kind of listen it out. You hear the feet climbing up the stairs, but look at them overlooking the balcony, but just trying to nestle in Jowo, looking to make the push, but when unfortunately when you get the high ground, you can bait it out. You can bait out the windows, but not anything going to connect. Lethal's going out to be safe, but he's gonna jump down. Gammaxx, he caught him from behind, but no shots are connecting, and this is a mouse shake. The first goes down, and Fredman's in trouble, but Tapa will go down in that trade.
It would have been so hilarious if Tapa got both of them.
If you want to check out maybe the map view, you want to see positioning of where all your favorite creators are at home, because we have 150 players with 150 different POVs, but Call of Duty Echo channel on Twitch has the map feed, so be able to go check that out.
It's a great shout, because you're going to be able to see off to the right-hand side, even if they're not on main stage. Now they are. Juki's fighting Kong. Juki's on main stage. Team Infernal, a team that I talked to before the broadcast, and they said their crowning achievement in Warzone history was qualifying for this LAN, and a lot of teams said the same. They're so happy to be here, so happy to be competing, and I think some of these teams are going to surprise not only the other competitors, but probably also us.
Look, I'm just happy to be here, Goj. Honestly, we've been
all I see is signal locks.
Think back to Verdansk when all of our players started putting Hisoka back then in the Rising Stars of Warzone here, taking that map 1 win. And all I could think about when that was happening was, where is Hisoka's dad? You know, dude's probably in the stadium going absolutely crazy, and Wars, King AG and Co. is kind of positioned up against Lovey, but this is a little bit of a standoff. Wars does have the building available to them, and with Lovey and Co. on that head peak, sometimes it's best just prioritize getting to the next circle. With that being said, it's closing in 2 seconds, and only one squad has left.
Yeah, I like this play from Wars. Of course, they lost Prodigy, which means they're down in player numbers, so you're fighting a team maybe you think you can win against. If everything was equal, you win 9 times out of 10, but when you're down a player, it's a 2v3, not a very smart fight to take, especially when that team is already set up in the building. So they're going to relocate, reassess the situation, likely either take this fight from a different angle once their teammate comes back, or they're able to buy them back, because it looks like Prodigy lost that gulag, or just completely rotate out and let them go.
Look, I'm really loving this while we're looking through where Juki is, but I start thinking about that rotation with the circle coming in at the gas at their back. So as we take a look at that, we think of the areas that we saw the highest congested area. In Satik Cave, that was where people started to get a little mixy, and Team Huskers currently situated in a solid positioning.
I had the same delay I always have.
Of gatekeeping there, and it seems that they've gotten some of their numbers back up, so that
which is like 7 seconds.
Back from the gulag and showing out strong. But Juki sitting on 1, they're gonna hop in a vehicle and hit their rotation as well. But when you start to think about that eastern side of the map that they're going to be going through, Al Shireen Pass will be their next POI, and that's pure high ground. And Adrian, well, he's got it too.
Uh-oh, Savvy Ultra's team in trouble. Blade will fall. The others able to get out.
Oh, okay.
See Team 2 just barely sneaking out.
नहीं मेरे को लगा क्योंकि बाद में पानी पूरी ने भी लिखा था I thought you were talking to me.
Maybe grab this third party. Aiden and Redhood gonna have to play Billy Goat here and climb the mountain a little bit. Just narrowly passing each other. There it is. Method Sick. Apologize. Method Sick, Cams, and Daga here from EU region, creeping up the bottom side of the mountain, but enough cover where they're not going to interact. And Huskers yet again in trouble. TBE is still hunting
not them again.
Even after a restabilization coming out of the Gulag.
Oh my God, this is hilarious.
Huskers in the water trying to do everything he can. Tommy does go down, but not dead yet. Noob, no problem. Huskers get taken out again. 3 teams have been eliminated, and folks at home, we're going to check in with the first team that was fully eliminated. Let's see what Frankie's got to say on the stage.
Ouch.
Thank you. I'm with Team Rocket, who've come all the way from Poland. I know the Polish fans are cheering them on in the audience right now, and in the Team Rocket booth, I've got Zaka.
I need to figure this out.
Zaka,
I'm sending it back. It's making me sad.
Well, I just missed 1 bullet, I think it was, and yeah, I was just unlucky because I should have killed them to be fair. I don't know why. Yeah, it is.
Well, it's only the 2nd drop out of 6. How are you finding things on LAN so far?
I'm loving LAN so far, honestly. Like the LAN is actually treating me great, but first game was pretty much unlucky for me because my PC just turned off, so I had to get that fixed. I'm still fixing my settings and stuff, so I hope I will get them sorted by now, like by the next game. And yeah, I hope everything will be fine.
All right, well, Jinkoye, thank you so much for talking to me. Polska Gorum, let's head back to the map.
Polska Gorum, thank you so much, Frankie, for checking in with them. They were sitting in 9th place after map number 1. We now going out first, and you heard him. It's unlucky. 1 bullet. That time to kill inside the Gulag is unforgiving.
Why is it
so
happening
many of our teams,
like
once they go in there, start pre-firing every angle they can get.
It's
settings.
What
You never know who you're going to go up against. He said Jay, and now DJ Moss, Z-Smith. They are fighting it down on the edge here at Observatory. Now, Ebates and DJ, they're not actually competing for any kind of organization here. They're actually doing it for DJ Moss's brother, Maddie, who could not be here today, and they are laying it on the line, and I'm so excited to see how they perform. But so far, you've got to get out Observatory. You have Team Zeppa just ahead of them, and that's going to make things a little difficult.
Yeah, Observatory after being demolished.
There's a guy in the building to our left.
Updates, of course, not necessarily the favorite.
Yeah, there's a guy in the close building
for a lot of these teams. A lot of nooks and crannies that people can hide into.
Right
Definitely one you want to rotate through because of the high ground. Let's take a look at another couple teams interacting here early. I see Tony White here on main stage.
Okay, bye.
An
See
EU
ya.
team as well. He touts himself as the oldest competitor here at 32 years old. So shout out to Tony, still competing at 32, doing it with a full-time job and everything in between. Man's excited to be here, and I'm sure this team is excited to potentially have a solid map. Now, I'm taking a look at that top right-hand corner of our screen here, and I see Team Intex with Believe really creeping up
That's
the
a very
leaderboard.
weird thing to say, by the way.
They were 4th place going into this map, so they've crept all the way up into 2nd place. They've got a nice solid map going, especially in the early game, already finding what looks like 7-8 eliminations. They could really bide their time and hold out their own into the end game and just set up going in to the final couple circles. We'll see if they're able to do just that. Inxian finding a couple off screen as Aiden and Rated, well, rather Rated and Adrian moving their way in, getting picked up by Signal 50. See ya later. That's Ahsoka waiting, watching, and finding it. Adrian in trouble, Rated in the Gulag.
It's going to be really tough. Adrian with no flares does have a precision airstrike available to him, but just trying to get
saying I hope I get lucky tonight, like that's a really fucked up thing to
Will
say.
Rated come back from the Gulag? Doesn't necessarily have enough to buy someone back, and once you start getting into hydroelectric, there's only like 2 or 3 buy stations right now on the map. We have a mobile as well, but you know those will be watched like a hawk. So Smixy, let's check in with her. Typically lands over in Rohan Oil. You said it best. They're climbing up the leaderboard, and Smixy is gobbling down, looking to get a knock onto Castillo, but attracts the numbers advantage. You stack every engagement, and then you reward yourself with that durable gas mask, picking it up.
Yeah, a nice win. They're going to continue to play hand in pocket, just work together all the way through each of these buildings, clear the high ground, set up the next rotation, and hopefully pick up a couple in the process. I believe this team, I was talking to them before, and they said they were going to run 2 signals this time around, flanked running 1 and a tracked running 1, and who knows, maybe they're running 3. So every single time I asked the team, they were like, we're running 1 signal. Then I asked them again, they're like, we're running 2 signals, and now I think they're running 3, so who knows. But the team, I think,
that's something to be proud of, Pani
Joe Squad got 2nd overall in the map. Needed a couple more kills to creep up the leaderboard. They're in trouble as well and rotating. Let's take a look at that map. They've actually got a nice, pretty clear rotation around this water. If they're able to cross over, you can see Team 11 is Joe Woe's squad. And as we see the circle, pretty centrally located still. Everybody's kind of staring at Hydroelectric as potentially the end game.
Yeah, that's going to be a really tough one to get into. You have the cluster of teams that are going to be exiting out of the further southwestern side of Al Mazrah City. You can see Team Jukies have kind of stapled along the side of Marshlands and carried that forward, making their way to Hydroelectric, but they will still have to cross through the open and through Team Stuwo, so that's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, we got DBZ after winning their early encounters, or rather, maybe in trouble in their early encounters. They were able to answer back against Azen after map 1, and now they've got some high ground here on the outside of Hydro. Look, you've got DJ Moss, Z-Smith on the building next to you. You're not too worried about them. You don't think they're going to leave their location, so instead, let's find some easy eliminations if we can, as other teams are rotating in. There's several squads in this area. You've got to hold your position. Elo in trouble, but answers easily against Echo. They're going to be able to push this fight with ease. 3-on-1, 3-on-2. They've lost one in the process at least. Down. I thought it was going to be an easy fight, but Tomsterbaum goes big and then might be able to snake his way out of there.
Look, if anyone's going to go big, it's going to be Tomsterbaum, and you have to play.
But they can hold out so many people, actually.
You can see the dolphin diving happening behind the tree, just trying to separate themselves a little further out. But with so many teams, 43 in particular, left in this lobby, only 7 have exited. This is not where you want to start your map number 2, and especially as you see some distance there for FIFA kill. Ab was there going down on that kill feed, but Serious Mariko, they're setting themselves up into that upper high ground engagement against Super Evan and Z Colors. Now, let me just tell you, I saw them getting their photos done yesterday, and they were here with pure confidence. They knew that this was a job to be done, and they were like, we had so much fun throughout the stages, we're gonna bring it today.
I love it. Well, hey, confidence is key. We'll continue to say it today, but Sirius on your screen is going to have to try to push into this next circle, and you're going to be met by, I believe, that's Nico Infinite on the other side. We can talk about the coach all day today. Crowder, an incredible competitor, coach, and everything in between, has a chance that no one else has to potentially be a Warzone champion on top of winning champs as a player and a coach. An incredible player that came through in the wild card of the LCQ. Ridiculous performance through the water, and you're always going to find them near the in circles. The question in my mind always is, do they have enough eliminations to make it not only into the money, but make it into the top 10 today?
That's true. It's a good shot on the money right now. Top 25 here on the day of our 50 teams will land themselves with a portion of the prizing, and it's going to be all the eliminations that you need. You see Team Biffle creeping up the score, trying to close that distance onto Hisoka, but Team Luki on your screen. Horrid gonna fall, go to the gulag, and some Semtex.
Team Hisoka is so fucking consistent.
The question of the day is all of these flares. It's flare warfare here. I just saw 2 on the
what
ground.
is that gun?
Trev's able to pick
So
up
pretty.
another one, so anytime they run
The
into
skin on
issues,
it?
you just gotta do a little dolphin dive 360 out of a window and hit the Hail Mary flare.
That's exactly right. That flare, of course, an easy way to get your teammate back. It will pick a random teammate, but a teammate nonetheless. And at this stage, at this level of Warzone competition, you trust every single one of your teammates regardless of the situation. Team 36 having to rotate in. That's Teeny and Levi had a chance to sit down with that squad. That's our Australian expansions team. And, well, they really were relying on Zeppa to kind of lead the charge from an IGL standpoint and having LAN experience. Hey, speaking of Crowder, in trouble, and it's Swag answering against Nico, against Dez, and against Crowder. And I believe that's a full team wipe. We'll see you later. Gonna have to come back in map 3.
What's up with Swag always running into the wildcard teams?
Hey,
it was Tactical Brit in map number 1, and now Nico Infinite, Crowder, and Dez in map number 2. Look, if that's how you gotta do it, you gotta do it. But this positioning is quite nice. You can see there's a handful of teams just around them, so they will run into issues from the north and from the west and the east. So playing that position is key. Hopefully you've got smokes for rotation and the signal for picks.
All right, now this zone is going to be ridiculous. You just saw that the gulag is closed, so no more safety nets. Look at all the loadouts falling out of the sky. There are still 35 teams alive. We're just now.
You know the biggest issue with like Team Huskers is I don't think
kills being king. This is what we're talking
together.
about. This is not
I don't think they have
but
synergy.
There's a lot of things that you need to do to mitigate RNG, to have have a chance in the final couple circles. Juki's already finding more. Look, you're gonna find kills because there's still 89 people left on the map going into this next zone.
Now, Goj, this was the engagement
Dude,
that I was
how
telling you
does
about
this
just
happen?
prior. We knew through their rotation out just north of Marshlands, they were going to run into Team Stuo, and you can see Patzuka is able to grab a knock onto Juki's, but so far, 2 members of that team are still up. They're able to take that squad out, but Soka, they've already made it into Hydroelectric. They're prioritizing those early rotates and keeping stocked up on multiple plates. They've got gas masks, and they prioritize taking high ground where all the teams are. You can see DBZ in the distance. You also have Empathy and Finesse still up for their squad. But to get a hand at Soka and to chow them, it's going to take everything that you've got.
Yeah, I don't mind this spot by them, especially if they get that southern zone pull. They've got a huge advantage here on the edge. Now, they've got to clear their backs. There are a lot of teams to go through yet. This isn't even hardly in-game, although
Dude,
technically it is.
78
There's so many
people,
teams alive and so many pieces
zone.
of cover they could be hiding behind. You've got to assume every single corner you check, there's going to be a team. Every single wall you peek over, there's going to be a team. Tip, this isn't multiplayer, but I think the snakes are about to be in.
Let me tell you, you guys at home thought your Warzone ranked matches were tough, that you were like going for your SR. Well, think about being in the World Series of Warzone in endgame with 30 squads to go. We are 18 minutes into the game and 30 teams alive. In Skullface, they have set their sights on the next team. They
You could literally throw a random precision at least a few people
in
and get
rotation and try to take up as much space, claim this building, because it is a game of space towards the end and high ground.
All right, Skullface again. This team is in such a good spot, but they're going to have
Beautiful
to now
smoke,
rotate
actually.
in. They can get the zone they wanted, but still not a bad spot. Swag pushes forward, getting held by J-Tech. Colors goes big with smokes and nades. You've got to use your resources effectively to zone off the advances. If you want a chance to make the in circle, you better have smokes. And
this is so chaotic.
Use them. Binzy, Boog, Stukex, underrated squad from this area, trying to hold down the other squads as well. And this is going to be a tough rotation. And Swag has the chance to have the high ground here, but they've got to win the gunfight. He can't find his opponent. There's too much smokes. He throws the flare up. They at least have a floater. Somehow still alive. So much smoke and so little time to get to the next zone. In trouble with the floater. Hopefully can farm a bit of those multipliers. The question is, how many kills do they have?
Just on the outside in the gas. You saw the flare go up, so Super Evan will come back in. Boog's able to get the full onto Swag, but it's TBE with the high ground in the tower, and you can see Boog's just checking up into the sky. Hey, what is going on? I have a Signal 50, and Panda goes down.
Signal 50s,
This is where
dude.
it starts to be really tough towards that end game. You don't have resources, you run low on plates, and that Signal 50 is a heavy hitter. It just takes one sometimes to knock them down, but Mayapo, he's like a Skullface.
I can't believe these guys are still alive.
Utilizing smokes, and this could
It's
be
insane.
the engagement that they need. They're going to clear out this building, one of the last ones in the zone, but Skullface, I mean, a little bit of a bathroom camper. Sometimes you got to do it.
I saw a lot of Team 40 there in the kill feed. Shifty alive as well. Some of the top teams.
Look
from the
at
first
number
match still
15
up,
just
but some
chilling
new
there in the
faces here
bathroom.
as well. Sway, Planticity alive without their third, but alive nonetheless. Inside, about to be the top 15. You're about to see a new multiplier, and Shifty on 6. Here they are. They've lost Sage, but Shifty and Biffle alive, continuing to slay out. This team is frightened. Well, rather the other teams are frightened of them. Gonna hide out on the edge of zone with the smoke.
And he got the res.
Should be able to pick
That's
up a few
insane.
more eliminations. Might have actually been able to get a buy off as well. Squad 12 goes down. That's Zungod. Tip, we're down to the final 13 teams.
I love
Everyone biding their
15.
time.
He's just
Again,
not moving
just
from
a
there.
moment of peace before the chaos that are the last final circle.
Team Jowo went out, Team Almond went out, but Tomsterbaum from Team Echo, the longtime duo of Echo, still poised alone in that
Hisoka's
building.
probably
They
gonna
had
win
many
this
eliminations
again.
throughout this game, getting that coveted multiplier. Now, mind you, in 10th place, you're sitting with a 1.6x. You hit 5th, you go to
Because these guys
1.8,
actually
which is
proper
almost as
grind,
good
okay?
as
Like,
that
they
2x.
actually
But here's
proper
the
play.
map one winners. They're pushing the issue. They're getting a little bit closer, just taking all of the stun grenades to the face. But as a duo, Hisoka and Skullface, we chop out that Hail Mary flare, and then we go in for more.
Beautiful.
Real Hisoka challenging everything. Gets the flare off. It might be the 1-2. Hisoka goes big. Will fall in the process with a third party, but finds the team wipe. Sway answers back, but Ahsoka's gonna feel good about that one, especially with flares in the sky, especially with some floaters. Who knows what they'll be able to do, especially if they make it into the top 5, Tiff. This could be another monster game, and all three up. Let's go to Team Biffle. They've got player advantage, they've got high ground, and they are farming the skies.
Look, they were already so close to Soka on the leaderboard, so Biffle taking the prioritization, because Z-Colors, he's not paying attention, he's gonna fall to Biffle. You know that Repulse Check is in the building, and Biffle looking to put on a show for them, and as they clear out Sage, just capitalizing, number stack, Biffle will fall, but Sage is going for the trade. Now they just have to turn their tides towards it, but Shifty hits a flare.
This is about as free as it gets. StuKX trying to go big with the starter pistol. Castillo, our Mexico squad goes down. No, yes, Biffle answers back. Shifty, Biffle, Sage are your map 2 winners.
We knew that was going to be it.
These guys, his Soka is him,
You
dude.
can see everyone cheering for Biffle, and that is what they
Literally
needed to
so
do.
good.
They saw the 16+ point differential between them just after map number 1. They knew they had to come back swinging, and they do that tenfold. Looking at Biffle with the Signal 50, just poised, playing Duck Hunter out of the air is everything that I was excited for.
Unbelievable job from the trio. They've battled so much adversity as a team. They had so many expectations and had to work through the team chemistry issues that come with creating this new trio of Slayers. But they found it in map 2, potentially the biggest map of the day. The math will check out for us, but a massive victory. Biffle with double digits already in map 2. They were in 2nd place, Tiff, and likely going to be in 1st after that one.
You know, you think about the roster changes that we've kind of hinted throughout the stages of World Series of Warzone. Shifty was actually on that initial roster, but let's take a look at that HyperX victory moment and Biffle just shooting out of the sky.
This shit's insane.
Z-Colors going down. He's on double digits here, but he doesn't quit there, Ghosh.
I love what they did here because they knew they had player advantage and they were willing to split up to farm this lobby, Tiff. I mean, everybody at home's cheering for them. Of course, there's a lot of fans back in North America, but I saw a ton of fans here as well for them. Shifty gets the buy just in case. Now, we gotta give a shout out to our Mexico squad, Castillo and Z-Dark. They actually won the Mexico region and they went big here for top 3 as well. Biffle flies in after getting bought back. StuKX falls, and there is that victory. Congratulations to that team. I know they're excited. You can see it on their faces. But not only are they excited, Tiff, they're excited to be at the top of the leaderboard. There is $100,000 going to the team that wins first today.
Ooh, and not only the money, but the pride, the first ever to do it at the largest Warzone LAN that has ever been seen. We talked about the 150 players behind us. 300 computers are in this building, Ghosh, so it's starting to get a little hot. But if you at home want to watch them, you know, go find your newest creator. Maybe you want to check out Biffle's stream, Shifty's stream, Sage's stream. They're streaming live right now, so you can check out their POV as well.
Yeah, a lot of watch parties going on, and I know you called it out. The Pulse Check is losing their minds. Hector's probably jumping up and down. Maybe already ripped his shirt off. I have no idea what's going on over there, but they got a lot of love over there on the on-site watch party. Go hang out with them, and I think we're going to get an interview with that squad, which I'm really excited to hear about. And let's go check in right there with Frankie on the stage.
Thank you very much, Tiff and Goj. And these boys are so hyped about their victory, as well they should be. Shifty, what were you just saying there? You were talking about the squad clicking.
Yeah, I said basically the gears are clicking. We've seen it before when all three of us
Shifty's reputation
great.
was so fucked because everyone thought he's cheating.
I told him going into that
So
second
did
game,
I.
let's win. We need it. We
But
want
if he
this. We want
wins
every team to know
on
that
a
we're
LAN,
coming to
that'll be
dominate,
crazy.
and that everyone should watch out for us. And it was a Hydro end game, so I mean, we couldn't ask for anything better. And these guys played out of their mind end game.
Talk to me about the tactics in the in-game. You're going in and out of the gas, you're playing a risky game, but you knew you had it in the bag. What were the comms like? What were you saying to the boys?
Oh, honestly, the comms were pretty
This is
intense.
such a
right?
cute
Shifty
little
was just
boy.
trying to play his life inside a building. And
Like,
I
just
looked
look
up,
at him. He's so cute.
Sage called out there was a bunch of people floating, so I looked up and got like 3 free kills with a sniper.
Like a small little
yeah,
puppy.
It was really insane end game, so like you can't really call on what's going on, but you know, we were doing our thing.
You boys are known as a bunch of aggressive slayers. How are you finding the Signal 50?
I think Shifty's the only one sniping on our team, so as long as he keeps getting all those picks, he's had like 10 kills that game, so we're doing pretty good on slaying wise.
Let's come over then to you, Sage. So tell me about why your team did have trouble when you got together to take on the World Series, and now how you've managed to bring things to the point where you're standing on stage with me having had a victory.
I mean, in stage 2, we barely formed the team. There's not really much practice, no chemistry. We knew right after that we didn't want it to destroy us. We said it to humble. We didn't want to go into stage 2 knowing, you know, we're the best in the game. We wanted it to be like, we need to know our ground and know how we're going to be. Ever since then, we've only mainly lost 2 to 3 tournaments out of maybe the 10 that we've played. I trust my teammates. I trust D to get my trades. I trust my IGL Shifty, and ever since then, we've been playing perfect.
You've been playing incredibly, second in the first drop of the day. Now you've got a victory to your name. Do you think you're the best team of the 50 here on LAN?
I think that my team is probably up there. I wouldn't say we're the best. We still got a lot to work on, but I know for a fact when everything clicks, like how we played that last map where our comms are still crazy, but we still understand each other and we still trust each other's judgment, and we play it perfectly.
Well, your trust is well-founded. Thank you so much, London. Give it up for Team Biffle!
All right, game 2 is done. What an exciting ending once again with a new, fresh winner. Will we get back-to-back? Well, maybe so, but we haven't got it just yet. Hey, check it out. Danjo, straight to you, or excuse me, Enigma, straight to you, because I want to talk about a good recovery from TBE. From first out, they run into Huskers, they run into Dongi, but they have a better chance this time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
being
we spoke
sad
a little
about
bit
my life.
previously, or at least I did, about
It
the landing
heats up
spot
too
situation
fast.
and how that's going to evolve throughout this afternoon. And one of the things is that TBE here refused to be bullied out of their spot after they ended up falling first in map 1. It's a heck of a bounce back indeed, taking out Team Vonbot and hunting Huskers to the river to make sure they're out of the way. And I spoke to Tommy literally seconds before map 1 started, and he said what he wants to do is establish space. In this meta, he wants space, time to get his team together, and he's doing just that by pushing those squads away.
TBE, good recovery without a doubt. Dream, I go to you. Aiden recovers just long enough to run into Hisoka and just find trouble once again.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I mean, being able to fall, but I mean, right here you saw it hopping down from Observatory, and then like they were rotating in. Yes,
congratulations.
They rotated into a Signal 50 into Huskers. But the good thing about that, even though Rated went down, yes, he still had his gulag. So right. Yes, recovery was the name of the game. I feel like for some of these squads though, the way that everything was rotating though, it was kind of like a little more centralized to where they had to get to those buildings first, right? So recovery the name of the game.
You should see how it looks without.
I will tell you.
It's very beautiful.
This part
when it's proper bright,
was absolutely
amazing.
Insane. He found a flare on
you
the
here for a while?
You saw.
Please? Then I'll show you.
He secures top 10. Danjo talking about this in
like,
I mean, this
better,
game was just insane.
And then I'll show you.
You see,
what
obviously, Shifty, Sage, and Biffle. Huge thing, but
the
that was a little bit minor. Shifty hit a flare
insane.
to, I believe,
right.
Get one of the other players back in. And we just see Biffle pick up that sniper and is going absolutely crazy.
Yeah, you hear them speak in the interview there about how much they believe in each other and all of this, but I was speaking to Repulse himself last night late on, and I was talking to him about this squad, and there was a bit of a difficulty for them when they first came together, some inconsistencies, they had real takeover moments, but some underwhelming performances as well for a trio as talented as this, and the problem was that they were having was that the 3 superstars, the 3 Slayers, that's very difficult to merge together, and what they've done as a trio is come together, assess where it is that they can be the best team, and they are delivering today.
Can we talk about Team Diaz Amir representing Mexico, Castillo, and Z-Dark?
Yeah, basically it's just heating up. There's nothing I can do about it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they have been, and 4th place is big for them because we talked about our expansion region. They're outnumbered, 21 NA, 20 EU. You only got 9 expansion regions. We've already seen Japan make an impact, and now you're seeing Mexico with 2 teams make a big impact. And that's what I was saying, like, crowd wasn't getting loud for them, but they're a team that is still making an impact. And also,
so there's nothing I can do about it, really.
Your team are map 2 winners, Biffle, Shifty, and Sage, 24 eliminations. Wow. That's the biggest game we've got yet. Hisoka, I thought, was setting the pace after map 1 with 21. But Diaz, Biffle, Shifty, and Sage say, enough is enough, we got this. And I thought it was funny. During the interview, Frankie asked, Biffle, Signal 50, how's it treating you, right? And Biffle goes, I'm not even using it. Yet we see evidence in the final clip of him just beaming players out of the air, okay? So wonderful job coming out from Diaz Biffle. He's an incredible player. We didn't talk about him pre-show, but we didn't forget about him either, right? He's that guy that can make some magic happen, and he is making some magic happen. Well, that's it for map number 2. 4 more
Beautiful.
To go. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have our standings as well as map 3 coming your way.
Get free games.
I could ideally like maybe freeze my ROM,
Visit
but
gaming.amazon.com and link
meal
your
bharne ke
account.
paise nahi hai.
HyperX is the official peripheral partner of Call of Duty. The World Series of Warzone Global Final is here, and so is the Solo YOLO pack. Drop into the game with the essentials, including the Red Mist XMR blueprint, the Solo YOLO Chimera blueprint, animated calling cards, emblems, and more. The pack is available using COD points. Visit the in-game store now.
I'm trying.
Hey, we're here with Team
best to
FIFA
make money.
Kill and FIFA. You gotta tell me who your teammates
Finally.
are.
My teammates, I'm sure you guys already know, but I'm with Oki and Wiz, the boys, repping the European squad, obviously, on the stage, front and center.
Except you haven't met them in person until today.
Until last night.
Okay, sure.
Last night, and both of them were, you know, a little bit stumbling around, enjoying, you know, enjoying London. But
Sure,
it was,
sure.
I mean, it just felt natural. We've been playing together so long.
So you're comfortable. You're 30 minutes outside of your house.
Yep.
But you're not in your shed. Talk to me a
That's
little bit
what it
about
actually
okay,
looks like.
why
Ignore
shed?
the stars. I'm
Originally,
shutting
I'd be
off the
sitting playing in the front room, 60-inch TV, and you can't really sit playing a tournament for money when you got your little brother walking through.
I know, right?
Didn't really have the room for a setup, so my dad just like took every penny.
That's my favorite
built
color.
a shed in the garden, got me out there, put some internet in it, and just went from there. You know.
So I
You
ideally
have
wanna
become
like
the shed expert, right?
make my
And so
camera
as such, we're gonna
slightly
actually
higher
have
up
you rate
too.
some sheds between 1 to 10. We're gonna start with this nice shed here, FIFA.
Lovely. It looks a bit like mine actually. I'm not gonna lie.
Sure.
I'd give that a solid 9.
Okay, so how about this shed? What do we think about this?
I love that shed, man. I'll give that shed like I'll give that one a 7 because it is wall bangable.
What about this shed?
Yeah, that's prime real estate actually. But I'll give it like a 5.
Okay, great. Okay, this shed, this is a fun one. You've got some tools that you could potentially use in this shed. What are we thinking?
Funny story actually. My dad loves flowers, and there's a lot of flowers outside the shed. He likes to decorate, and my house only has one bathroom. So if someone's in the shower, the flowers become the toilet.
Well, FIFA, this has been an incredible interview thus far. Really wish you the best. You and the boys, I think you've got a great chance of winning it. Thanks for rating those sheds. A lot of fun. So thanks for being here. I appreciate it.
You're not a shed connoisseur like me, so I wouldn't.
I mean, why am I here?
No, come on.
Final shout outs to the Shed game.
I love
Anybody you wanna
FIFA,
give a shout out
dude.
to?
Obviously, shout out to my dad. He's my number one, my best friend, manager, dad, obviously. Shout out to the Shed gang, supporting me every day, getting me here. I mean, obviously, I wouldn't be here without you guys, so thank you very much for that. I'll see you guys out there. Hopefully, put on a show, and I'll see you tomorrow.
What's up, Fraze? How was your day?
Ladies and gentlemen, to the World Series of Warzone.
Gonna make a really good selfie background though, for sure.
Gaming here in beautiful London, England. It's been incredible, without a doubt. 2 maps down, about to hop into map number 3, which means that will be our halfway point. So if your favorite team isn't doing too well, get loud for them, because they need your energy. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble.
What do you mean you will fail again, Freeze?
Enigma, as well as Dandro. Today has been wonderful, right? 2 maps, 2 different winners, but some heavy hitters starting to rise to the top. Now, I want to give a shout out right to one of our great
Meri
teams who
story
makes
dekh lo na.
Codcaster everything that it is, and that's our Bnox team, who's constantly giving updates and upgrades.
Why can't you
so
study?
Bnox for the Codcaster, that's who you can thank. I'm not gonna lie, Codcaster is like, it's beautiful. It's just a beautiful thing, right? We're able to see everything. But without a doubt, it's time now to see our standings. I gotta know who's in first place. Enigma, who are we looking at?
I mean, it's going to be Team Biffle right at the top here. 76 points after 2 maps. The big thing, though, 44 eliminations. So one of the things at the end of map 1, I was a bit worried that maybe they'd go into aggressive, getting a lot of eliminations, and then not placing too well. They fixed that in map 2.
Do you also need a vacation?
Gap over the rest. Going huge indeed. Well, map number 3 is getting queued up. Let's get it going. Goes. Tiff, take it away.
Hey, 3. Thank you so much, Reflections. That's right, map number 3, almost halfway through the first 6 maps of the World Series of Warzone, which means we are that much closer to that solo YOLO 100K prize, Ghosh.
Same.
London, are we having fun yet? I think we can do a little bit better than that, but we'll try again later, Tim. I'm excited for map number 3. You're right. We're almost halfway done, and you're right. Solo YOLO right around the corner as well. We have $600,000 to give away today, and, well, maybe not give away. Maybe it's earned, but let's take a look at this next drop. Map number 3, and Cam's first out of the plane. We'll see if that bodes well going into this map.
A very similar plane line to what we witnessed in map number 2. So teams in Akhtar Village Airport, they're going to have priority, and even over in the coveted H5 where Juki's typically lands. He's made history there, competing from that POI quite some time, celebrates a lot of quick cash, but let's jump on board with DBZ out towards airport. Now, mind you, they had initially won this contest in map number 2, so they're looking to pick up a couple more eliminations.
Yeah, and this has been an early contested spot since the very beginning of this tournament. Aizen versus DBZ. A fun fight, a difficult fight, 2 really good teams. And the question is, are they going to interact again? Are they going to try to push each other, or are they going to grab their loot and move on? It looks like a lot of the same. Both teams think they can win this fight every single time, and so far it's 50-50.
Look, you just got to go in confidence. You said it yourself. Goes
Fast,
confidence.
but he's
key.
going
We
really
have
bad.
A little bit of consistency here, because with that fight at the top of the leaderboard starting to get
He's not gonna win.
incredibly close now. Just
He never
15
was going to
points
win.
separating Team Biffle and Team
See, now
Yusufa.
it started
Everything is
heating
going
up
to need to
already.
matter, and
So it becomes
Mutex,
this weird
Jay,
color.
Starting off to an incredibly
And then it'll
strong
become dull.
round here. There are 3 squads nearby.
It's not too bad
just
looking,
north
honestly.
of this trio
I just need to
of
figure,
Chaos
because
Series
see,
and Moriko. They need
if
to
I can
stand
make
back,
it
but
dark,
Huskers
no,
and Mutex,
proper
they were
dark,
able to get
then
the
it
high
still
ground
look
here at
nice.
Observatory.
Because of
Yeah,
the light.
This is a spot that Huskers and Mutex has been dropping into since the very beginning, right? They actually contested each other, I believe, in stage 1.
It looks a little
They came
weird.
together for the LCQs and made this kind of a hodgepodge team, and they've played together before, but not a ton, and Jesus is an incredible third add into this. Mutex and Jesus had a little bit of Kim as well. Jesus actually went and hung out with Mutex, so they've got some chemistry. They've got a chance to prove themselves, but Sirius goes big and finds Jesus from distance to take it to a 3v2.
And they die again.
Mutex likely going to try to rotate out here.
I just don't understand.
That
I'll tell
might
you
be
what
splitting.
the
Mutex
problem
might not
is.
see that there's a pathway out, and all of a sudden
These guys
this
have
could be
not
a very
played
difficult
together
fight
at
for
all.
Mutex to take. Sure, he has high ground, but a 3v2, a streak landing on your head, what are you going to do?
They
Mutex
never
still
played
has high ground, but
together.
He's going to be forced off of the roof, but when you have such good
Yikes.
ground loot off drop, CPA is able to grab the down and finish onto Mutex sitting in the
I watched
gulag
Huskers
just
stream
early
and
on.
they
So
never
Huskers
played.
go, you know they had such a long journey to get here, and so far have run headstrong into resistance, but Nico, Crowder, and Dez, your wild card winners out of NA, starting off really strong, just on the low ground, trying to dolphin dive behind cover so Nico can get back into with his team.
Yeah, that CPA team, that's our Asia expansion region team. They play extremely aggressive, so it makes sense they like Observatory.
Okay, Crowder,
Let's
phase
take a
up
look,
here.
Take a look at Crowder, sniper, maybe not the signal, but we'll take it. Whatever you got in hand, find a down that's gonna open up a pathway moving into the next building. Potentially could move into this fight. Still a very difficult fight to push up on, and this could be one of those fights, Tip, I gotta sneak the word in at least once in this broadcast. This is a quagmire fight. They're gonna be fighting this fight for a long time, and sometimes that's good, but most of the time that's bad. You might sit here and fight the same team for 5-6 minutes, while a team like Hisoka's already wiped 2 full teams and then set up their in-game.
You can see Goat and Co. able to call in their loadout, but Dez able to apply the pressure with the ground loot Cronin, and if you're ever going to get a ground loot weapon, getting the one with
What
at
do you
least
mean
50
400
rounds in the
updates?
mag is going to be nice. It's going to be allowing them to put as much pressure as possible, but you're right, this fight isn't going anywhere anytime soon, but being able to whittle down your enemies, get all of the plates out from them, but if they had one PA, one missile, everything would change the tide of that engagement. As you can see, Rated and Adrian on the rooftop, time to take down CZR, but it's going to be one, but it's going to be another, and he drops him. Rated, the IGL, able to capitalize on that and immediately fly in.
Yeah, this is a great elimination because his team can do nothing about it. CZR goes down, but answers actually from a third party. Z-Smith comes in from behind and wipes his former teammate. Aiden sent to the gulag. Z-Smith, E-Bates, DJ Moss on the hunt, and Rated knows they're coming.
look, if anyone's going to do it, having it be Z-Smith is pretty nice. When you think about the storylines that he had going throughout the stages of World Series of Warzone, kind of came out of a semi-retirement, and he always knew, I have so much to prove. And knowing how many tournaments Z-Smith has won throughout the history of Warzone, having him say, I am an underdog, is kind of scary, because we talk about everyone that has their own stories and what they have to prove. Z-Smith, you know, this is the stage to do it on.
Well, we've got Reaper, we've got Diegosaurus, and Lage on your screen. Lage looking for an elimination here. Lage actually one of our 10 mouse and keyboard players as well, coming through the expansion region.
10 mouse and key, that's actually not bad.
Based on his sensitivity, what he's able to do, snapping around, having to fight against some of these controller players, but it's a smoke. He doesn't get first shots down. Luckily still alive though, is gonna use the smoke to his advantage this time to get out of dodge and replay back up.
You see all the smoke, Zaf in the distance, gonna hit the parachute and try to expand out to another building. This is one of the toughest buildings, in my opinion, to push, but Hollow, he's gonna jump out, try to get a different angle onto Lage. Not able to capitalize, here we go, the shields are gonna be cracked, and yes, it's a 2v2, but it's gonna be Zaf that goes down.
Lage last alive, in trouble, running away. Third place from the Brazil qualifiers. Has a chance here to stay alive and should be able to get out of dodge, but it's going to be difficult to not get hunted down. Lage might actually be readdressing.
If you're active in chat, you get 50 points every 5 minutes.
On main stage and trying to hunt down this Asia qualifying team. CPA, Sirius, Mariko looking to answer back, but down on the low ground. This is going to be a tough fight to win, and they actually might just take the tunnels out.
Sometimes it's best to actually prioritize the disengage. Mayapo, though, already has the high ground. They've got loadout weapons. They're utilizing the buy station here at Observatory, because you start to think, wow, this POI is dead near center of the
We just started this a few days
ago.
ago.
Where do you go from here? You want to wait and see, because typically they are in that end game with some of the best positions, and similar to what we saw out of Biffle and Sage from map number 2.
No, I just started this whole system a few days ago.
Nice, but
it wasn't there.
Sway and Hunt on the main stage here, already with 2 eliminations, and Clown in the gulag.
Yeah, those are 2 teams that I was talking to before the broadcast, and they're like, nobody knows us, nobody respects us, we're here to prove our name, prove our worth. So excited to see if they're able to do that here on main stage against some of the best Warzone competition in the world. See TBE sneaking out of that fight. Everyone's still biding their time. Now, we have seen the first team fully eliminated. Question is, who is it, Tiff? 49 teams alive, and many of our teams, if not all of our teams that are at the top of the leaderboard, still up. Team Biffle, 48-point victory, and now a little layer cake action. You'll love to see it. DJ Moss, Ebates, Z-Smith, a fun fight against Joe Woe's squad, seemingly with the advantage. Breadman gonna sneak out of there. LianLi, not sure he's able to yet.
LianLi doing a little bit of crouch walking, trying to figure out the best way to infiltrate Team Ebates, but it's LianLi from down under crawling to the mid-level of this building. Now, one thing when I was getting to talk to them, you know, I had a chance to stand down with Brett,
but they're doing
Joe,
really bad. They're not even gonna make it to top 20.
To show out and shoot, and he's still infiltrating this building. Now, I've had this happen to me several times. If he's able to fully flank them, that's kind of scary, bro.
Sneaky, sneaky. Can he catch an angle? I don't think they know he's here.
Dude.
Trigger Discipline's gonna hold on to it. If he can catch an angle here, getting some comms from his teammate, he's gonna sneak up. Is he gonna find it? Couple grenades, no! Goes for the nades instead of the gunshots. Could have maybe grabbed the knock there, but not sneaky enough. Gets the self-revive up, but Ebates should clean that up, no problem. LianLi sent to the gulag.
Yeah, they're doing
nice
terrible.
try, buddy, but not enough. See if we can get back onto the map. Let's go to the team at the top here as we try to get a little bit of some more information, Tiff. We always talk about how information is key, and there's a ton of ways to gain information.
These guys are the best. Biffle, Hisoka's team so fucking consistent. It's insane.
Enemy teammates, so you can kind of focus that out. And Biffle gonna join in. You can see Shifty from that engagement is able to grab a gas mask. They all 3 have self-res as your map 2 winners are in it for the wins, and they're going to do just that as Sage decides on to Morpheus. You know, their journey throughout World Series of Warzone was really tough. Even Goj, you cursed them once when they were on the building trying to get into the World Series of Warzone Global Finals by 1 point, Goj, and that was a full elimination on Jukies that they didn't get. So now here on the stage, in person, on the Global Finals, they are going up against a massive Titan in Zakar. Superstar cannot get away.
Yeah, I wonder if this is what happened last map. We had a chance to interview them, right? They went down first and they get wiped here again. I think they're full out of the lobby. Team Rocket can't catch a break, and it's because of Team Biffle going big, grabbing their early eliminations. They have a system, Tiff, and it's working.
Speaking of systems, Crowder, Nico, and Dez, the way they're able to stack buildings on the outer, looking to pick up eliminations and not necessarily worry about playing that center of zone, which is an aggressive way to play, and I respect it, but already pulling up one elimination, 2 gas masks, but Dez, no plates to their name, but a Signal 50 in hands, of course, I would expect nonetheless for Crowder to be the anchor running it, being able to kind of control the method of the madness, and 10x squad rotating in, just parachuting down. They're going to run into Kong, but they're able to get a knock into a full, cleaning and fighting their way in.
Strong is in trouble, and it's a nice knock, but Solitude, not sure you're going to be able to do much here. If you're Crowd, if you're Nico, you need these eliminations. Again, a team that traditionally plays in-game well, but it struggles to find a ton of eliminations. Of course, they won the wildcard map, which was the one and done. If you're the last team standing, you make London. They made it in the final moments. They've been practicing for a while now. And let's take a look at our map view. Of course, you can take a look at the map view as well with the Call of Duty Echo Twitch channel. Go check it out if you want to see that view. And it's a fairly central zone. It looks like Observatory is still inside the zone, so you know Hisoka's happy about that one.
Crowder and them, they pick up another Tommy going at it against Intex in the kill feed. So offhand, you have to think about the rotation of where we're moving to. The teams at Observatory will have that eastern side priority, but for the teams coming in from Village, Shireen Pass, they are going to have that high ground disadvantage as you climb up Observatory. And just like the end game in map number 2 is going to be Hydro, with other teams that are all congested there rotating out of it. But Team Savvy Ultras on your screen, 47 squads remaining here on the outskirts of Village, one of those teams that will have to rotate through Observatory.
Smixy needs to do something, dude. She can't be last.
Catch a break. Last one.
That's not a good look if she's last.
Blender earlier heard that maybe Savvy Ultras even lost to
Ek though she's the only girl that's qualified, and then if her team's last, it's sad.
It's necessary in these moments, especially playing outer zone like Gooey, Clapson, Goat, DJ. Blade actually in trouble from Aiden. Would love to check back over to that fight and see what's happening. Here it is. Observer's on point. Aiden was able to get the better of one. They split up Blade from Vortex and Savvy Ultras and took care of business. However, Savvy Ultras answers back with a Signal 50 kill on Adrian. It's a 2v2. Aiden and Rated versus the former World Series of Warzone champions from EU. See if they can do it again. Rated on low ground. Aiden mounted up, looking for an elimination.
Oh, Savvy, the bait and switch. Here's the deal. Aiden was able to suppress fire for Rated, who jumped down, went for the buyback onto Adrian, but unfortunately will lose their life in the meantime. But Aiden with the flare will be able to bring them back. But the same goes for Blade. He was immediately brought back by his teammates, but chalk it up. Aiden not able to get the down there, but they know, and there's a medic vest on the distance. So we talk about the different med vests that are available, able to grab a gas mask, and some teams even filter through those different types of vests where, hey, if you got to hit the res on a team, you want the medic, you want a quicker res, but they've got comms, they've got stealth, and Aiden on the rooftop still.
Let's take a quick listen in with Team Aiden and hear some of their comms. I know the team at home are going to love this, and the people in the stadium might be booing them.
Maybe like double a building. Did we just play
That sounds horrible.
Yeah. I got it.
Cool, calm, and collected is what Aiden and Rated are always. The Cheddar brothers, having played together for years now and earned, well, a lot of cheddar. Hundreds of thousands of dollars earned, not between both of them, but singly. Each of them having earned well over $300,000 and trying to add an extra $100,000 on top of that here today. You can see the map.
Oh, Hydro wale log.
View on your screen. You can see all the teams having to
Okay,
rotate
bye,
in observatory outside of the next zone.
Study
They're
well.
headed over to
Don't come back.
City. And
Do only
outside of
padhai.
caves here, Tiff.
Now, look, this is going to be so tough. You're going to have Aiden. They're actually electing to grab the high ground, which is nice here for them at Observatory because you can kind of parachute off onto the other side, but you're going to run the risk of going through the river. If there's anyone that's going to have a beautiful advantage in that next zone, it's going to be the teams that have made it already into Saeed City that have the ultimate high ground. But you can see Mayapo from a distance playing on the cliffs outside of Observatory, and there goes Kong. A 1-2 down and out. We knew that was going to be the issue with the Signal 50, but for another issue, it's the fact that Huskers taking on Tony White, man, for everything they've been going through early game, their ability to regain is exponential.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with Huskers' team's ability to stabilize. I've seen them hunted down time and time again from TBE, and yet all three are alive and trying to take this fight from potentially multiple angles. We'll see if they can hit a couple jump spots up, or they're just going to all push up together. Sweezy's team, of course, has the advantage here, being that they have the high ground, some pinches. And if you take too long here, Tiff, I'm worried about a third party. There's a ton of teams close by that could potentially do it. Here are those jump spots I was talking about, looking for any angle they can get a chance to shoot through those windows and find their prey. Speaking of prey, Clutch Belk very much so in trouble as the team near the top of the leaderboard. Quick wipe of DBZ. It doesn't look like a full team wipe, but certainly not one you're happy about.
Yeah, but Skull on 0, and we're already on circle number 4. And the issue
They are
with
like
that
the
being
third
is
last
they need to
tunnel.
be able to maintain the pace that Team Biffle has set. Yes, they won map number 1,
They're
but
doing
Team
terrible.
Biffle answered back in map number 2, and now well into map number 3. Biffle is just extending and capitalizing on that lead that they've already created, and Shifty, the former member of the Stage 1 roster with Soka and Skull, finding so much success here alongside Sage and Biffle.
Yeah, this is a tough one. Now, I did just see, I think it was Savvy Ultra's team that was full wiped out of this map, so not going to be a great one. We just missed out on the multiplier. We're just now inside the multiplier. Shifty and Sage are missing one, so they're going to play patient here and hopefully just pick up a couple picks as teams try to rotate in. There's Castillo, one of the other teams, fantastically performing today from Mexico in 3rd place going into this map with Deus Amir, a team that a lot of people were watching out for, but there was really a lot more chatter around the 2nd place team from Mexico, which is
This tough dude, Hisoka और सब कैसे rotate करेगा?
Top 5, so we'll see what they can do.
Dude, look at Team Biffle, 88 points.
To push the equation, continues to push the pace. If you're dictating pace, usually you're on top.
Okay.
The problem is when the team's on top of you, you're going to be in trouble. High ground is everything. Gets caught out in the open. Skullface has to go big from his position. Finessing, Braxton not going to make that easy. Skullface in trouble. We're at risk of being sent out of this map.
Oh, Skull in trouble, no flare in sight, and this is what they were talking about with Team Soka. Their ability to get out of fights with at least one of them. That's why they're like, that's so hard to kill. But for Nesson, Empathy, Braxton, let me just tell you, they just made it look
It's
so
not actually
easy to
ratting.
take them out, and
People
they
are not
hit the
ratting,
redeploy
surprisingly.
drone and continue on the rotation. Team 25.
You do realize
taking
it's the
to
5th
sky,
zone,
trying to
right?
get
So
across
people
the
can't
river
run
to
around
Lisa.
like
But
idiots.
It's Shifty, it's Sage.
But people are not
just
ratting,
answering that
surprisingly.
fight. It doesn't matter. They just get a chance to angle. They just throw down
Insane,
2 members
dude.
will fall, 1 still standing, but Sage has to prioritizing healing. The question is, where is Shifty and can they stack this?
Tiff, we have 26 teams alive and Sage is on 10 eliminations. 2 players alive. Biffle's nowhere to be seen, and it doesn't matter. They slay out when they need to. Unbelievable performance
This is
from
why
this
they're
team.
the
It
best.
almost doesn't even matter what their multiplier is. They've stabilized at the top of this leaderboard because their main competition, Team Hisoka, is out of this game without a great map to show for it.
Yeah, but the issue is they have 10 seconds and they are not in circle. They have to move. So look at King AJ. They have to be able to clear out the right side because the squad that's in the top 5 just ahead of them, Deuce Amir, is in the building that they want. And even then, they will still have to keep moving to that eastern side. Squad number 5, that's going to be
Fucking
Diva
insane.
Kill, is already positioning themselves well into zone. But Sage and Biffle, your map 2 winners, they're going to have to get there.
That's a big wrap. Gas mask are everything, and it looks like they both have one, at least for the moment.
48 people,
Shifty.
6 zone.
You see Wars trying to push the fight. Shifty and Sage are having to fight back, and Shifty goes down, so it's going to be all up to Sage. Answers to Wars and finds another with the PA. Another team wipe going to Sage. Now the entire onus of responsibility on his back to stay alive and continue to creep up this multiplier. A massive map yet again. Last alive for his team. What
He is
can
him.
he do as there's a ton of
Sage
teams
is
on the
him,
other side of these
guys.
walls?
Burning through the gas.
11
doesn't
kills.
Stay in inside, out of the gas. He was pilfering through the loot to try and do his best to find a flare, to no avail. But now you have to play your life and just crawling in through the smoke, through the chaos. But it's gonna be Deuce, Amir, a top 5 squad, and have to open the back, but it doesn't matter. Sage is just better.
No health. And a couple plates just inside the zone. The gas mask is gone. Gonna have to fight the team in third. No! Mexico on top. Sage goes down. It's still a fantastic map. They're gonna be at the top of the leaderboard, but it's the Mexico
Imagine he
team
got the res
winning
over
the
there.
Mexico qualifier, still alive. Deus Amir last alive for his team. A team wipe to boot. Mexico going big.
I really respect the ability from Sage to try and hit that mobile buy, but to no avail. But still, the Titans, the prodigal son, Tommy, on your screen, returning to the copper box, looking to find success. But you got to get through the end game first. 12 squads remaining, and they
flares make this game so better.
8 eliminations, but with having to fight forward, utilizing Semtex, you can only imagine how to clear out a building. No connects, so they're making sure they can check, is anyone still inside this building? Can they get it for free?
They actually can get it for free. You're gonna have Clown on the other side. You would love to grab a knock here, and he knows they're in there. There's the grenade knock. TBE, they call themselves TBE because they're the best ever. Tommy goes big for 8 currently and should find a 9th. They've got high ground position. They've got player advantage. Tiff, this could be the map they need to creep inside not only the money, but potentially the top 10.
The money starts at top 25, so halfway through the lobby, and now you've got them on the roof. You hear the signal 50, but Team Braxton, they're not gonna let TBE take it so easily as Braxton absolutely turns on that guy. Able to get just inside before falling, but finesse and capitalizing on the rest of Team Huskers.
This is such a fun team to watch. Again, another team that on paper are underdogs, but really, can you call anyone underdogs in this stadium? They've earned the right to be here, and they have a chance to go big to win map 3. But you've got to go through the behemoths that are TBE, who have the clear advantage. Signal 50 in hand, sure, you'll connect, but can you find a knock and a full wipe? You love to drop some of these teams of 3 down to 2.
Come on, get the win.
Get every advantage
I love
you
this
can.
team.
They don't get the zone pull, but it's still not a bad one because they've got angles and they've got, at least Tommy's got a gas mask to use.
We're into the top 5 as Team FIFA Kill goes down, and guess who's got the pull? It's going to be Team Braxton, but TBE look to capitalize on that, but they don't have any Semtex. They've got to do it with the Lockman and close the distance. Braxton chows, he takes down, and Tommy with the signal 50, anchoring for the squad, hits the Hail Mary flare before he goes down. Did it connect because Noobs is landed? He hits the flare. We knew it was going to be a flare warfare, and StuKX able to end Team Lovey, and now we're into the final 3.
TBE not only got everyone back with flares, now we've lost Noobs, and Alma gets shot out of the eye. The sky is just Tommy last alive. What we thought could be a TBE victory now, all signs are pointing to Team Braxton. No, Benzie, Boogs, going huge, finessing falls. It's Tommy versus Boogs, and there's one other team remaining. Who else is floating in the sky? It is Braxton, still up. Tiff, 3 teams, 4 players.
What the fuck? He got a resin!
Weapons.
Saw another member hitting the mobile buy. We're getting finessing back to join Braxton, and he was able to grab a sub on the roof. What looked dire for Team Braxton is starting to look a little better because he was able to grab a signal as well. Boogs and StuKX, you may have the high ground, but we're doubling. Tommy with the starter. Tommy knocks Braxton before he gets traded out by Finessing, but Finessing doing his best to anchor. This is looking so good for them, and they take it.
This is the best map so far.
Map 3 victors. Team Braxton, go massive. Zone pull, but thinking on their feet. Congratulations, another Omid victory.
Omid on top, Gosh? Omid on top. Something about those players are just performing different on LAN. We've seen it throughout all of the stages. Stage 1, Stage 2. Last chance qualifiers, they were all remote, and the questions were asked, would our players be able to perform on LAN, on this stage, in front of a crowd, more than 2,500 people in the building cheering them on, and they're locked.
It's an incredible team that's come together. A fellow Tennessean with Braxton, finessing, been in the scene since way before Warzone, even into Blackout, and yet they're still proving that they're one of the best here on main stage. Map 3 victors. That's huge for their point totals. I'm gonna have to look back and see where they were. I don't think they were in the top 10, Tiff, but you can see the excitement on his face. They're pumped about that one.
Look, I'm pumped, right? You have to think about the journey that our players have made. They've been grinding, closing for whatever tournament they could get their hands on, but to perform and take a coveted win, a map win on LAN is something that hardly anyone can say. And so far, we've had 3 different winners. Soka, map number 1, Biffle, map number 2, and Braxton
endgame in this game is
Look, I gotta
crazy.
give a shout out to TBE as well. They stayed alive as long as
I think a
possible.
lot of reason people are playing a lot more aggressive is because of flares.
They're back. The question is, where are they on that leaderboard? Braxton, the same. Where are you? You could have a fantastic 3rd map, but if you don't have a 1st, you don't have a 2nd.
Because they can full send. If one person even has a flare, they still have the chance to regain.
Earn your way so to
I think that's the
some
only
money, but
reason
not
it's
earn your way
getting
to
a little more
$100,000 at the
aggressive.
top of this leaderboard.
Especially during map number 1, we were looking to see what that first team eliminated from our entire global land would be. I was not expecting Frankie
can't this
to
happen
give
in India?
TBE
Hota hai na?
the coveted wooden spoon. And you
Bas
can tell Tommy
game
didn't
alag
like
hoti
it,
hai.
but now they're answering back. And honestly, if you're not going to get that 2x multiplier, that empathy and Braxton were able to get for the map win, a 1.8 is still pretty good. But let's go ahead and take a look at that HyperX victory moment.
Dude, this endgame was insane.
And as Tommy with the pistol in hand, doing everything he can. This is the flare meta that we're in, right? Of course, you've got the 3-2-1 meta with the signals, but when you've got flares in the in-game, for a moment, you have a bit of reprieve flying up into the sky. But the question is, can you land on weapons? This is a key moment looking back at this victory. Braxton was able to find not only a Lockman sub, but also a signal. Gets a couple shots down lane, and guess who's alive to back him up? It's Finessin. Tommy cleaned up by Finessin from distance to keep Brax alive. Down, but not out. Finessin alive, they clean up the victory. Very well done to think on their feet. Sure, they played the last circle well, but thinking on their feet at the end was what won them that victory.
Not only were they able to find weapons, but it's Braxton who comes back in, lands on the mobile buy station, gets himself a Lockman SMG, a Signal 50, and a buyback to bring his team in.
Repeat
so
what
now
he
I
just
know
said.
that Frankie is on the floor looking to talk to them, and I'm curious to hear what Braxton and co have to say.
So am I, Tiff, because that final fight was absolutely electrifying. Braxton, you actually managed to take the victory with all 3 of you alive, which was a miracle considering the chaos. Talk to me about how you managed to take the victory.
Yeah, so we got building control. We knew we were going to hold the building. We knew we had a good zone pull. So I basically told my boys, you know, stay true, stay home, stay in our building. And once we saw that zone pull farther to that portable buy, I knew we had won the game pretty much because we had the best rotation, and I ended up getting knocked and got flared back, and I was pinging for my teammates, and they held it down, got big kills, and that's how we got the win.
The flares were flying from all of the teams, and when that is happening, are you noticing the other teams around you also using their flares?
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of people coming back, but a lot of free kills for us.
A lot of free kills, is that what you call the kill on Tommy?
Yeah.
The Brits offering up the free kill. That's where we're going wrong, Europe, I think, because North America, they are doing incredibly well at the moment. Finessin, how are you enjoying the spirit of LAN?
It's really good. I'm a little nervous, but it's really good. We just got to focus second half of the tourney. The job's
Why is he staring like this?
Do you think that your focus was much better going into that map?
Of course. I put a lot of trust into my IGL Brax. If he says to rotate, we rotate.
And Braxton, that's lovely words for you, but have you got any nice words for your teammates? Because clearly you're pulling things together here in London.
I mean, I've been playing with them forever. I've known them forever. They got trust in me. I got trust in them. No one I'd rather play with. They're the best in the world.
And why is North America looking like the best in the world right now?
Because EU sucks.
Oh, London! Braxton saying EU sucks. Are you going to let him get away with that? What do we think of Europe, London? I think we got some fans in the audience, although to be honest, London, I think we need to work on it. We're going to head back to the Daz, but Braxton, congratulations on the victory.
I heard a lot of boos, but I heard one scream from like somewhere over on the right side. So I was like, here we go. There's somebody out there for NA. Well, NA is looking good. 3 games, 3 different winners. And Brax, for the first time, gets up on the leaderboard super high. Well done. So game 3, a lot to take away from that. First, I'm going to you, Dandro. We discussed StuKX landing and just, or excuse me, StuKX leading the way for EU as a whole. A team that we didn't necessarily cover too heavily in the beginning.
No, I mean, we didn't cover a lot of them at the top, but this is kind of one of those Europe squads that on the back end, you know, I mean, sure, there's like the best of the best, but there's sort of the teams that we want to keep on there. But, you know, the one thing I really like is that I'm like seeing them come online. We saw Brax come online. We're starting to see some of these other Europe teams come online. And I'd be curious, Enigma, you're kind of my EU guy. You were hyping them up. You were getting excited while we were watching that.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting Team StuKex to be the leading line for Europe. I mean, a couple of our star players aren't performing right now, but the one thing about this Team StuKex squad, they average placing 16th throughout stage 1 and 2, average kills 43rd. But one thing is that they are just here to enjoy themselves, and they certainly are doing today. Some of the interviews I had with them in stage 1 and 2, they were talking about how some of them, they set their roles. One of them is the low amateur that just carries the equipment and plays, while the other two slay out. It is indeed that squad. So yeah, I wasn't expecting them to put up today for Europe, but they are doing that, nearly take a map win there. We have got off to a slow start in Europe, but we're getting better.
Getting better and better. And speaking of which, let's keep that narrative going. TBE recovers game 2, and even better game 3, Dandro.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they do not do what they want in map number 1, right? They go out there, the first team here, it's global land. You don't want that to happen. You need one of these resurging moments to get you back in the game, and that's what happens in map number 2, right? You win this critical fight against Huskers and Z-Dongi, and then you're back in it. And map number 3, well, they just play it all the way to the end. They had high ground, they had positioning. I think they just got a little unlucky with the zone pull. Tommy tries his best, but that's still a really good map 3 out of there. Big jump up the leaderboard.
Very good map number 3. I go to you, Dream, as we pull up our winner player card, right? Brax, of course, winning there with empathy and finesse, and the first time we really see them shine, and shine they did. A lot of credit given to Brax's to IGL.
Yeah, I know, it's crazy because Tiff is like, yo, on top, like some of those players, man, I think they had like 9 in stage 2. It's crazy, but recovery from them is absolutely crazy. But one thing that I wanted to point out was how a lot of players were disengaging and re-engaging. I mean, the fact that like Sage
doesn't play Warzone
for so long.
She hasn't played it like months now.
That I've ever seen. But I mean, with Brax, Finesse, and Empathy, this is actually an interesting squad, and of course, players that have been around for a while, wanting to be here to
why would they invite them?
But Finesse actually used to play with
and only like, I think only 20 teams were invited, the rest were qualifiers.
Right there.
That's right.
Putting in them a good spot.
And 20 eliminations, that's the lowest when it comes to map 1 and map 2 and map 3 winners, but a victory nonetheless, and 40 points.
There's only one girl in the entire tournament.
Still a lot, right? And that puts them up there within conversation, maybe even top 5. We'll see when we come back. But we are going to take a bit of a break. 3 games down, the halfway point has been reached. Therefore, we're going to take a break. When we come back, your halftime show will start.
That is different. That is a Modern Warfare 3 reveal party thingy. But people like shut her up really fast. Like, why would you be invited when you've not played this game for
Amazon.com and link your account. HyperX is the official peripheral partner of Call of Duty. The World Series of Warzone Global Final is here, and so is the Solo YOLO pack. Drop into the game with the essentials, including the Red Mist XMR blueprint, the Solo YOLO Chimera blueprint, animated calling cards, emblems, and more. The pack is available using COD points. Visit the in-game store now.
Look at the difference between first and second, by the way.
Hello, I'm Frankie Ward, London resident and the stage host here at the World Series of Warzone 2023 Grand Final. And I'm so excited to have one of those Grand Finalists with us now. Smixy is joining. Hello. Welcome to Europe. This is the first time you've been on this side of the world.
Yes, it is.
I think there are a few people who are really looking forward to seeing you perform on stage as well.
I hope so.
Definitely, I know so.
No, you guys did not make a video.
You're out there to...
Oh no, I'm gonna cry. Stop. I'm always so emotional. I'm already gonna cry. Okay. Whew.
Yo, Smix, congrats on making it to London again. You absolutely deserve to be there. You have been killing it all year, and we're so proud of you. No matter what, make sure you go out there and show the boys what's up.
Hi Smix, it's Kins here. I just want to say congratulations on London. You've been killing it all year and kill it in London. Good luck.
Hello, just wanted to stop by and tell you that I'm so proud of you, Smixy, and I cannot wait to watch you and your teammates go crazy on the main
I don't think they qualified.
What's it like knowing that there are so many people who want to.
No, he did qualify.
It's awesome, honestly. I feel very like grateful and excited to be here. So the fact that there's so many people rooting for me is very nice.
I don't think there's any doubt that
he's
you have
23rd. He did qualify. He's 23rd.
From
28 points,
and I think they're your fans as well. How do you feel knowing that you are representing other Warzone streamers and competitors like yourself?
I wish that there was more women here with me today. Honestly, I wish the room was filled with women, but I'm just gonna try my best. All I've ever wanted was to prove that women are just equally as good as men in games, so we'll see what I can do.
Yeah, anything you'd like to say before we let you go compete?
Thank you for having us. Thank you for hosting this. This is awesome. I'm super excited to compete in World Series of Warzone. And yeah, I'll see you guys on the stage.
Watch out for Team Smixy.
Yeah.
Otherwise, she's going to take you out.
इंटरनेट पे जितने लोग सबसे ज्यादा बज रहे थे ना वो सबसे लास्ट में which is hilarious to me.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the World Series of Warzone Global Finals presented by Prime Gaming here in beautiful London, England at the Copper Box Arena, which has been great. You all out there have truly been wonderful. Normally, I'm just looking at you as Twitch names, but today I get to match you all with faces. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, your host for today, joined by Dream Crazy, Enigma, and Dandro, and today has been truly electric. With all of our games, or excuse me, 3 games done, we're now at our halfway point. But don't you worry, 3 more games, including Solo Yo,
is happy FIFA's not even in top 20 still.
Also coming your way,
because वो बहुत बचता रहता है.
Right, Codnex is going to be coming through October 5th, and it's
I like him by the way. I like FIFA.
Modern Warfare 3 is arriving on November 10th, and we wanted to call out a couple of big moments you should know about over the next month. First of all, make sure to tune in to Call of Duty Next on October 5th, which will be the premier showcase event for Modern Warfare 3 multiplayer, Call of Duty Warzone, and Call of Duty Warzone Mobile. Get your first look at Modern Warfare 3 multiplayer and what's next for Call of Duty Warzone and Call of Duty Warzone Mobile with live gameplay from your favorite creators. Additionally, get inside information about these games directly from the studio teams making them. Also, tune in to Next to get additional details on zombies coming to Modern Warfare 3. Then, be one of the first to get hands-on with multiplayer in the Modern Warfare 3 Open Beta, which kicks off soon after the next event. Pre-order on PlayStation and get early access to the Open Beta starting October 6th, and pre-order on Xbox or PC and get early access starting on October 12th. Hey, it's good. It's going to be a great event. A lot going down whenever it comes to COD Next. I can't wait to get it started, and we'll see what's going to be taking place. Because, hey, always good to get those little sneak peeks, right, Dream?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, not to mention, we have that sneak teaser of it being Modern Warfare 2 2009 maps. So that's kind of where I was born at. I'm excited to play it. I was already looking for my beta code. I was like, man, is there one laying around? But I'm super excited. I cannot wait to get my hands on it.
That's right. First female Call of Duty professional. Don't think
franchise.
Free franchise, but don't think I forgot, all right? You were the GOAT. I was casting over you way back in the day. Well, that's 3 games done, and we need to check out our standings, okay? And Dandro, you haven't had a chance to cap it, so let's go ahead and recap it. How we looking?
All right, hey, we're halftime point. Let's go ahead, and unsurprising to anybody, it is Biffle at the top.
I have no idea what team this is. The one that's second, I have no idea who they are.
Total, but I gotta give a huge shout out to Team StuKX. After that map number 3, they have leapfrogged their way to second above Team Hisoka on 3rd. So I'm looking at a couple of those squads. TBE though, with that map number 3, also jumping up to 5th. So a couple of big teams coming up here at Enigma. Who else are we looking at?
Well, I mean, I think overall, I'm actually taking a quick look at that Team Zach squad there, coming in from the European side to the French lineup, and they're giving us a bit extra when it comes to the performance that we're needing out of the European teams right now. We've got 3 teams in that top 10. I was hoping to see 4 or so, so we're doing not as bad as I thought we were. Hopefully build up more throughout the afternoon to see our superstars such as our FIFA kills and our Jukies come on through and see them rise to that leaderboard.
Yeah, and for me, I mean, I'm looking at Aiden, I'm looking at Huskers, I'm looking at Savvy Ultras, like top players that obviously previous Warzones have been in that top spot, previous winners, and of course Aiden Huskers and rated winning World Series of Warzone 2021. So being in that spot, I expect to see them maybe make a huge jump up.
Yeah, huge jump up indeed. Team swag there. Of course, Super Evan Z colors. You know, Super Evan, a great human being in general, but a fierce competitor. He's excited to be here. And, you know, to being down there, at least top 20, that's okay. Still time to recover, right? 3 more games to go, only 3 games down. And we have already seen some recoveries, TBE being the biggest talking point, but Diaz Biffle being in first by about 30 points is a tremendous talking point, right? Because he comes off the back of a huge tournament, 5 total weeks that he played, and he wins 4 out of the 5 weeks, second place week number 5, and now he's here in first place. The man is absolutely on fire. But let's take a step back in time and go to map number 1. And Dandro, this is where we started the day, right? It was a big, big moment off the rip.
I can't believe I have to say this out loud.
Player going against Heatsing, or should be with
Don't go around calling random women on the internet baby girl. Please don't do it. Thank you very much.
This was so aggressive. I thought everybody was going to be shaking in their boots. I thought they were just going to be sticks in the mud, not moving. We're seeing teams get aggro. I'm watching Team eBay from land bay and rotate all the way across the map into Rohan. I mean, players are just here to play, and I love just how unafraid some of these teams were to take these early fights.
Yeah, seriously, I'm being unafraid. I mean, Enigma, that's the way of a competitor. You've got to come in here. You can't be shaking in your boots. No shaky hand syndrome here. You got to be going for it.
No, absolutely. I spoke to Hisoka actually at the Juki's and Benny Central World Series Warzone warm-up event just last week, 10 days ago-ish. And the thing is, he was super locked in to the point where he's flown over early.
These guys are too good.
Set up on the correct settings and so on to make
I think Biffle team takes it, no?
And if you want to check to see just how locked in him and his teammates are,
there's no way somebody's going to overtake.
Gasmask comes in, Skullface's face mask
unless
actually try and do the movement to put the face mask on himself. So that squad are ready to go.
They get wiped really fast.
Final moments coming up here, Dream, and it was a pretty good hold from Hisoka and Co. standing up top.
Yeah, and essentially that was...
Are you gifting one to me?
Jowo and LianLi's position that they were fighting for early, because in the way that it rotated out from the buildings, it did rotate in that more open space, and that was the only building that could potentially take the win. And of course, fighting for it, it was Hisoka, it was Skullface, able to dominate right there and able to take it.
That's right, dominating, taking it, and a goated interview, by the way, which we expect from Hisoka. That was a 21 elimination game. Well done from them. You see Hisoka in those final moments. Skullface obviously on your screen, and he's pumped up. He knows what's taking place. He was sniping people out of the air with the Signal 50, and he held that rooftop like his life depended on it. And quite honestly, it honestly did. I mean, and they were able to take that victory. And 21, that puts them up right at least within the top 5, which is a big deal. And they're looking to take it all. Top 3 right now. In fact, 3rd place.
I am trying to get like a
so they set
new
the pace.
streaming PC.
They let you know we're here. We're on your home
but
turf,
it's so expensive.
I
was at least thinking of like getting a new GPU because my dad's coming here soon.
These first 3 maps, right? I mean,
so I thought I'll order
but we saw 3
a 4070 from him because
we got 3 more maps to go
some 4070s are selling for $550.
So
but then my dad would have to go to the store for it, and I don't want him to like go because he can't walk right now properly because his leg's broken, is still healing.
Even this map number 2, they took 2nd Enigma.
So some other time, I guess.
So, you see it in those teams step up again, about proving themselves, about showing that when they're in a fair environment, when the stakes are even, they are able to take part and play. So they did a great job representing their region, and that's a lot of pressure, by the way. You've got an entire region on your back. This is not just about, you know, we're talking Italian teams, French teams, Spanish teams, whatever. That's individual countries, and they've all spoken about what they want to do. They're bringing it for an entire region.
Anybody's region indeed, and any region can win today. But overall, Smixy even showing herself there, which is great to see. But game two really came down to that big in-game.
You are also capable of earning and saving, Anand.
I mean, it's Biffle, Sage, and of course Shifty, right? I mean, we're not surprised about that. They have these amazing end-game plays with the flares. They're able to get the team back, and they're able to clutch up the map.
Yeah, as said, when I spoke to Repulse yesterday about the way this team works, they fixed so many of the problems that they had. When they came together as a trio, everyone looked at it and thought, those are 3 superstar Slayers, that's not going to work. And sure enough, it was very inconsistent. They managed to sit down and talk together, which is something the top teams often struggle with, figure out the little kinks, and now they're fantastic teammates. And, well, I mean, delivering here when we come to our World Series Warzone Global Finals.
Yeah, and a lot of people would question that, right? Because stage 1, with Shifty especially, or excuse me, with Clamp, they got 10th, right? They replace Clamp, they get Shifty in, and then they get 11th. And people are like, you guys didn't do any better. But then it's like, hello, they needed to build up that chemistry. They built up that chemistry, and then since then, the last 3 weeks, it's been dominating every tournament.
That's right, been dominating indeed. This was a massive game, 24 eliminations to outdo Hisoka and Co. from game number 1, which was 21
I do not want to get AMD
so that
GPUs.
put them in first place, and they really haven't slowed down since. After game 2, they set the pace, but then we headed into map number 3. And map 3 had a lot of exciting moments and some big plays as a whole. But I think the big
actually
was Stuka
branching out of COD.
leading the way for EU.
Yeah, absolutely. We, as we've said, Europe, we've got off to a slow start. I fully believe in the boys to bounce back throughout maps 4, 5, and 6. We are on home turf. We have the home crowd. We cannot disappoint in the copper box. But when it comes to StuKX, Benzi, and Cole, we didn't expect to see them leading the line, but I will take that all day. They're here to enjoy themselves, they're having a fantastic time, and all they want to do is show that they deserve a little bit more respect, and they should well get it after that map 3.
That's right, at map 3, a big talking point for TBE. They recovered in map 2, we highlighted that, but then in map 3, Dandro, they looked even stronger.
Yeah, I mean, they played it really well. They make this read on where the zone is pulling. They have the high ground up on top of this building. You can see from their POV, they're just looking down at the rest of the lobby, but an unfortunate zone pull pulls them off of that building, and unfortunately, they just get caught, right? Tommy tries his best to try and stay alive, but that zone pull, you got Team Brax who's able to read it perfectly, and they come out on top. Brax kind of throws his life away, so that way Vanessa can be there for the cleanup, and that really leads them to be able to take the map.
Can I just point out, though, at least, if you notice, FIFA Kill was alive on the other side, just lamping, waiting. So at least we did have some type of, bounce back for the EU regions.
That's right.
In 2 more days, I have to suffer.
I'm telling you, our superstars will step up. I have no
It's
doubt.
19-4. We are playing a beautiful game, guys.
Teams to deliver, and it makes diamonds or first place. But some of these guys have already turned into diamonds in the past. They will shine this afternoon, I guarantee.
That's right, 20 eliminations, not the highest we've seen, but 20 is still great. That's taking first place, 2x multiplier, 40 points. And for Brax, Finesse, and Co., that is a big game for them to have. Now, how will they stand after 3 more games? Well, we have yet to see, but either for them, it was great to see a fresh face starting to rise up. And like I said, familiar. Again, going back to first place, Diaz Biffle is like not the biggest surprise to me, right? But I mean, just he's so incredible, and he is just truly rose up to the occasion from the previous weeks now to World Series of Warzone Global Finals. This guy's on fire.
Yeah, I think that one of the things is that there was a lot of stuff on the timeline, right, about who is in the best form going into this World Series. And one of the names that was regularly missing actually was going to be Biffle and Co. Yeah. They were kind of not included in people's top 5s, but the form that they've shown throughout these last couple of weeks, they really have given themselves every right to be considered contenders. And again, they had some inconsistencies in the past. They've managed to fix it now. Realistically, looking back, we probably should have expected this.
Probably should have, and honestly, it was a team that I did want to highlight, but we had to highlight 9, and 9 is what we got. But Diaz Biffle was always in my mind, okay? But now transferring right from the trio now to solo YOLO, which is going to be taking place after our 6 games. 1 game to win it all, 150 players, and 1 person walks away with $100,000. Last year was incredible. This year's going to be even better, I'm sure of it. But this is the thing, right? There's a lot of players who could win, all right? And anybody can make a prediction as to who might win it, okay? I'm not necessarily asking you who's going to take it, who's going to win it, but we do have this special thing, right, where we put 150 players on 1 wheel. And Dandro, you were actually the guy who came up with this, so I'm going to let you lead this segment.
So if you happen to miss the LCQ, right, we talked a lot about some of the teams that were going to be winning that wild card map. And it gave me this idea of, well, why don't we put all the teams on a wheel? So we thought for the solo YOLO, let's just do the same thing. We have this giant wheel with all 150 of our players' names on it, and we're just going to spin it because this is about as good as us trying to make an estimated guess on who's winning. I'm going with the RNG. I'm leaving it up to the universe on who is taking home the solo YOLO, and it's landing on DJ Moss. And you know what, Reflections? This would actually be maybe my pick if I was actually picking a player. DJ's been a long-time player. He's my homie, and that guy can play like an absolute rat.
Hey, you know what MJ said, like, and I took that personally. Juki's was right below that, and Juki's like, no,
okay, now it's Studal.
I'm winning.
Let me fix it.
I'm coming in, I'm going to do even better. But like Tommy, you got just so many great players. From what I'm hearing, though, DJ Moss, he might be one of the winners, but let's at least collectively
let
see
it
how
cool down
who
for
else
like
is
a
going to
bit,
win. Let's spin
and
the
then
wheel
we'll
one
turn
more
it on
time
again.
and see who's going to win the second go-around. Dandro.
All right, here we go. Let's get ready to spin it. It's coming on through. Let's get some hype in the building, London, for who is going to be winning the solo YOLO. Someone's taking home $100,000. That's a lot of money, man.
A lot of money, man. European. Begging for a European. Come on.
Dude, solo YOLO is gonna be hilarious to watch.
Well, we tried.
Bit greedy, isn't
He doesn't need it. He's leading the way. His team
greedy. Like he's first place already, and now he's looking to win solo YOLO. Why not take it all, though, Enigma?
This is rigged. This is, you know.
Oh, don't do that.
I'm not happy.
I'm not happy right now. Now you're going to get everybody acting wild, and you're coming at us, all right? We don't have any control of the magical wheel. Okay, you think it's rigged, Enigma? Well, then take spin number 3.
Oh, I get to take the honor. Thank you very much. I will indeed spin the wheel for the 3rd time, praying for that Europe managed to win something this afternoon. I have said that 4, 5, and 6. I expect them to bounce back, but it's been a rough afternoon. So please do spin the wheel. Please do give me a European champion for our solo
Come on, Breadman.
YOLO.
I don't think you guys notice. I just keep saying, "Come on, Breadman." I've voted him for every year. Come on, Breadman.
Oh, okay.
6 figures up for grabs.
Come on.
Well,
you tried.
You tried.
You know what? I quit.
Not rigged. Not rigged because we gave you a chance. That's 3 down. So Desmond, DJ Moss, as well as Biffle. Like I said, Biffle getting greedy, but there's honestly, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. The guy's absolutely insane.
I wonder what the holdup is.
There it is. We spun the wheel 3 times. If you want to put in the effort, I don't know, and add 150 players to your own wheel, make your own prediction, might as well go for it. But hey, we have Frankie, and this is special to me because I had a chance to do this event myself with the Code Ball champions of last year.
Thank you very much, Reflections. Yeah, we are kind of struggling here as Europeans on the World Series of Warzone, but back at the Call of Duty Endowment Bowl last December, Europe came out on top because the RAF Reapers, and Matty here especially, were able to slay the competition. Tell me what it was like to represent the UK.
It was all down to the last game. It was very tense towards the end. But we managed in the end to clutch the win. I think it was only by 3 points, so it's relatively difficult, but we got there in the end.
Do you think your military training helps that focus in game?
In some respects. Communication.
It's always key with every esport. How long have you been playing Call of Duty?
Quite a while, probably 5 years or so.
And so the RAF, they're saying we're putting out trials for an esports team, and you're like, I'm right in there.
Say again, sorry?
So the RAF, they said, we're putting together an esports team. We're going to send you out to represent us in Call of Duty. And you were like, sign me up.
And exactly that. I was like, yeah, sign me up. I'll play.
Was there stiff competition for the spot in the RAF team?
In the RAF, yes. However, the other services, you know, were the best, so.
What is it about the Royal Air Force that makes it the best?
We just have a better skill set, I think.
Tell me about your skill set.
Our communication's better, our gun skill's better, everything's better, especially than the Army.
You know what? I might send you in to go and talk to our European teams and maybe give them a bit of a pep talk, teach them all about communication. But I know that you also have to focus on yourself and your team at the moment because you're actually going back to the next Code Ball in a couple of weeks' time. How's the team feeling about the competition this time round?
We feel pretty strongly at the moment. Yeah, we feel confident in our own skill set, but we'll see on the day.
And you good at team talk? Can you pep talk maybe some of the players on LAN here today?
I had a little chat with Louis
Check-in
before
date.
the break.
When do I have time now?
Hopefully he starts performing a little better.
Oh, okay. What did you say to him?
Stop landing with Team Biffle.
You know what? I probably would have given him that advice myself. No one should be landing with Team Biffle right now. Matty, thank you so much. Thank you for representing the UK so well at the Call of Duty Endowment Bowl, and good luck at the next one. We are going to head back to the desk.
Well, there it is, Royal Air Force taking everybody by surprise during that event. Literally came down to last map and saying the Army, it was by the way, that was a dig at me. I'm Army, and he was like, hey, we're better than Army. I don't know, but maybe this year in Code Bowl, we'll see what you got. Hey, we got game number 4 ready to go. Go, Dandro, take it away.
Spider Tiff.
Gosh, it's okay. Danger's handling down on the desk. We got Spider Tiff here. And Frankie, what a beautiful interview there. You heard it there. Louis CM, do not land on Biffle, because Biffle's team right now coming into the second half of our World Series of Warzone Global Finals into map number 4 on 63 eliminations, Gosh.
Yeah, they are dominating, and they're starting in Hydro, right? So when you have a zone that lands in circles around Hydro, they don't even have to leave. They just slay out the entire lobby and then hang out and wait for in-game. So, hey, it paid off once.
Why is this so
expensive? Again, let's head in to the second half of the World Series of Warzone Global Finals. Map 4 is here, Tiff. I am super excited to see if maybe Braxton will be the first team to go back-to-back in map wins.
That's right. We've had 3 different winners in our 3 different maps thus far, but even then, Biffle's team is averaging 34.2 points per game, Goj, but it's okay, because our 150 players, they're locked, they're loaded, and they're ready to throw it all on the line here at the Global Finals.
Damn. But I'm not spending 11 grand for 2 nights.
All right, London, one more chance. Get loud for the second half of the World Series of Warzone.
Oh. Started.
Tiff, map 4 is here. Had a chance to talk to Empathy on Braxton's team right before this. Said he's known Braxton for about a year and a half.
But it had
now,
the best view,
out
dude.
of the blue,
It had an amazing
begging
view,
him to
that
team
place.
with him, swearing that they could be one of the best teams in the world. A chance to go back-to-back here and prove that. And guess what? Guess who's fighting at the very beginning of the game, Tim?
Like a proper
Neither team
balcony.
relenting. Who's going to come out this time around? It looks like DBZ, a full team wipe. Send them to the gulag. DBZ, they need to move different. They are not in the money currently.
We're talking all about EU versus NA. Well, the contested airport is just that. And so far,
Your team
Clutch
not getting
Bell,
third
Z-Layer,
party.
and
They have
Destroy
been
able
landing at
to
the same
win this
spot
contest
all games.
each and every time. And
They
that
both
was
have fought.
even more atrocious.
This is the first time they managed to wipe the other team.
It was just starter pistols, but Rated, Aiden, and Adrian, the young gun that has joined up, now known as the Cheddar Brothers. And Aiden himself, I believe his nickname that they told me in the interview.
Oh my
was
god,
Buddy
Noobs and all
So
just got
Buddy
wiped
Buster has
already.
entered Village.
Yikes.
Buddy McBuster. I'll use that one later. Hey, there's Meeks and Santify. They had a great showing.
They are at
World
35
Series of
right now.
Warzone qualifiers leading up to today. So far, not great, but we still have an entire second half of the World Series of Warzone to play. Lovey says he's got the best beard in the game. The question is, does he have the best grenade? Needs to find a knock. Playing low ground's gonna be tough. Looking for another angle. They've lost Reader already, and they've lost Authorized. Lovey in trouble. No, sirree. Bob Meeks on top. Reader in the gulag.
Reader in the gulag indeed, and I did see Aizen in the gulag as well. He was going up against Team Snixie, so Rohan must have been a little bit of turbulence for them because they found themselves early on in the gulag. But Savvy Ultra's back again here at Observatory, collecting cash.
Hey, Team Biffle is different though, like genuinely.
Game to make sure that
They're so good.
aggressive. You can see squad number 39 just on the distance, closing up on them, but
They're literally so
underneath,
fucking
so
good.
No real issue just yet. But Blade trying to get a line of sight. Maybe he can get an early pick.
Yeah, we're definitely picking up on some patterns here from a lot of these teams. Of course, they have favorite drop spots. When you have a fairly central zone, you can land in whatever spot on the map that you would like. And it looks like our Asia team, the team that dominated the Asia regional expansion qualifiers, they've been hanging out here in Observatory, but they've been going underground to rotate out nearly every single time. They do not want to risk their life. And we always talk about the high-risk, high-reward playstyle that maybe a DBZ is playing. And some of these other teams, they're worried about staying
That's the thing,
alive.
no,
So that's what our
sometimes you
Asian
can't
team is
really
doing. We'll see if
avoid
they're able
it
to find some
because
eliminations
loot
and continue
करना है
to
तो
move
एक
up
ही
this
जगह पे loot.
leaderboard as well. A hometown favorite.
Almost
and,
every
Shed
place like
expert,
there's
FIFA
two
kill.
teams
Finding a
contesting
bit of
for that
fire, but looking
POI.
to take down Diegosaurus.
Because it is 50 teams, so you can't really avoid. अच्छी loot चाहिए
The low
सबको.
ground Reaper trying to cover fire. As you can see, Laga just getting
so
into
each
the mix
POI
with
ends up
Oki
having at
Tifa,
least 2
and Apple
teams.
is able to swarm, and unfortunately Reaper is just able to plate back up and overlook his teammate while Oki peppers from afar. Now the issue of this is if I'm Reaper on the rooftop, I'm getting out of dodge, I'm playing my life, but you can already see that FIFA closed the gap and is able to wipe the entire team. To the gulag you go.
A huge take early game. FIFA Kill's team really needs to start moving up this leaderboard quickly. All of a sudden, we're going to be taking a look at that leaderboard. Not only who's near the top in the top 3 spots, but it's top 25 walking away with any cash today. You get 26, you're walking away with $0 to your name, unless, of course, you win that solo YOLO in the 7th map.
Dude, solo YOLO, I can't wait to watch it.
It is solos. It's called solo YOLO for a reason. We've had a modicum of different winners in the past TIFF, and could be anyone's game. We saw that wheel being spun, trying to get some predictions. Intex not leaving anything up to chance, though. Quickly cleans up GUI. Teammates on the move.
Oh, I've seen him hit a crazy shot throughout Warzone competition history. Able to stow a flare for later should they need it, but Team eBay going big, taking out Team Jovo.
Plus, it's not just about landing, it's about keeping rotation in mind as well. The further towards the corners you go, the more you have to rotate in, and most of the people are actually dying trying to rotate.
I keep an eye on this. StuKax and Hisoka, they've been going back and forth in that top 3 positioning, and honestly, they're doing incredibly well here, averaging 24.1 points per game. But let's toss it on over to Frankie, who's got Smixy on deck.
Thank you very much, Tiff. These interviews are sometimes very hard to do because obviously the team wants to focus and get back into the next game. Smixy, tell me how your day is going so far, because I know the last map has not been great for you.
Yeah, no, we're definitely struggling, but you know what? The last 3 games we weren't playing as a team, and then we just lost our initial gunfight in this map, so it is what it is. All we can do is do that in the next 2.
Do you think you can spend the time now focusing on how you can rebuild as a team?
The whole tournament would have been so much better if Signal wasn't there, I swear to fucking God.
Why do you think you're losing that initial fight? Is it always the same team that you're dropping with?
No, we've been getting contested by a different team, so we'll see.
Okay, we'll see. Well, I'll let you guys get back into focusing on your opponents, and we'll head back into the game.
Well, Tiff, that was a good, interesting interview because, well, sometimes when you take those early fights, they don't go your way, and we've seen it happen time and time again, not only with a team like Smixy, but also TBE at the very beginning of the game. Now, TBE has bettered themselves, though. They had a massive last couple maps, and you can see a fight going on screen. Echo finding his first elimination, but it gets revenge from his teammate. TBE is inside the top 5 after a nearly dropped map at the very beginning. Be interested to see where they fall at the end of the 4th.
That just goes to show you how it just takes 1 game to turn the tides. Second in map number 2 and already breaking into the top 5, but it's this team on your screen that has been, lo and behold, the front runners of the entire global finals seal at World Series of Warzone so far at 109.4 points. Well into game number 4, and they're going to continue on that momentum.
Huskers is losing his gulag so badly,
of the lobby.
And honestly, it's not even his fault. It's not his
They
fault.
needed to watch out for Shucks, and a couple teams that said, well, if I see Shucks, I'm sending Shucks. So some difference in opinion on skill level, but everyone has something to prove here, Tiff. Taking a look back, I would love to see Juki's really has had a tough tournament thus far. I was looking back at the leaderboard. I think they're outside of the money currently, and it's not all that close. They've been contested off drop, and seemingly things aren't going their way. They need to get a move on, and they need to get a move on now. Juki's, Vision, Lennon, a chance to go big here.
He pre-fired, he shot first, but he still got killed.
Found himself in the gulag, and it looks like Vision's gonna join him. Juki's last on Al Mazrah for the squad, and they have the high ground sway, but they're gonna be able to push the issue. Invader doubles down and completely stack onto Juki's. That is a full squad wipe to the gulag, and you heard Smixy in that interview that Frankie just had with her, how tough it is to go to the gulag early. 1 bullet can make the difference. Now checking in with Aiden over here at Observatory.
Well, every team did a ton of research, which means every team knows that Savvy Ultras and Blade are gonna be at Observatory. There go Blade, and the entire team is wiped. I think they're out of this map. Unfortunate circumstances, and when you can't pivot off your for your initial landing spot. Maybe you haven't tried something new and things aren't going your way. You only have a couple more maps to go. You've got to make a move now. I would love to see where StukeX is. We got to show the EU folks here in London some love, and they've been playing fantastic all day today. Currently situated in 3rd place, just right behind Hisoka.
There are 10
StukeX
people on controller. I mean, sorry, on keyboard and mouse
to see what
in
they're
this
doing
tournament.
what's setting them
150
apart from the rest of the EU
people.
competitors.
10 are on keyboard
They've
and
been
mouse.
really solid. StukeX out of Germany, Boogs and Benzi both from the UK. I mean, look, they've transferred the leadership on that squad pre-stage 1, pre-stage 2. At this point, StukeX is the brain behind that squad. They only thought they would get maybe top 10, top 15, and they are nestled into a top 3 position as we work our way through the rooftops with
Galahad. बेचारा हिस्सोका के सामने आया था, क्या होगा?
They get Stuo, Inxian, and Padzuka on the other side. They're actually picking up the rotation. They found Super Evan on rotation. Find him off the top of the building. Swag's down as well. Color's in trouble. Color's last alive for his team. It's Inxian, it's Stuo, it's Padzuka going massive. Looks like they were able to answer back on 1, but they are able to get the cleanup. Still a 2v1, and Almond's right around the corner to potentially pick up a 3rd. This could be massive for Stuo and Inxian. Hey, I know there's a lot of people watching at home that have never seen Inxian's face, and he's showing face today. Full wipe on Team Swag.
Z-Colors was just trying to get out of that engagement. He didn't have any smokes to cover for his rotation out, and you can just see as soon as they swarm, but Super Evan was able to win his gulag, and you can see we're hitting the rotation with Team StukeX, but Empathy, Finessin, and Braxton, your former map 3
Swag and all, they've
taking
been playing
on
like
the
shit.
titans of Aiden, Rated, and the young gun Adrian. You know, we were talking about nicknames earlier. Well, you know, Adrian's is
The talent in this game has increased so much more. Like, people have gotten so much better. Those guys are like absolute trash now.
Has been first major competitions here from Activision, because that's just how it is. He moved in, wanted to compete, and they are throwing it down here.
Yeah, totally agree. Somebody that's continuing to prove that his name and the kind of reputation that follows him is true to form. They've got an opportunity to do here at map 4. They got to win this gunfight. It's going to be tough. Let's take a look at the map. And again, if you want to take a look at the map, go ahead over to the Call of Duty Echo channel on Twitch. You can see this at all times. You can see where our zone is pulling to. It's probably going to be the marshlands or just outside of Al Sharim Pass. I'm excited to see what happens as the teams coming out of Observatory have a little bit of a moment of reprieve to fight each other and see who the last team standing will be in Observatory before the next zone pulls.
Well, then where Aiden and
this
Co
is actually
are
good. I'm glad I
solid
opened
to rack up a ton of eliminations, holding Marshlands hostage, but I'm keeping my eyes on the teams that are rotating out of that southeastern side. Team Echo and Tomsterbaum are going to have a really tough rotation, but so long as Aiden and Rated can hold this tight, you can even see Empathy and Braxton, they have the same idea. If they can just lay the land, take space here, even Aiden going out early on to DBZ at Airport, have made a nice regain because they went up against Mixie and the Gulag and mostly won theirs.
There's literally a channel which is
we can take a look at this because it's our top 2 teams fighting. Mayapo, Skullface on the other side of Sage, Biffle, Shifty. They've already gotten better of their opponents once. The question is, can they do it again? Shifty needs to go big here against Mayapo. Fantastic.
The best 2 teams are fighting each other.
Mayapo had to back off. You don't hit
Who will win?
Mayapo grabs a knock on Shifty.
Sage is down, but does have a self-res. You can see that Shifty is able to tap him. Basically, what that'll happen is he'll preserve it, but look what that does. It gives Hisoka time to get a pick onto Biffle and send him into the gulag. We knew Mayapo from Team Soka was on the rooftop. A man of few words lets his gun do the talking.
Hisoka does not have gulag.
Navigate the
so if they actually knock him, they can create even a bigger gap.
Just yet. The former teammate looking to take Shifty down.
Sage is gone as well because of a 3rd party from Desmond, Nico Infinite, and of course Crowder. They've got to get involved. They're lingering on the edge of the money. They're a fantastic team on rotations, but they need eliminations, and they found a 3rd party to get 1 pick. You get a couple here, there, the next zone, and the next. All of a sudden, you're looking up and you're closing in on double-digit eliminations.
Oh, God.
Mayapo in the gulag, and it's against Biffle, Tiff. This is huge, and Biffle wins it. Biffle wants the 1v1 against Mayapo, and this time proves Mayapo wrong. Biffle wins the gulag.
I mean, makes sense. No, both his teammates are dead. He needs to stay alive for regain.
The 1v1s that he likes to take, well, he lost it straight to Biffle. That nade forced
him dumb for him to stay back.
Straight into Biffle's weapon. But you can see we're looking on the flare. We've got smokes in the distance now. Hisoka has taken to the roof, but Sage, can he take down FIFA in the gulag? Lethal's going out. Snapshot's not connecting. He's got the Molotov in hand, throws it immediately where he thinks FIFA is, but FIFA gets the opening shots.
Plays the wrap. FIFA should know where he is. FIFA rotating in kind. The crowd is starting to cheer FIFA's name, but time is running out.
Skynade.
The Skynade hits. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna run around this stadium. FIFA on flag here shortly, pushes the fight. No! Sage answers back and wins it. And
I'm genuinely, I don't know why, but like FIFA
my right goes crazy.
let so much of like, you know, him,
from EU here
so much of this fame get to his head. He's kind of like annoying now.
The pond to support their North
So I'm glad that
American
he's
teams
like being
flying out. But
humbled
here's
like
the deal,
this.
Aiden and Redhood have maintained the positioning here at Marshlands. It's giving them that overview. You can see in the distance, Team Echo has still gone into zone, but they're relatively split on that northern river across from Marshlands. But this is what I was worried about. We knew it was a 3-2-1 meta with the Signal 50, and Adrian has it in hand, keeping an eye out. We got a crack already. Castillo, you got to be worried.
Yeah, this is exactly where you want to be if you're Aiden, Rated, and Adrian. I did spy Azen down below. I think it was Gramalok.
People just throw it up so it lands back down while being chased. Somebody can like walk into it.
Before the chaos ensues of all the teams trying to rotate in, and we might finally see
But
some water zones. We might finally see some F-tag sieges. I know Skullface had pulled one out earlier to prepare.
Oh, there's a flare up there. I want to get it.
On land this time around, I have a feeling we're going to see something crazy underwater.
When our players make that F-Tag Siege loadout, they come up with such cunning names. I think Z-Smith himself called it like the shark catcher or something, like my shark loadout, so you can just get into the water. And that makes such a big difference, because if you don't have that F-Tag Siege in hand, you will not be able to fire underwater. But Mayapo back in to join Skullface and Soka. A nice buyback or a flare. Let's jump into a
They've done a very good job with the production this time. Like, I mean, in this tournament, because everything's been on time, no stupid delays. Not bad.
Under the bridge. Under the bridge. Right under.
Somebody lagging. Holy shit.
I can't get the flare. Probably underwater.
I'm smoke again. I'm gonna smoke again.
You got the flare or no?
I do. I'll flare. I'll flare.
How did you want? Under the bridge. Under the bridge.
Okay, okay, okay. We gotta keep swimming. Swim to these other buildings.
We gotta go march.
Guy landed in the water over here.
Yeah.
Keeping eyes for a smoke.
No more smoke, by the way.
Hey, good use of the flare and smoke to get Skullface back into the lobby. And you know what happens? They're not necessarily going to immediately drop
Mayfield's
down
gonna
on them.
win.
It's not necessarily safe, but Skullface can call out for the rotation that Soka and Mayapo are making.
But only Sage is alive or what?
Running into a little bit of an issue. Shifty and Biffle still alive, but Sage
No,
on
they are
the
alive.
ground, going up against multiple
Sad.
teams. But it's the starter pistol from Palooka that comes in and takes him down.
Flex, Palooka,
Where is Biffle?
15th in stage 2, just barely eking their way past, skipping past LCQs. Here making a name for themselves on main stage, taking down the current leaders.
No, because it's on land, it usually is a lot more
Problems. There are a
problems.
ton of teams in this area, front, back, left,
Because
right.
it's not just a regular land, right? It's 150 people.
Finally on main stage,
150 people on land.
They still come out on top.
I'm very surprised they managed to do it so smoothly.
Right around the corner.
Able to survive thus far, but the rotation's not over. You can see just in that mini map to your upper left.
इधर इंडिया में 10 लोगों का लाइन होता है, उसमें तुम लोग टाइम पे नहीं चालू कर पाते.
It's going to have the ultimate high ground, but not before they have to get through Donnie and Co. So things are going to look a little messy for them, as you can see Team Jowo going to fall.
Wars does win the Gulag against Clown, so should be coming back free and clear. Question is, do you land or again kind of play that aerial recon, almost micro UAV that you can play up in the skies? StukeX trying to stay alive, and it looks like Prodigy's going to leave him alone for now, so StukeX might be able to buy some time and hopefully buy his teammates back, as TBE all up, all alive, but not a lot of resources to share. Question is, where do you go from here? You're not quite in zone, but you want to pick up Crowder and Co. as they rotate in. Problem is, if you expose your back, all it takes is
70
about
people.
3, 2, 1 signal shots, and you're out of here. They need a knock to pave a way going forward.
At this point, with Almond not having any shields, no ammo, no resources.
Can't believe TVC's there.
You got, but Soka doesn't care. He's going to go through, down, and out the building, able to grab a crack.
This is the longest they've survived in this entire tournament, by the way.
not with the squad, but they have found themselves just inside
Team
that
Biffle's
net
out.
circle. And when it
Hisoka,
closes
if they
in
win, they
25
can...
seconds, squad number 9, that's going to be Vonbot, is going to be forced directly out of their building
can
and into
actually
Hisoka
lose
and Skull. And this would be a well-needed team wipe for them so they can get resources, maybe find a flare, get some cash, because buy stations are going to be few and far between, and you see the smokes come out. TBE in the water just ahead of DJ Moss, but not before Sage and Shifty are nearby.
Noob's in trouble, last alive, goes down. TBE is out of here. That opens a door of opportunity for rest of the teams inside the top 10 and top 15 to start creeping their way up the money. The shark catcher in the water. Unfortunately, when you've got that pistol and you can't shoot down, and good luck, my friend. Z-Smith fully eliminated as well. Sage still alive and finding more kills to boot. Left, right, and center, and a flare up into the sky. A full
Why does it
stabilization for
say
Sage,
he's dead if
and
he's
Bimble
there?
as they creep into the next area of land they can find feet.
Oh, I don't think they've updated this properly, no? This?
Did have that F-Tac siege, was able to find a couple eliminations before they were taken out by
Is
that
Biffle and
fire.
Sage
But
right
Biffle
there?
flying back in, Shifty in the distance, just trying to anchor down, but he's coexisting nearby. Nico Infinite trying to pay for placement as well, because
Much
now that
confusion.
we're into 19 squads, that multiplier 4 kills is going to be climbing up, and Soka still alone with Skullface. There is typically a buy station just ahead, but look how many people you have to go through, Goj.
That's a rude awakening if you're Dongi. Hisoka goes
Hey,
big,
Hisoka is like...
in trouble. Question is, can you get through
him.
5 off? You have to play patient. Don't want to give away your position just yet. Other teams are focusing forward, and you've got a moment of reprieve to get it. Skullface able to stay alive. Huge for the team. Skullface goes down again, though.
Do you know how insane it is? Like, these guys, their calmness, their composure.
They've gone through so much adversity in this map, yet somehow still alive. Speaking of still alive, Shifty on about 2 HP, hiding out in the smoke with 7 eliminations.
Out of plates, forced to dump into the water, but there's Bushwookie standing on top of Believe and gets taken down. Unreal, unlucky, and Believe racks up another one down to the final 10 squads of this match. The 1.6x multiplier. You asked for water and you've got it, but
this
Deuce
reminds
Amir
me
in
of
the
that
distance now inside the top 5 solidified are going to prioritize
hide and seek tournament.
But it's going to be Aiden. They were here first. They prioritized.
Dude, that hide and seek tournament was the funniest thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
Looking for it, but he focuses forward. Doesn't see the man on his right, Goj.
Empathy, Braxton.
Literally the most hilarious thing ever.
To do something that no other team has done on LAN. A back-to-back victory could push them all the way up inside the top 5. Empathy in trouble.
You need smokes in this.
Somehow Biffle is still alive with health and plates to boot. But the last remaining player for his team, and finds the flare.
Finds a gas mask, finds a flare. Here comes Things are getting a little mixy. He finds another flare. I told you the Hail Mary. Welcome backstage. Let's get another dub. We're so close to the top 5. 6 squads remaining, and he is fighting his way forward, but not before Deuce.
Holy shit!
And Castillo push the issue because his teammates aren't on the ground to help him, and numbers advantage is important, and Biffle takes
Biffle is him, dude!
He goes down.
A huge double flare from Biffle means their team.
What the fuck was that?
They've got the multiplier. Anything else is just bonus. But Mexico has a chance to go big. Not before Shifty tries to answer back. Shifty falls. Finally, the team's eliminated.
Oh my god.
Inside the top 5, a monster effort to grab a massive multiplier.
They got the multiplier, which is very good.
It's a 2v3. He was on the other side. It's DBZ, all 3 up with the high ground. DBZ needed this.
DBZ finally won.
DBZ needed this to win the map. DBZ wins map 4, and they're excited for it.
Look, I'm excited for them. Destroy, Z-Laner, and Clutch Belk, your winners of map number 4. From the early game contest at airport to clutching out.
This is the last time you're seeing your team together, Anand.
With Destroy, who often competes with Chrissy and Coeds, but now here in the World Series of Warzone, they take a win.
I will never forget the conversation
इनका
I
झगड़ा हुआ है
had
ना?
with Clutch Belk. 2
Clutch
chats
Belk
ago
और
when he was
Z का.
talking about teaming up with Destroy and Z-Laner, he said DBZ is going to the moon, and they've had their adversities. They've had these mountains to overcome, but they're back and they're in final form. There was a question in my mind, Tiff, of you're getting contested every drop. You're outside the money. You're having to fight for every inch, tooth and nail to get anything going in any game, and they proved me wrong. They said, we stick to our strategy. We're confident in it. DBZ on top. Let's take a look at that HyperX victory moment.
Dude, Biffle, dude.
Biffle with one
Bhai,
play.
kya tha ye?
Grab some plates. Biffle with another, but it doesn't matter. At this point, you can see 6 squads remaining. DBZ positioned around all of them. And when that next circle pull comes through, DBZ gets the advantage because Biffle runs
It's
into
not
a
about the loss.
here with Team
They got to
Amir,
top 5, so they
forcing
got the multiplier.
to land on the high ground
The
with
kill
starter
multiplier that
vision
they
to try and
need,
help with some
they
reprieve,
got
but it's
it.
just not enough.
Yeah, and it's just such a crucial
They're
moment.
still leaderboard pe first hai. Unko, even if they don't win, it doesn't fucking matter to them because their score is 145.
Weekend Mexico. They opened up a window of opportunity that DBZ had to climb
They're the
through, and
most
they did it.
consistent
Here it is, the
team
final
right
two,
now.
trying to fight back against DBZ. You see Sirius there. Shout out to our Asia team, but not enough. When you've got a full team of 3 in the final fight against 2 or 1, you're coming out on top 9 times out of 10, Tiff. A massive victory for DBZ.
Anand, I don't think you're watching.
Semtex's restock
No, it's not.
allowing them to have so many lethals there for the end game, but it was Biffle
They won the
fighting
first game.
on that
They
northern
were
side of
third
the
or
zone,
something
kind of
second.
taking a lot of those initial engagements.
They
that
have
DBZ
luck
was
for
able
the
to
first
spread
4
out on the
games,
south,
you're
on
saying?
that high ground, and just really focus on that end game engagement.
Yeah, it's exactly right. They set up
It's
perfectly
good to
for
be
the
a
final
fan
fight.
of a
They
team,
didn't
but itna
overextend.
stupidity bhi nahi
Oftentimes with
rakhna
teams like
chahiye.
DBZ that can get really aggressive
It's
if
not
reined
luck.
in. They might have high ground and they say, there's some free kills, we gotta go get them, but hang out and stay on top, keep the high ground so you can grab the
They're
2 times
literally the most
multiplier.
consistent.
Very
They're
well
playing
done,
insane.
systematic win from DBZ.
It is the discipline, you're right, the patience to take that
87.
in. But they actually opened the door with those drill charges and the Semtexes a lot for that
Wait a
initial. Because if
minute.
they can pick up as
Okay,
many
now you're being
kills at that
stupid right
end,
now. Skill ki baat karni hai na? Oh, no. That's where you're wrong. That's where you're wrong. Predicting zone, rotating based on a zone is a skill. Inke 87 kills hai. You're telling me that's not skill. The next person is 55. You're stupid if you think they're just being lucky.
We had a couple of rough games the first 3. We weren't really getting any zone pulls, wasn't going in our favor. And then this last game right here, we were able to get a black site, which is just great for our zone pool. So we got our black site, got our money up, and we had a little sense of direction going into this game. So we got a little back pocket UAVs, and we were able to capitalize on that and get 15 kills as a squad and get a 30-point W.
Yeah, the 30-point W is definitely something you needed. You've still got 2 more
This is
maps
not
though,
Apex.
ahead of us finding out who is going to be taking home the
They're
prize
both battle
today.
royals, but they play very
talk to me about
differently.
the end of that last map as well, because it seemed like you were waiting to join the party. Biffle and Derzamir, they were leading the chaos. You guys were watching from the sidelines. When did you know it was time to make your move?
Oh, after that halftime, we had a 15-minute break. We regrouped with the boys, and we were like,
Wait,
look,
it's
we
not
haven't been
about
having the best
controller
luck the
over
first
here.
3
They're
games.
all on
It's time to
controller.
turn it around. DBZ is going to win these last 3 games, and we're going to bring this big boy home. I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
You know what? There's been some boos for NA so far today, but London is loving DBZ. You've got a lot of fans here on this side of the pond. I can see them cheering for you everywhere. This obviously is a team with a lot of
Huskers
history.
will never win. Of
What would
course
it
he
mean for you
won't.
to win today in London?
It's been
But
listen.
it's
It's been a
not
long
about
time playing with these
Huskers. We're
boys.
not
I
talking
consider
about
these guys my
Huskers. We're
brothers at
talking
this
about
point. We've been through a
Wiffles,
lot of
consistency.
ups, a lot of
Don't
downs.
change topic.
This year wasn't enjoyable
Listen,
for me in the
Husker
first little
sucks.
half, but this last little bit we've
He's
put in a
genuinely
lot of
mad
time, and
right
it's starting
now.
to show. That last game right there, it's got
No,
us
he
team-
doesn't anymore. Not anymore. He used to. Not anymore.
Are you enjoying yourself now?
I'm enjoying.
I'm enjoying you enjoying yourself. All right, lads.
He's
Get back
not
to
that
Biffle,
good
we'll get
anymore.
back to the death. London, give it up for DBZ.
Well, there it is.
Arey yaar, what was he doing?
Game number 4 in spectacular fashion, and it feels good. You know, Destroy is a guy that I've been watching literally for the past 4 or 5 years. Every single time I watch him in a competitive landscape, he's always bringing that energy, bringing that hype. I had a chance to ran into him in backstage, and I said, bro, you know, I love you. The hype you bring is crazy, and he brought it, right? I mean, that is a big win.
And you're
to say
changing
the
topic
least.
right
And,
now.
they
That
said
was
the next
not
3
the
games,
conversation we
don't know
were
if that's
having.
going to be the case, but at least they're going they're shooting for the stars. What a special occasion that would be. Let's recap game number 4 because a lot went down and it was a very fast lobby, Dandro.
I mean, it was just insanely quick. By the time we got to Zone 3, 14 teams were already eliminated. This is kind of feeling more like the World Series of Warzone lobbies of the past, where right off drop, we just see a ton of action. Players are trying to get these eliminations and get these kills to their name. But then when we transfer into that mid game, it's slowing down. It's like these players are walking through molasses or something because it's just goes through a crawl. And finally,
what are you talking about?
We even saw it there with DBZ. Teams are just fighting at tooth and nail, trying to wipe out the rest of the lobby. So it's getting a little weird. The pacing's kind of coming together.
That's
Hopefully
right.
these teams can read it.
You know, I think teams are understanding we can't play too different. We have to go with what works. What got us to this point? If we
actually did that
if
twice.
we change things up way too much, we're not going to
Purani
find
matches
success.
जाके देख
We
लो.
saw that in game 4. Let's talk about Juki's because Juki's was, you know, a fan favorite. I'm a big fan of Juki's myself, but he hasn't found success today. Why is that, Enigma?
Well, one of the things is about the way this team works, and I spoke about at the start about how they have this unique comms set up and the unique strategy in which they play. And the way in which they are as a 3 is essentially Juki's is more of an aggressive individual vision, more of a passive individual, not in a disrespectful way, but assessing the situation. And what they do is they both plead their case to Lennon, who essentially plays pair and IGL and decides on the strategy in which they all trust. Every time we seem to tune in with the 3 of them, Lennon seems to be either down or far away.
Yes,
And I think
31
right now, that's
kills.
really offsetting the rhythm of this
Yeah,
team.
it's happening in London.
Dream, we got in-game here. Walk me through it because it was exciting.
This was so crazy because first of all, Sage beat FIFA in the Gulag to even make it to this point. But all of those redeploys, that was dropped. If you saw, Aiden went down, and there was like 3 that popped out. And I was like, okay, maybe Adrian will get to pick off one. But no, of course, Dark, Amir, and DS, like Castillo, like they all were alive, right? Strength in numbers, but to be able to even stay alive that long from Team Biffle was insane. Because as Goj mentioned, it did put them in the 1.8 multiplier. But DBZ having that zone, having the high ground, everyone being alive, impressive stuff from them. Because even in scrims, just even last week, like that's kind of like their zone, their strategy, right? Like the black sites are important because you can get so much economy from them.
I think one of the incredible things actually is watching how they've evolved through the afternoon. They got off to a really slow start at the start of map 1, right? They got bullied away from their place of interest, their airport landing by Team Gromalock, and they've ended up over the last couple of maps fighting for that back and setting themselves
Half of my job is just updating things
then
to
gaining the black
Ray.
site, as you correctly said, and then putting themselves in the best position for a map win.
Oh, there it is. We got a couple bananas out there in the audience. Hey, you guys are going nuts. I like it. We're going to take a quick break, but 4 games down, 2 more to go until we figure out who our global final winner is going to be. Until then, we'll be right back.
There's a 50-point difference between 1 and 2. 50 fucking points.
Free games and in-game content with Prime Gaming. Visit gaming.amazon.com and link your accounts. Herman Miller Gaming is the official chair partner.
Oh, by the
of
way,
World Series
Breadman
of Warzone.
23 kills.
HyperX is the official peripheral partner of Call of Duty.
Which is actually very surprising.
Attention all
I'm actually very
Warzone
proud of
warriors.
him.
Gear up for the ultimate battle royale experience. The Call of Duty Endowment Ball
Keyboard mouse, by
presented
the way.
USAA is back.
Which is why it's very, I'm proud.
Get hyped for an elite level of competition. 10 military esports teams representing 3 nations. Competing for a single trophy.
You love to see it.
It's an all-land showdown. Tune in on October 5th as we drop
Yeah.
into Al Mazrah. Squads will clash. Strats will develop. A champ will be crowned.
But that's the thing, right? It's one game that can fuck everything up.
The life of vets.
Sorry about that. Wait, updated scores aa gaye. Let me tell you, updated mein. $64 का difference है. They are at 184. First team, Biffle, Sage, Shifty. Then we have second point pe some team 120 points, and Hisoka sadly has gone to 3rd. DBZ jumped to 8th, which is great. अभी तो अपडेट किया था मैंने, क्या हो गया फिर से? गलत हो गया? I'm so confused right now. They reset everything. होगा. This shit's insane, dude. I hope Biffle wins. Huskus, PTSD. But that kill, honestly, a lot of people. I am somebody who agrees that the MSS is ridiculously strong and it needs a nerf. But even if Huskus had aim assist over there, he still was going to lose because the guy who was in front of him, like the guy who killed Huskus, read him. He knew where he was going to rotate from and all.
Biffle still in first place with the tremendous lead as far as I'm concerned. 50 points. I'll do math the public what I just did, and maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong, but I think that's about 50. Sandra, who else do we got?
I mean, look at that. Soka back up in second, right? They are here. They have the 95.41 points, and Duzamir not too far behind them. But I just got to call this out a little bit. I mean, they have such a significant gap in first place to the other teams. So some of these squads that we see on our, kind of screen right here, specifically Team C-Laner, number in 13th, 49.2.
That's it. Well, there's your top 20, and it looks like map 5 is ready to go. So without further ado, go Spider Tip, take it away.
The top 15 after going through that map 4 victory, but it's time. We are in map number 5, and I was perusing the timeline, Goj, and one name stood out to me the most. It was Juki's. He said the first 3 maps were absolutely not going their way. Time to step it up in the second half, but now it is time. Do or die, 2 maps remain.
Do or die indeed, and it's really do or die for anyone else in this tournament besides Team Biffle. They have a 50-point lead over second place. That is absolutely ridiculous going into the 5th map. And I gotta give a shout out to Team Braxton, by the way. Empathy was able to stay alive as well into the top 5 last map, hanging out on top of that arch. Sage grabbed the kill, however got 5th place, and now they are 5th place overall. So very well done from that team as well. Let's see, can EU grab a win today in the World Series of Warzone? It's kind of now or never. 2 maps left to go here, Tiff, and I'm excited for it.
That is true. Map 1 went to Soka from NA, Sage, Biffle, NA in map 2, Team Braxton map number 3, and DBZ with map number 4. As we check out that zone, our teams making their way in. It's relatively central, but this could pull towards maybe Al Shireen Pass, so I'll look to the teams over there to maybe solidify that high ground, but we're not going to check in with DBZ just yet because no real massive there, but Wars & Co. Intex getting into early action. They're able to grab a knock on to 1, but looting through the tents, looking for that, but it's TDE who are able to grab an early game helicopter, one of the rarest vehicles on Al Mazrah, and just peppering down from above.
Peppering down from above with the starter pistol. I love it. TBE just letting people know they're coming through. Maybe grab a couple pieces of damage just to pad the stat sheet. We'll see. FIFA kill, though, already in an early encounter. They know they got to get a move on. They got to play aggressive and quickly taking down one of our Brazil teams.
Yeah, going for the stronghold here is an easy way to maybe get a load of cash or maybe an early loadout, and FIFA looks to be doing that, but has that in hand. And the Vel, not a bad SMG, and here you go, getting that loadout early, and with at least 2 minutes into the 5th map, that's going to give them that advantage to any team that they run up against that wasn't able to get it. So you can see that team that was challenging the stronghold is forced to resend.
This is the best part of the tournament because this is where most of the teams down near the bottom of the leaderboard have to make some major adjustment and go for broke. They're going to be playing highly aggressive. You're not going to see as many teams in the in circle. Teams are going to be flying at people. So a team like FIFA Kill that can get a loadout that quickly are going to push the fight. Like I said, quickly finding Reaper to find a full team wipe on the team from Brazil.
Bro, Reaper hypes in the vehicle. He's like, I'm trying to get out of here, but Ab was able to cut them down. But it's Shifty, Biffle, and Sage that are taking on Louis CM. And you heard it from our Royal Air Force. They were talking earlier on the stage with Frankie. Stop landing near Biffle. And what are they doing? Map number 5, they are sharing a corridor with them. And Sage is just looking for an opening.
Yeah, the saying is if it's not broke, don't fix it. But if it's broke, do something about it. Let's make a change. This time, though, Sage is going to try to grab a different angle as Shifty is still in the building nearby. Maybe there's some secret strategy that our Royal Air Force wasn't sharing. Louis CM going to push the fight. Smixy now pushing the fight as well, finding an elimination on King Maddie. Rodrigo, Zungod down below. Now with the player disadvantage, they're going to try to grab some inside cover and reassess. Zungod in trouble. Attract pushing the fight. Attract, no! Doesn't get the better of it. Zungod goes huge. A nice answer back, of course, from flanked. Rodrigo grabs another angle, grabs a sniper, breaks plates. No, can't grab the knock.
Just a sniper from the ground, but Sage able to not capitalize on that because Louis CM's teammate Vapular was able to take him down, send him to that gulag early on, as well as Jay from Team Huskers will meet him there. But here's Louis CM able to reunite alongside his squad, operate this building, but that's exactly what you need to do.
Destroyed it, okay. Clutch one.
They are winning
His gulag, so
and
that's
hey,
good.
That's enough for me, it's enough for the Royal Air Force.
Hey, look, Tev, Vap said, I asked him a couple questions before the broadcast. Vap said he's not here to make any friends. He's here for business and business only. So time to take care of business, my friend. Let's see what Biffle can do and see if he can take care of business here in the gulag. Biffle, 1v1s is where he thrives. Attract on the other side has a ton of experience and a ton of prowess. Doesn't have a sniper though, so I think I'm leaning Biffle, but anything can happen in the gulag.
Well, you remember what Smixy said, you gotta win the initial gunfights, and her teammate Attract is gonna need to win a 1 here. Burning the thermite early, Biffle now doesn't have any more lethals. Her utility does spot Attract, puts out some initial bullets, and is forced to do a dance. You don't want to repeat, but he is going to pick up the gas grenade. It's going out, the snapshot connects, and Attract pushes. Will it be enough? Real Biffle wins that 1.
Gosh. Look, Biffle doesn't lose 1v1s often. He's not going to lose it on main stage when they're up by 50. If there's anything I know about Sage, Biffle, and Shifty, they're going to be pushing the equation. They're going to stay aggressive regardless of what the score line is. Another team that's going to do a lot of the same, well, it's the team on the screen. Hisoka, Skullface, Mayapo, still in second place, but the team from Mexico is hot on their heels, less than 4 points behind them. Deus Amir, Castillo, Z Dark, constantly finding themselves in the final circles.
No, go back to Hisoka. I want to see that.
Early, and here's a couple more in boot. Colors no idea where Castillo is, and Dark from down below. A huge pinch. Super Evan is cut it off short, though.
What are they doing?
What can Castillo do? Last life for his team.
Hey, need to stand up. Z-Dark and Deuce already in that gulag. You can hear them calling in the missiles. And disengaged, but not quick enough. Goes down to maybe about 15 HP. Able to start the process of plating back up, but sometimes when you get onto the balconies, they're really tough to get out of. You can find yourself stuck, but he's looking for a jump to the roof. Going to miss it as Super Evan and Swag are closing the distance, outnumbering Castillo. Just looking to put some initial damage, but they are in full run. Through this, utilizing the Semtex to try and block off the staircase, maybe re-finesse them, but he only has one way to go here. He's going to wait and try to go for the knock. Put some initial damage out, but it's not going to be enough. There's just too many Super Evan and Swag outnumbering Castillo to the gulag.
I'm not going to lie. If he would have won that with the no-scope signal, I would have lost my mind.
That would have been crazy.
Done. Should head to the gulag, should come back. We'll see. Braxton, Finessen inside the top 5, looking to continue to better their performance. A lot of money on the line. And every single time you move up this leaderboard, every single dollar you start counting into your bank account.
Nice.
But the question is, can you count it early? Maybe for Biffle you can, but for Team Braxton, still a long way to go. 5th place is going to net them $36,000. 4th place, Tiff, would be $50K.
That's worth it here at Marshlands. You're surrounded by Team Zeppa as well as a few others. So taking to the high ground will be very important. They do have a flare alongside them to boot. You can see Teeny just kind of laying low, knows there are players nearby, and that's really kind of what you need to do is make sure you're not overextending, not peeking, because of Signal 50 on a roof, you're 2 bullets away from finding yourself towards endgame. So Teeny likely is going to rotate out, try to join up with Levy. Let's check in. Biffle and Shifty, your current leaders by north of 50 points. Just a staggering pace that our squads are having trouble matching.
Yeah, I was taking a look at the leaderboard, and the only EU teams inside the top 10, 10th place would be Stuo. You've got Boogs and Stukex in 4th. And you've got Team Wars in 8th. So 3 teams from EU trying to better their performances here. Several outside of the top 10. 1 Mexico team. The rest are in a quiet team inside the top 10, by the way. Team Jowo, after a fairly strong start at the beginning, still finding themselves in 9th place. We'll see what these teams are able to do in the final 2 maps. We've got Freed, we've got 8th. Clown is down. Should be a 2v2 on the other side. Maybe a 2v1. Yeah, see you later. 8th gets the better.
26, fully wiped, may still have a Gulag available. We are 2 squads out of our initial 50 here in map number 4, 8 minutes into the game, and the rotations are few and plenty here, but you can see Panda on the distance, Go Clamp and Extra J. Trying to find some initial engagements here, but a relatively slower start for them, about 150 damage and no eliminations. Well, 1 for Clamp.
Yeah, and I gotta say, a team that there was a lot of expectations on. Anytime I asked players about teams they were threatened by, especially from other regions, anytime we were talking about Mexico, they were actually talking about the 2nd place team from Mexico, which would be the team on your screen. You've got Panda, Extra J, and Clamp. They have a large, history of experience in not only the World Series of Warzone, but also in tournaments in the past. Go Clamp even playing with one of the teams at the top, right? Before changing out teammates. So an interesting team to watch out for. I don't think they're having the best shake of it thus far, but they might be getting the better of their opponents here. Clamp now on 2, looking to find Smixy. Little to no help though. Smixy finds another Panda. Last alive for his team. Is able to knock 1, find a moment of reprieve, but all of a sudden, he's gonna try to clean it up, self-revive. Yes, spots him through the smoke.
Smixy even used to compete alongside Go Clamp throughout her competitive history here in Warzone, and it's just like they're
it's not about them being good, it's just that there's people who become better than them.
Unfortunately, that squad will
a lot of these older guys are washed out now. There's just a lot of better people out there. They're still top 10 though.
Stay the distance, but Sage Biffle bringing back Shifty in, and they're over here once again against Louis CM.
They've been fighting since the very beginning of this map, and so far it's been fairly even trades across the board. They're going to continue to fight. Now, one thing that Louis CM's team has done is really stifled the aggressive early start that Sage, Biffle, and Shifty have been able to do the last 4 maps even, finding their way into the final 5 and a ton of eliminations. Right now, they're struggling to find even 1. Now, if they can wipe Louis here, they pretty much have the entirety of this POI by themselves, at least this side of the river. So a huge moment and a huge fight, and I think they know that, which is why they're sticking here. But
Swag
it's
really
weird to see Shifty on 0 kills and Biffle only on 1. But they're playing smart. They don't necessarily need all of the points, and they'll pick up the pace should they be able to wipe Jama here.
Well, I mean, if you're going to stay in Hydroelectric and fight for the dawn of time and completely sandwich the captain, Team Jama, so unfortunate for them. But I do see Louis CM out in the distance, but Sage parachuting in directly behind him, looking to capitalize on it.
Team is completely out. Tactical Drift completely out. Okay, Swag's team is not completely out. They probably still have Gulag.
Gross. Great elimination there from Sage. They've grabbed Hydro. They've got an entirety of about half of an entire POI to their name. They can hang out for a little bit waiting on this next zone. Now we got a couple swimmers here. We got a Wiz in the water with 4. We said FIFA Kills teams got to go fast and they got to go crazy at the beginning of this map to have a chance. Hopefully they can set up for in-game. Just 9 kills between 2 is a fantastic start. So we'll see what they can do at the end. Of course, multiplayer, again, doesn't start till top 35. We still have 46 teams left in the lobby. TBE trying to get the better of their opponents here with methods.
We saw them early on with the helicopter, now have made their way down south towards airport. And with that circle starting to close, they will likely have to rotate out. And we know a lot of heavy-hitting teams typically rotate through this out. But it's going to be Jukies and Co. that are going to be leaving that H5 area on the map and pushing towards the double gas station POI ahead of them. But Soka, they know the pace that they need to get to, and they're looking to hit triple digits, but they're not there yet.
Not there yet. Mayapo still looking for his first, but the team playing well. Inside the next zone, just barely. couple teams trying to rotate in. That's Ebates with Z-Smith on the outside, having to cross over these train tracks. But Ahsoka remains on the
team
hunt,
is alive.
seeking Gromala.
I'm so
Seeking more
surprised.
eliminations while Mayapo is looking for Picnic. Easily finds Team Ultra out of here. Really had a tough shake of it this game, and in this series haven't really had anything going, likely because of some of these early fights. Ahsoka continues to push the equation and continues to win. That's Ahsoka's 6th tip.
It's, you know, nothing feels better than finding a flare in this game at this point.
To capitalize on it, but we've seen just how well
Biffle
were performing, and they're on the move again, just on the outskirts, coming out of Hydroelectric, so they'll be pushing towards the marshlands, which, if we checked in earlier, there were the plethora of teams over there, but just needing to find that pace, because if Soka is able to rack in kill after kill after kill, that is going to really allow them to close the distance. But I think it's going to take a 2x multiplier for Team Soka to really do some damage.
TBE still looking to creep up this leaderboard and quickly eliminates Method's team. Cam's out as well. Looks like their third flying back in is going to say, yeah, I think I'm going to stay away from this one. Nice win here from TBE. They continue to move up this leaderboard. They were in 5th going into the last map. They're now in 6th, but kind of maintaining their position into the top 10. An impressive feat considering their first map, but they've got the gun skill and they've got the aggressive game style and gameplay to win this thing still, but they need to get a move on. Let's take a look at that map, Tiff, and see where some of these teams are at.
Yeah, this is what's really interesting, right? You got TBE, they were able to clear out airport on that southernmost side, but what's to note is Team Smixy has made a full regain. All 3 members of Team Smixy are up and rotating straight into the TBE, so that's going to be really challenging for them. But what's going to be even more tough is that zone is likely to pull furthermore north towards Village, towards Double Gas, and that road that separates airport and Double Gas is atrocious to cross, especially late game, because there's so many high buildings. We know it's the Signal 50 meta, and that's where things will get tough. Mayapo showing us just how it's done.
Yeah, great hold here from the top. Gotta have that high ground. Okay, if you're taking a look at that Call of Duty Echo Twitch channel, you just saw the new zone, and well, it went to pass in Village. You're gonna be creeping up on kind of the north side of Village and just kind of encompassing all of Pass. It means everybody coming out of Marshlands has a long way to go, and there's gonna be a ton of teams holding it as well. Huge shout to the production team to have that going. Go check that out on Call of Duty Echo on Twitch. Mayapo looking to follow up. Hits one, but not the second, allowing Hees to get out.
Rapid succession there, and as you made the shout to go to Pass, there were some teams that had already rotated in early. That was going to be Jowo, Limax, and Bredman taking Pass early, and Sage and Co. trying to get there. We know just the verticality.
You know, this is the
scary bit. It's entirely difficult to rotate in. Shifty electing to go up by foot because
I'll tell you why this team is so good, okay?
Going to be safe.
I'll tell you only one reason that these guys are doing so great. They know when to stop fighting.
And you know, I hate to say it, when I saw the initial
they know exactly when to stop fighting. They know how to back out of fights easily.
It's almost like I play this game or something.
Every single time they're like, oh, this is a scare, this is a gunfight, we're not gonna win, they leave. They know when to stop. Koi ego chal kuch nahi kar raha hai.
Finessin really thought he was gonna come down lane. Hisoka not only cracks plates, but gets quite a bit of health off Finessin. This should be a free clean victory. No! Somehow gives up position. Hisoka thought he was so free that Finessin wouldn't chow that quickly.
Shit.
Finessin takes down Hisoka. Now, it's not all she wrote for that team, but still.
You're not gonna run around like headless chicken, no?
I don't think that was gonna happen.
You think back to when Mayapo was on stage after their first initial victory and how many times he faces Soka in the 1v1s and says Soka wins them. Well, Finessin does on land. Finessin wins those ones, and Village is chaos. DJ Moss from Team Ebates still alive. Skullface just a little bit south of them, but it's Biffle who was utilizing the flares earlier, hitting the smoke and rotate.
Stukex, this is a big one. Mayapo versus Stukex. Stukex, some of the lone soldiers for the EU go down. Mayapo wins his ones. Called it out on main stage. Executes it this time.
Hisoka's back already as well. Shifty Biffle, Sage just in the opening of the road, trying to think about where they want to pull straight to. As you can see, the circle is pulling further and further into Al Shireen Pass. Last time we checked in, it was Breadman with the ultimate high ground that is going to make it so incredibly challenging to get anywhere close to them. Jowo grabs another, Breadman grabs another. They're likely running 2 Signal 50s on that roster.
Yeah, we've seen Jowo play this style before where he kind of plays anchor, and when you give Breadman an ultimate high as well, they should be getting free picks all day today, especially in Al Shireen Pass. They've crept inside the top 10, they've maintained their position in the top 10. Now they got a chance to further their position up into the top 5. Biffle turns on the team from Australia and makes it look easy. High ground eliminations in tow, and a great position here as Gammaxx goes big in the kill feed. I'm hearing the crowd go wild.
Levi was able to get a flare off, so one member of Team Zeppa will come back at random.
Flares is single-handedly carrying this.
Going to let them get in that easy. Levi does fall, and they've set their sights onto more gatekeeping of this, as Nico Infinite is going to be that next squad with Crowder and Desmond. It looks like Nico might be the last alive, but Mayapo, they've set their eyes on the team. Drops
almost
Mayapo.
had him.
Soka, the biggest resistance they've faced in this map, looking for double digits, finally hitting triple for the total scoring, but Tommy plating up, and Noob's able to get back on his feet. Can he finish that self-res?
Could be a potential third party from distance too by LianLi, throwing down, covering fire.
They're in such a bad spot.
Hisoka in trouble. Skullface on 1 HP in a dream. Goes down.
Mayapo's alive
for his
yeah.
team. Can he get the revive? If I'm TBE, I'd be pushing. The problem is you got 2-3 teams staring down your back, and Ullman getting shots down from Rocket, it looks like, on the other side.
They cannot afford to push Soka and Mayapo, and Team Aizen coming in from rotation. Mayapo with the flare. Meanwhile, Joe, Breadman, and Limax take out Team E-Bates from high ground. Playing that position early is what they needed, and Heeds tries to flank onto Mayapo. Initial shots go out. He's able to grab the knock, but Hisoka has to play from inside the building. Now all 3 back into the game, but they cannot take out this squad just yet, but Soka does! Soka is able to grab it, but not before Gammaxx able to take down 2 members of Team Soka.
That's cool.
Grom did everything in his power to win that, but Gammaxx's squad has been wiped. No gulag for you, and just a little bit of the multiplier. Somehow Team Hisoka is still alive.
56 people!
And look who also
25 teams in Zone 6!
Now. They picked up the pace, Tiff, and they're not letting any team close the gap on them. Sage on 5, trying to take down Rodrigo.
He's like, knock, knock, here's a Semtex, I've got a flare. Able to find even more eliminations. We were worried about the pace that they were maintaining here in map number 5, but sitting on
Breadman location
thus far
is so good. That guy's taken the tower, and he's not left it.
He said
he's like, oh, this is my spot, and I'm not leaving.
So far is doing so.
Still alive. The question is, how many are alive on the team? Lennon went down in the kill.
Oh my god, Mayapo, no. Mayapo, no.
Now, Breadman, Joe, and Limax are having a game. They've been inside a zone for a while. You heard it from DBZ, who got the black site. Potentially something that Joe's team did to maintain this position in the zone. They've covered it correctly. They have exactly all the information they need and the high ground position.
Breadman is also like top 10 mein hai, like most individual kills, which is insane. I'm actually so proud of Bread.
Free kills, especially as we get into the final couple circles here.
See, now you want to play for placement because you want to get that multiplier in because you've got those skills.
Castillo continue to find themselves in the final circle, and there is Juki's finally.
Well, here's the issue. It's Mayapo last alive for their squad in 2nd place, and yes, he's trying to rack up eliminations, but when you have Sage and Shifty clearing out the northern side of Pass, rotating in, they're able to maintain a pace that Mayapo's not going to be able to get. He needs some rogue flares to be able to get that teammate back, but prioritizing your life, your safety, the multiplier that is at hand is what you need to do. And Biffle, well, he's just taken down another one.
Somehow all 3 alive still. Jobo has fallen off on the other
160
side.
points,
Bread was in a bit of trouble as well, but the team at the top continues to reign supreme. We've lost Shifty, Sage, Biffle, last alive as Vapular on the other side is finding one. Can we answer back?
That is the question. Can we answer back? They were able to get all 3 of them back alive, down to the 11 squads. About to be in a 1.6x multiplier, but it's Jukies. Jukies taking out Jowo. Jukies taking out Almond from TBE, finding a lot of success here, prioritizing that positioning, and they will have an advantage
still alive,
zone pool, but not before squad number 12, Team Iceland, is going to prioritize.
Jowo gone.
Oh my god, the Middle Easterns, wow, amazing.
Raul gone. Mayapo finds another somehow. Slipping away into 6th place, just barely missing out on the 1.8 times multiplier. Sage last up for his team, but Shifty bleeding out. Sage goes down. Shifty's out of here. Team Biffle makes it to top 5 again.
Okay, they got the multiplier.
Look who's left alive. Jukies and Vision, they needed it. They called it out, and they're executing it. The question is, can they win it? High ground to King Maddie. Finds a couple plates, but not a knock, and it's go ahead and burn the flare. Here's the footsteps of Jukies and Vision, but where are they going to pop up from? Finds one. Vision now in trouble. King Maddie goes big, wins the 1. Where's the 2nd?
Teammate was flared in, likely going to join them soon. Gets eyes on Jukies, but not able to grab that knock. And with 4 squads remaining, Jukies is able to get the res onto Visions, who duck into cover. But Team Rocket has the advantage with 3 players still up.
Nice flank from Jukies. The crowd
nice
goes
try,
wild. Vision is on 11 tiff, going absolutely massive. This could not only get them into the money, potentially top 15, but they need to win it. They need to capitalize on these eliminations with a 2 times multiplier. Zungod lasts alive. No. Rocket lasts alive with Zakar. It's a 2v2 tip.
Here comes Jukies. Here comes Jukies. He does get cracked, and Rocket not able to land a sight on him, but it's the flare with Zakar down. He grabs back Morpheus, but
timing
again with another elimination. If they
Jukies
they
won.
should be the winners of map number 5, and they are EU Stand Up Copper Box Arena. Jukies on top.
I think the first EU team to win.
They manifested it, and they won it. Map 5 goes to the team only a couple hours away. Jukies, a massive victory. 2 times multiplier for what likely will be well into the 30s, if not a 40-point game. You can see the excitement on their face.
Last game after this.
Peep him there, let him there, let him right there. Every time they celebrate.
Sorry about that, guys.
Family, and Jukies was like, hey, you know, he's got that dad buff, but let's take a look at that HyperX victory moment here. Jukies able to find one, immediately flanked, but they didn't make it easy with the utilization of flares, but Vision anchoring from above, sitting on double digits.
See, to be fair though, we all know Biffle's winning.
Jukies went huge here to
last
take
game.
Out. I believe it was Rocket after grabbing
only
the
1
flare.
day tournament.
This was such a massive
After this, there's going to be a solo YOLO where everybody will play solo. Whoever wins gets 100,000. But this is going to be the 6th game now. And then we have the solo YOLO, and then you're done.
Jukies finds the elimination, and then it was finally a 2v1. And if I'm Team Rocket, I believe they just splatted. They knew they couldn't win it. Weren't going to give away the kill. Very well done from Jukies and Co.
Solo YOLO's the best to watch.
Winner here in the Copper Box, and it was well earned and well timed. Finally grabbing one for the fans at home. Congratulations again to Team Jukies.
Vision, Lennon, and Jukies. It's crazy, right? Maybe I gave them a buff by reading out their tweet early on. I was like, hey, Jukies himself said it. The first 3 maps were not what we wanted it to be, and there goes the walkout. Going down to meet up with Frankie, who's standing by to interview our first EU winners on LAN today.
Yeah, super excited to hear from them. I know the crowd is. Let's send it over to Frankie on stage with our map 5 victors.
All right then. All right. First of all, Jukies, what took you so long?
I don't know. It was about fucking time, though.
Well, I don't want to repeat the language, but I have to say I have to agree with you, Jukies. That final fight, you had to dig your teammates out of hot water there. How did you get the timing so right?
Honestly, I don't even know. There was so much going on. People just kept dropping money. We were getting each other's trades. People were resin, we were farming them. Hopefully we do it again in the last map.
Yeah, I hope so too. Not that I'm showing any EU bias, obviously. No one booed me from North America. I just want to see you boys succeed because I know you work so hard. Jukies, there was a bit of controversy because you've got some ex-teammates playing in the booth behind us, but you decided to forgo that experience and pick up some young boys. Why was that?
2 shooters, aren't they? 2 proper shooters.
Are you saying you're getting old and slow?
I'm actually getting old, actually. I'm very slow, to be fair. I am slow.
Well, you're obviously a good...
My brain's there, though. My brain's there.
It's still under there, ladies and gentlemen. I've just had a check. All right, High Vision, what was it like when Juki's picked you up for his team?
I mean, he's the first one to actually give me a chance in actually a good team. So.
ये बंदे ने मेरे को इतना मारा है ना, इतना मारा है विशन ने.
Yeah, I mean.
Ranked में इतना मारा है.
He's one of the best for sure.
पकड़ के मारा है इसने मेरे को.
Let's have a chat to you.
I've died to vision so many times.
There's a good reason why London loves this man. Lennon, for you, what's this LAN experience been like? Talk me through how you've kept your nerves in check.
The crowd's amazing. I've attacked. It's amazing. I don't know, I've just kind of just chilled out a little bit, stayed calm and kept the team calm and stuff like that, but we really needed that game, so.
All right, come in here. Stick together, lads, stick together. Because you have to stick together now. The odds are against you as we go into this final map, and no pressure, but Europe's counting on you. How do you think you're going to approach this final drop?
We're just going to go out there, try to do our best, to be honest. We've had a bit of a stinker, so.
Well, you got a victory. A win is a win.
Yeah.
60 points. It's fine. They've got this. They've absolutely got this. London, please give it up for Team Jukies.
Well done indeed from Jukies. Feels nice. Again, I'm a big fan of him, and the fact that he gets a victory, 60 points. I mean, come on, that's a lot. And a lot is needed to catch up to Biffo, who is in first place, right at 150 or so. At least the last time I had a chance to watch them on that the leaderboard top right in game. But great game, nonetheless. EU on EU. Enigma, you hate to see it, but it happened. But the crowd, they loved it.
Yeah, I mean, as Jukies comes out and says there, it was about time. However, they do indeed deliver that massive map for us in 5, and it all comes from the rotation. Jukies might have been so locked in that he wasn't sure, but he gets
101 kills these guys have.
And his teams are coming up from the bottom
as a team.
It's a disgusting rotation.
Shifty himself, Miffil has 34 kills, Shifty has 34 kills. That's more than a combine of a lot of what a lot of teams have gotten.
Seal the deal, indeed they did, but Dandra, going to you, Biffo was in first.
It's also hilarious to see this because Miffil ko bahut sare cheating accusations aate hain because Miffil's been like one of those like child prodigy sort of a person, you could say, where he's like just been so good being so young. So he used to get a lot of accusations.
What? They're holding all of these teams, pushing on in. They're just looking down. They're picking up all these free kills, but they have like 2/3 of the circle at their back, and nobody is looking down and shooting at them. But what was more impressive to me was their ability to get away from this positioning you see on your screen right now and be able to kind of make their way up the hill and be able to come out and find just even more eliminations on their way up. I was saying it's going to be a little bit hairy for some of these other squads because even if they're not getting a lot of eliminations, they are still making it deep in the placements.
He said making their way up the hill, perfect transition into Hisoka and their team staying alive as long as they did, Dream.
Yeah, which was crazy, right? Because essentially in Akhtar village, where Aiden's team was, where Hisoka's team was, they were, like, as mentioned, they had to rotate to pass. Yeah. So that elevation going from village to pass, like Mayapo, how long he was able to stay alive was so impressive because he was able to push that to a 6th place. Yes, he did not get the multiplier, the 1.8, but from where they were at in the recovery, even from seeing that Hisoka gulag, they were like, dude, who put down their controller, bro? Because that was insane.
I mean,
this guy got caught timed over here so bad.
To be honest with you, that's how they've been able to secure a lot of tournaments in the past, right? It's just they just rack up a lot of kills. And sure, maybe they're not winning, maybe they're not getting up to that high, kind of placement, but they just get there with a lot of eliminations. They take advantage of that multiple.
Absolutely, and Rocky getting 2nd place. Let's give them their flowers because that's the first time we've seen them truly make it up the leaderboard, Enigma.
Yeah, it is, and seeing them get involved in this later stage is great. We've spoken about how they have a massive fan base here in the crowd. We've seen the squad out there, and to be honest, yeah, it hasn't been the best afternoon for us in Europe.
It's coming back
so
though.
To see a 1st and 2nd place for us is indeed going to be a great thing. Hopefully we see that again in map 6.
Might I just say though, the fact that they were able to knock Juki's down right there and he had that self-res, like, that was the saving grace, because that could have been a completely different winner.
Completely different. 27 eliminations for Juki's and his crew. That is a massive game. But the reality is, that was game 5. One more game to go. So it's all or nothing for several of these regions and teams out there. This is a big moment, ladies and gentlemen. We're still tallying the standings, but when we come back, we're going to have those standings to lay down the law.
Yeah, Modern Warfare 3 is bringing back.
We'll find out when we come
that was one of the first things they announced, that reload cancelling is coming back.
Miller Gaming is the official chair partner of the World Series of Warzone. Follow along on social media for all your Call of Duty esports needs. Get all the latest info in real time. Just follow at COD_esports Twitter and Instagram.
Only keyboard and mouse guy.
Be sure to link your Twitch or YouTube
Both.
account with your Activision profile.
Elimination.
Don't miss any of the amazing viewership rewards during the global final.
But Brad's a great sniper.
Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 beta code.
Yeah, come here. Throw down the music, Bubba.
Yo, Hector, I've just been given the instruction that I need to use the phrase, it's time to slip it in. Hello! Welcome back to the World Series of Warzone. I've come up to the Hector stream, the Team Repulse party. I hope I haven't brought the tone down.
No.
इसका आवाज गया है, इतना चिल्लाया होगा ना वो.
What did you say, sniff it in or what? I don't know what that means.
इसका आवाज गया पूरा.
You did not say you had to slip it in. I don't even know what that means. Disgusting.
That's why I was like, what?
Honestly, I was told you were filth.
Frankie, talk to me. How are you feeling right now? The energy, I did not expect it to be this crazy. I'll be honest. This is nuts.
Continue to be rude. This time about London. What do you mean you didn't expect the energy to be crazy? Did you not see CDL in 2019 and 2020?
Let's go. She pressing me, chat. She pressing me. Yeah, no, honestly, this is insane. Going into halftime, the boys are up 30-something points.
Yeah, it's crazy.
This is nuts. This is insane. I don't know. How you been?
I'm not happy. What the hell? What the hell, you?
We look, and I think the top EU team is sitting in 8th right now. And I don't know if there's any more.
Well, going into map number 3, StuKX were 4th. I don't know where they are now. Yeah, and they got really far. They're in the final 5.
Right now, I think.
Yeah. They're doing all right. But also, I hear there's a connection between you and Team Biffle, so I'm calling foul play here. You got it in with production. Something's going on.
I mean, look, they keep telling me like when we threw the line, like, oh, y'all rigged it for Biffle. Y'all, they always say I do something. I just sit here and slap my ass. Like,
I do that. Yeah. We saw your behind being spanked on the broadcast earlier. I've heard that you've got some moves, but they most involve your bottom.
Yeah, we get a little crazy here. I'm not gonna lie. I will say I did not expect them to show me slapping my ass on these broadcasts. I'm a cute above 50. I did it.
Hey, they broadcast are wild over there. I see y'all getting the interviews too. The 50th place. Y'all are wild.
We were shocked when you interviewed TBE when they died. We're like, no way they actually did that.
The worst thing is, well, not the worst thing because it was technically my idea. There is a little bit of shade because the wooden spoon, you might need to Google it. It's not a nice thing to do to someone, but that they said that I could give wooden spoons to the team that goes out first, so that's what I've been doing.
Is that what you handed it?
Yes, apparently, but apparently I wasn't meant to tell anyone that because now it's out there on the internet that I'm a shady so-and-so. So I've got to leave
Top 25.
and we've got to head back into the broadcast. So I'll see you guys on the stage.
I believe, yeah. Top 25 gets money.
Oh, man, bro.
So 500K total. And top 25 teams will get money. And solo YOLO's 100K.
Final game to decide it all. Game number 6. Who's going to win? We're going to find out after this next game. Without further ado, we need to hop right into standings because game 6 is about ready to go. And Dream, who is looking to take it all?
I mean, look at the difference, right? Of course, Team Biffle just set the tone early,
They set
man.
the tone.
They set the tone early. So what we really need to happen, like, them to go down early, and somebody need to have like a 40-point game.
40-point game indeed. Dandro, what are we looking at?
We're looking at a lot of people who need to play the best game of their Warzone life here and now in London, right? Some of these teams that are below 10th right now, sure, there's an opportunity to make some cash here, right? Not everyone, it's not just the top team, right, that's walking home with some serious moolah, it's everyone else. So maybe don't get discouraged. That's my #1 thing. Don't get discouraged heading into this lap map because you still have an opportunity to jump up.
Cash is great. Cash is great, but to be the first international champion, to be the first global champion for World Series of Warzone is truly what is the grand prize. And right now, Biffle, Sage, and Shifty are looking to take it all. Game number 6, we're about to decide our winner. So let's go to Goj and Spider Tiff.
Thank you so much, guys. Jukies from 46 to 9th place, breaking into that top 10, but it's one map here last for this series. The issue is who is going
and even now, you know, the winner is not necessarily is Biffle. If actually they die early, they're fucked.
The nearest competitor. It's almost as if the other 49 squads are going to be preying on their downfall, Goj.
They're all playing for second, Tiff. Let's be very clear. You're right. 45 points ahead of Hisoka. And Dandro called it out. They need this team to get full wipe with 0 points. And even still, the best game of the day was the one we just saw. That was 54 points. The only team that even has a chance to catch Team Biffle is Team Hisoka. But the rest of the squads are all right next to each other. Everybody jockeying inside from about 6th all the way down to about 15th. The spread is so razor thin, which is how you saw Jukies jump from 46th to 9th. Let's head in to the 6th and final map of the World Series of Warzone Global Finals. London.
This map might end up being a little ratty
for the final drop
for a few people, since it is our last game.
Here we go. We get a good look at that initial zone.
God, I gotta pee though.
A large majority of the water. And Jukies, your map 5 winners that took so long, as Frankie said. She hits them with the, what took you so long? She's like, yo, we've been warming up in a 54-point game at that. If they could double down and throw another one like that, putting them north of 100 points, think of the differential on the leaderboard, because you're right, from 46 to 9th, that's nothing short of impressive.
Yeah, you need a massive one, certainly. Currently situated, and I believe 4th place overall is TBE, who's just breached that 100-point margin. So there is a sizable drop-off after the 5th place, but everyone from then on out are all fighting for still a ton of cash. Again, $100,000 to the team in 1st, but still 80K for 2nd, 65K for 3rd, and so on and so forth. But if you want to make money today, you've got to make it inside the top 25. I'm looking at Aiden and Rated and Hate Adrian. They're currently in 11th place overall, just outside of the top 10, and that money drastically starts increasing after the top 10.
Well, it's going to be Azen, but they're not going up against DBZ this time. It's actually going to be Team Swag that will be contesting them over here at Airport. And Azen and Heeds, they were trying to bait colors into their building. They threw that proximity mine down on the ground, but it looks like Azen and Heeds will be getting the stronghold for themselves. And Swag and Co, they're kind of rotating out, but Heeds looking to catch Z colors off guard.
Now, with Jukies kind of increasing his point total, we do now officially have 4 EU teams inside the top 10.
I really want to
they've been playing a hyper-aggressive
attend a good LAN event
those teams
once in life.
Inside the top 10, love to continue to prove themselves. They've been contesting any team they can get their hands on. They're just not winning every single time. You need those early eliminations if you want to find yourself in the final couple circles. I got to give a shout out to Pat Zuka, Inxian, off-screen wiping.
DreamHack is like the shittiest LAN to ever exist.
We'll check in with them in a little bit.
Tappa on the upper floor of the building ahead of
battery hack. Let's see. Go.
Definitely got to
Nahin.
check behind.
Make my trip. Make my
that was able to snake off
trip.
into the water. Sometimes if you're running amok, you have to get into water to rotate, but Tappa not able to get there just yet. The jump comes around. Able to take down Tappa, the last
Shubham, when's DreamHack? Final
These are
dates?
those early fights you look back on and say, okay, we have 4, 5, 6 eliminations. We're kind of setting up for that next circle, setting up for the next zone. These are clutch, but they're not everything. You need more, especially if you're a team like this.
मेरे को इसमें जाना था यार ये Sky Sports का हुआ था ना जो CS:GO thingy. I wanted to go there, but then it was too expensive.
Everything counts. Every single elimination counts. Joe, Breadman, Limax. A strong start and a mediocre finish. We'll see if they can finish
He's not
well
telling
in the
me.
final map. As Smixy getting the better
DreamHack
of Levi on the
in
other side.
3rd to
Smixy going
5th,
big
okay.
to potentially take down the Australian team. As
So
Zeppa
would have
and
to
Teeny
go on the
close gap.
2nd.
And this is what they need to do. We were talking to Smixy earlier on. Frankie pulled her aside. Hey, what's going on? She's like, we just need to win that first initial engagement. If they're already picking off a couple members, getting that KP,
One day early, one day
exactly
late, you know.
what is benefiting them. But Zeppa and Teeny waiting to see, hey, will Levi come back? Did he guess the Gulag win? No, so they will likely have to get enough cash to be able to buy them back. But then you jump on over
7,000 की ticket है.
Observatory, the one
One
team
way.
that has the best chance of catching Team Biffle. It's going to be on your screen. Team Soka, Skullface, Mayapo, and Hisoka, the captain himself.
Yeah, the big question in my mind is this trio, do they go into this game and say, let's go absolutely crazy to try to take first place? They won't settle for second, of course, but do you kind of rest on your laurels a little bit and say, we want to stay alive, we want to maintain our position, because they do have a sizable gap from second to third. It's a 13-point margin, so if they just have a pretty solid game, they're likely going to lock up $80,000 to their name. Knowing this trio, though, they're not even looking at the leaderboard. They're just going to play their game. They're going to do what they do best. As all
I don't think I'm gonna go to DreamHack.
They're keeping up that pace.
Spending 14,000 just on tickets, ऊपर से stay, फिर खाना, भेंचोद वहाँ के auto.
Series of Warzone champions on the high ground going up against NA. So that's a heavy hitting fight. We'll check back in with that later as we keep on board with your current leaders here on LAN in the global finals. It's Team Biffle.
Again, no one really contesting their point total. Same thing that I just said for Team Hisoka is the exact same mentality for this team. All they're worried about is getting some points on the board. They're not worried about the leaderboard, though. They're going to play their game. I can only expect you're going to see them in the final circle. You're also going to see them with a ton of eliminations, but only time will tell. Head back to Observatory to take a look at a potential fight here. Again, Savvy Ultras is here every single time, but a team that has to play aggressive because they're outside the top 10. Aiden, Rated, Adrian pushing up from behind. Savvy Ultras forcing the encounter.
Yeah, but here's the deal. Team Juki's just got wiped. All of them sent to the Gulag. So if we wanted them to go back to back, the odds are already stacked against them. But in the tunnels, it's Sage, and Sage goes down. Shifty not able to get by his teammate to grab a trade. Team Echo on your screen. Echo, Tomsterbaum, and Bubble. I mean, Echo and Tomsterbaum, they've been playing since the beginning of Verdansk, the competitive Warzone history. I was able to stop by, talk to them. They said, hey, we're running 2 Signal 50s. Echo's going to be running that AR SMG. But honestly, your weapon doesn't matter here because it's
sometimes I wish I was cringe as hell just so I had more viewership, so I could get invites to all these events and get my travel paid
that
for.
Story of Echo is a story that many of these teams share. I'll pause that story to say,
you know, if I ever saw like any of these like pros in my Gulag, I'd shit my pants. एक बार हुआ था मेरा, पता है मैं टैक्टिकल ब्रिट आया था मेरे ढूलाग में, बट वो मर गया, बहुत खराब खेलता था वो.
Sage says, nope, you're not going to know that. I'm going to go to the right. Prox, and guess what? Reload thought he was on the left. A great move by Sage to outsmart his opponent. He's not going to lose that one.
Not going to lose the Gulag, maybe not going to lose Lan here. Could you imagine? I know we have Pulse Check in the building upstairs sitting with J God and Lucky and Rampage, and they're just cheering on.
I think I'll just go to Udaipur.
But Skullface here finds himself in the Gulag, but a heavy hitting one against Jowo.
This is a big one. Hisoka's team in second. Skullface a huge part of that. But Jowo on the other side.
I wonder if Udaipur is raining right now.
Increase their prize pool, likely going to walk away with some cash. The question is how much? Couple shots against Skullface, only break one.
No!
Oh, the timing! Jowo wins out that one. Joe's going to be heading back free.
But I'm actually happy for Joe.
Mayapo and Skullface.
I like
Hisoka
Joe.
is that they're quickly going to get Skullface back. And then that's exactly what just happened.
Hit the flare, hit the rotate, doing an intel contract to get that next circle
Squad 50
information.
corner पे.
Jowo just absolutely finessed in the gulag. And you know, some lo and behold do call him Flowo, maybe the king of movement here in Warzone.
Flowo, movement king, whatever you want to call him. Joe's the GOAT. Question is he going to be the GOAT on land? Probably not first place, but hey, we still have the solo YOLO after this. Anybody's game for $100,000. We'll get to that in a moment, though, because still a lot of cash to be had here. $500,000 up for grabs. This is the last map for it, and DBZ needs to go big. An okay map in the last one after their win. They're going to clean up Meeks here and keep moving on their merry way. Decent position, decent advantage. But where do you go from here, Tiff?
You go up. You want the high ground. Rotate through observatory, see where that next circle is going to start pulling, and then prioritize your rotation, because that's what has been killing so many of our teams. And with so much water
But anyway,
in this main zone, a lot of teams have prioritized going to Site City, and that's not a bad move. That's not a bad
I'll show
step,
you what
the
I
thing
was
is,
talking
can we
about,
get there?
that
Squads
house.
like FIFA Kill have already rotated in.
And I was taking a look at this map again. You can take a look at it yourself on the Call of Duty.
यार इसका view
Twitch
देखो.
channel. You can see where the map
Like
is.
imagine just stepping out of your room and then this is your balcony.
Creeping along the ground. Now they have player advantage. Now they hunt their prey. Noob's gonna creep up above. These players know every single angle to get in and out of these buildings. And Noobs flanks his opponent, pushes as a team. They're not taking any chances here, Tiff. 3v1 should be no problem at all.
Finding themselves inside the top 5, but they will not be happy with that. Tommy had a strong performance the last time he was in the Copper Box Arena, and performing here today would be exactly what they need, but they're just 4.4 points outside of the top 3. But Dusamir is the squad currently sitting in 3rd. They've got the high ground, and they are just above Team Huskers.
I've got to give some flowers to that Mexico
I
team.
can't afford
They're playing
14,000
fantastic. Getting shot in the back though. Davis Amir now in trouble. A little bit of a caster
for
curse,
2
but
nights.
Castillo's
That
gonna make
particular
it
room
right.
is 14,000.
Gonna try to play the high ground position, and I like this spot. Huskers, Mutex, Jesus, they've got to know they had the high ground. Jesus, an incredible player, traveled all over the world to compete in Warzone. Not only today, but in the past, won a LAN for 10K in Amsterdam. Has an opportunity to hopefully increase his standings on the leaderboard and win some cash. But let's head to the gulag here. Davis Amir, 3rd place currently, trying to take down 11th place Hate Adrian. This is a nice 1v1 for a massive moment.
In this kind of place, I can only go like sharing bases.
Hitting overtime. No one on the flag.
PSW
in hand is not a bad gun for the gulag, but check the angle that Deuce is working on. He's gonna push the issue, and Adrian clutches that, exactly what they needed to do for Team 8. And I told you, I sat down, I talked with them early on. He's like, I don't know, I'm just here to shoot my gun, and hey, it's working.
The game of chicken in the gulag is always a fun one. Who's gonna go with the flag first? Usually that person loses. Sometimes they both lose, Tiff. Gotta get on the flag pretty quick. Make sure the time doesn't run out. Check in with our 2nd place team. They seemingly are in a bit of trouble. Have lost 1. Jongi and Vonbot up above. Don't seemingly are gonna. They're not gonna approach Mayapo here. Instead, they're gonna continue to maintain high ground position in that POI. That's where they land usually. Wonder how many kills they have. Let's head over to the leaders though. Sage, Biffle, Shifty doing well. Team Biffle things. Tef continuing to find eliminations and continuing to win those gunfights.
Just hanging out on the outskirts of Hydroelectric was essentially their drop spot. They land in Hydro, they stay in Hydro, they
It's my idea. I want to like try to get my entire trip done in 10K.
So many eliminations, and because the zone keeps
including stay.
More teams are going to be rotating out of the northern side from Rohan Oil, and they're essentially just gatekeeping everything. And the next team is going to be too strong making their way through that, but not before CPA tries to hit a rotation with the Hummer. They do lose out on CPA, and we're flying off the mountainside of Observatory. Moriko just keeps going, hanging outside of the passenger seat, maybe trying to scout some of them.
Our Asia regional team, they played hyper-aggressive in the regional qualifiers and dominated the competition. competition.
It's a dapper.
Driving Hummers and pushing every single gunfight and landing observatory. The problem is when you do this, you are giving away your position to everyone. They're just trying to find some sort of space that they can hang on to and restabilize.
I've done a trip in 5 grand.
Going to allow them to
3
do
days.
that. I'm looking at our map though. Of course, Hydro's still inside the next zone. It's looking like it might pull towards Cave, which is good for Vaughn, but
Khana travel everything.
A team that's kind of an unknown
Stay,
squad that really made a name for
Daru.
themselves in the World Series of Warzone series. Got an opportunity to do something big here. The only team contesting them is Team 38.
Yeah, so go back on your screen. Your second place team still need about 50 points to cover the gap between Team Biffle. And it's just going to be so tough because they've constantly been in that regain blender, not able to beat up.
It's just about knowing where to stay. Your stay is going to be the most expensive, especially like to go to a dapper. Stay is the most expensive because bus you get for dirt cheap, very cheap from here to a dapper. If you're staying at Pichola, you don't really need to spend anything on auto and stuff like that because everything's literally walking distance.
Right now, can they catch Team Biffle?
Find a place which serves cheap alcohol and cheap food. And I'm not somebody who needs to eat too much and all, so I'm okay.
And they need to continue to farm kills, and
it's mainly the stay, your stay. And I don't need fancy stay because I spend all my time outside.
Hit the do-si-do and hit the flare in the meantime. Will it have connected regardless? Another elimination goes the way of TBE and Tommy. Now we know they always
never need to like stay at a fancy place. But the only reason I'm trying to find a decent place to stay this time is because I do not.
Necessarily connecting, maybe a little bit of a lead.
I am traveling alone.
But regardless, you want to wait on Almond and see if he's able to.
And I need it not to be shady.
Yeah, Tim, I usually make a basketball.
And I wanna just go out somewhere to relax.
Lean into football, but I'm not gonna disappoint the London crowd.
So even if like I get a good hotel with like a decent view or something, I can just stay at the hotel, chill inside my room, sit in the balcony and work at the balcony, sort of, you know.
You've got a couple in the gulag here, a ton of eliminations. You want to play this hyper-aggressive playstyle. You got Smixy on the other side.
It's like a new fresh sort of thing. And then evenings so I can go to like a random place and just chill there.
We'll see if he can win it.
On the ground prone, able to clean up
and
Smixy. You can see that he extended out onto Smixy's side
sleep.
of the gulag, which is very similar of how
and
we witnessed
go out in the
playing
evenings
early on,
basically.
but still
Drink.
able to take that elimination, add it to the tally because they are just trying to pull away from that fourth place squad. Team Deuce, Amir and Soka not able to catch a break here in map number 6, but if they go down here, it will open the door for teams to pass them.
The opportunity for TBE to make it to second place completely depends on Hisoka and Mayapo staying alive in this moment. Going down with 0 eliminations is so uncharacteristic of Hisoka. I can't even believe that it could happen. We'll see. Shifty playing maybe playing with his food a little bit. I think they knocked Bino and then let himself revive and then killed him outright. Wanted to make sure they weren't going to get picked off by a third party. We take a look at our zone here. Of course, everybody's moved outside of the majority of the hydroelectric, creeping down towards caves. And Tiff, we might be seeing another water zone.
You would love that, wouldn't you, Coach? You would love a water zone. You're so devious, but regardless, it doesn't matter at this point, with Biffle still able to extend that lead that
Bit scared of traveling alone,
honestly,
though.
with the zone pulling just south of Hydroelectric, they've got a position where they're able to gatekeep yet again.
Little bit.
Just kept them maintaining.
It won't be a water zone.
No one can manifest. Even Soka running the gauntlet of potentially not able to even hold on to second place.
Off-screen TBE is in a bit of trouble, but they've taken down Finessin. A couple teams at the top fighting each other, and the gulag is closed. Tiff, we are officially nearing the end game of the last map. Tommy and Almond hunting down Empathy.
Here we go.
Almond on 10. TBE is going huge. Doesn't matter what weapons in his hand. DBZ is in their way.
Almond.
Shooting bodies.
Do you blame them, though? They get a durable gas mask, they get their squad together, and they take out 2 members that were likely close to them on the leaderboard. Now we start to parachute away. Look for the high ground as we see squad 26 in the distance. Tactical Brit was who actually was firing down with a signal 50 from above, but look at, we've got the ultimate flank.
I think TBE's on 21 eliminations.
But I also need to ask Orgadeep. He also wants to go to there.
To do something that many people would say is impossible. I don't know if they're going to catch this squad, but this could be a window of opportunity. Sage is down, quick flare.
Oh, it actually might just be water. The bridge is in the water. I didn't see that.
Several teams, though,
this is going to be funny if that happens.
Sure, it's central, but not ideal.
I don't like water zones.
And somehow Team Hisoka fully stabilized all three up.
They did have the cash. They just needed a buy station or a flare to get their numbers back up. But I'm keeping my eyes on Biffle and Shifty on the right-hand side of your screen, playing just by the bridge. TBE just to the northern ahead of them in a big engagement as Tommy goes down. Tommy is fooled by 8th. Now, Noobs and Almond will have to clutch up this moment and get out of this congested area.
Oh my gosh.
Everybody's wondering here in the stadium where Team Juki's is. They've been eliminated already. They're not here in the final couple circles. They might see themselves into the top 10, but it's going to be close. The big question in my mind is who's going to win map 6 and cement themselves in history. Some of the greatest Warzone players of all time.
TBE can actually win this.
Great snipes.
Signal 50, maybe that will be the greatest ever in World Series of Warzone history. Not a particular player, but a particular weapon in the hands of Shifty.
They're keeping up the pace though, Tiff. They're not relenting.
Imagine they win.
They're moving to this next circle. Look at the next zone. Half of it's in the river.
Jowo's already there. Tommy's back up. Almond's on the roof. PA liking to wreak havoc, but not necessarily. It does knock Almond on the roof. Tommy does not have a flare. 5 eliminations, typically anchoring for this squad.
If they want a chance to take down Team Hisoka, they have to stay alive. They need the 1.6 and the 1.8 times multiplier. Look at that scoreboard on the right-hand side. Team Biffle likely your winners, but second place is a complete toss-up. 2 teams at 129.4, 2 teams vying for second.
How do you fucking die there like this?
Not too far behind. Sage goes big, no! Falls, and a quick answer back from Shifty. This team is moving on all cylinders.
They're all alive.
Is going to remain
they won.
182
they won this.
Could they breach 200 points on land?
There is a possibility as we get into that multiplier, but not before Soka able to find another one, but he's only on 2 eliminations with 13 squads remaining. We are getting into those upper multipliers, but is going to be difficult.
Tiff, this is
Hey, कितने नेट लेके बैठा है तू बिफल?
11 teams left. Many of our top squads still alive.
I need a vacation, guys.
$65,000, but first place is $100,000.
I really need a vacation.
80K, we're likely witnessing not only history, but a fight for $15,000 for second.
Nice, have fun.
Skullface in the water with the attack. Siege goes down. EU Ghost goes massive. An opening for TBE and others to creep in. Where are they? Where can they be found? Shifty still up. 7 eliminations, picking up Louis. No! Another knock from distance!
King AJ.
Out of here.
Goodbye and a flare to boot. We're getting Sage back in if we can just get a moment, and there it goes. 4 squads remaining.
And this is called consistency, guys.
It's not Anakin, it's Biffle.
Tiff, so much math behind the scenes, so much money exchanging hands. 3 teams fighting for the final victory. No
consistency.
One still in the water, flanks fighting Sage. Sage goes down. F-Tac Siege reigns supreme when it comes to water, but we're moving back to land.
The funny thing is, Shifty has an amazing position.
Jowo needs this to walk away with a ton of cash, but it's going to be difficult when you've got Shifty on high ground.
Yeah, but they're sitting on double-digit eliminations, vying for that 2x multiplier. And Team Smixy in the distance, flanked and attract. Some have called them the Golden Thirds, but here they're showing why they are so prevalent. Wiping Jowo. Now, Team Smixy versus Team Biffle, endgame map 6.
A ton of cash on the line. A ton of eliminations in pocket. Shifty grabs another knock. Looking to close this thing out in style, Tiff. 200 points potentially and looming. A 2v2 with high ground positioning, but not a lot of gas mask to boot. They do make it into position to hold ultimate high. This is unbelievable.
This is unbelievable.
I know one's got the signal 50, but Shifty is down. Biffle, last standing here, keeping an eye out on flanked, not able to necessarily spot them, but as that circle starts to shift, Shifty back up on his feet. Biffle still the south front, and there he goes. The push on to flanked. Smixy squad is wiped, and Biffle stand up, your winners of map number 6 and a $100,000 World Series of Warzone Global Final Champions.
Team Biffle, go get your trophy. You earned it, and you earned it in style. A massive victory and a ton of points with a ton of cash.
That trophy's been staring at everyone all day, centered in the middle
Second win.
of all of our 150 players. But now it is going to be Biffle.
216 points, 124 total kills.
Unbelievable. An absolute domination.
They're the first in total kills. The second total kills, 85.
Stage 2, and they said they couldn't.
They didn't even have competition, dude.
They were all slayers. No one was willing to do the dirty work. Shifty has had this mark on his name, a chip on his shoulder, and he has proved it on land.
Fucking insane.
He can do it here, he can do it anywhere.
But now's the best thing in this game. Solo YOLO.
Here in the Copper Box Arena, history is made. Shifty, the newest member of the roster, alongside Biffle and Sage there. That trophy is hoisted. Congratulations, boys. You just won $100,000.
You hear the crowd. They've been cheering on our EU all day, but they can see and recognize domination here on main stage. The smiles on their faces, the smiles in the crowd, and you know there's smiles in that pulse check.
I am so surprised that they actually managed to do this so smoothly, this event. Especially knowing it's Warzone.
From that second game onwards when you got your first victory, but to cap it all off with another is something else entirely. Biffle, given that you guys came second, in fact you with other teammates came second in the World Series of Warzone NA last year, what does it mean to prove yourself against international competition on LAN?
I mean, it's a great feeling. I know I've gotten third, second twice in the World Series, and now I finally got the first place, so I'm super fucking hyped.
London is hyped! You guys are hyped too! What does it mean to have this man as your team captain?
Man, this guy, you know, they took a chance on me. I wasn't an IGL. They told me that's what they needed, and I said, hey, if y'all trust me, I'll switch to it, and I'll do my best. They said, all right, and it's history.
And what does it take to be a natural IGL? Because you clearly are.
Confidence. I got so much confidence in these guys and in myself, and I just told them, man, like the gear is clicking. Once it starts clicking, no other team can keep up with us. And I mean, we showed that today. I told them, bro, we're ending this with that kill. We're not letting them down the zone. We're gonna land on everybody.
And Sage, for you, you came outside of the top 10 last year in the World Series of Warzone. Why do you think that this team was just unstoppable?
I feel like this team just comes with a lot of confidence and trust. I mean, you have, by everybody in the world, the best gunny in the game, the best player in the game. 2 months into practice with Shifty, the best IGO in the game to steer us. I have my teammates back no matter what. I do whatever I need to do for my teammates to succeed right there. I know we had it through. I told my teammates, just keep getting me back. I'm gonna see if I can get any intel for anybody else. I trusted my teammates. That's all it takes. Like these boys, we only had a couple months together, but this is probably by far one of the best teams I've ever played with.
Shifty, say that into the microphone.
I said it's trust. That's all it was, man. Switching from different rosters from stage 1 to stage 2 with very little tournaments and very little practice. All it came down to is our trust.
And you found that trust when you needed it most. However, trust can be broken. And I wonder what you guys are going to be doing with each other in that booth, because we are heading into solo YOLO. Who do you think is going to be taking it?
I got Shifty taking it, honestly. I've been at my thoughts since yesterday. I think Shifty's a good person to take it. I hope he does, and that's it.
To be honest, out of the three of you, my money is on you. I saw you today. You are insane.
Oh, I'll kill him. I'll kill him.
Okay, oh, cool. And I'll have a share of the prize money. All right, $100,000 is on the line after this break. But before then, gentlemen, you're each going to get one of these. London, give it up for your 2023 World Series of Warzone Global Final Champions!
The World Series of Warzone Global Final is here, and so is
44 eliminations,
with
though.
the essentials, including the Red Mist XMR blueprint, the Solo YOLO Chimera blueprint, animated calling cards, emblems, and more. The pack is available using COD points. Visit the in-game store now. HyperX is the official peripheral partner of Call of Duty. Be sure to link your Twitch or YouTube account with your Activision profile now. Don't miss any of the amazing viewership rewards during the global final, including the chance to win a Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 beta code.
I would probably have to say probably about Breadman, maybe. Very like smart
Yeah.
player, very smart on his decisions that he makes around the map.
Everyone can win it, but I know FIFA is very good in solos. I will bet for him.
I'll say FIFA.
The hell, you didn't say yourself?
No, dude, I suck at
Bro.
solos, dude.
I think I'm gonna go with FIFA because he won the last one and he's just a really consistent player.
I think I am excited to be confident in myself, and I do like solos, and I have been practicing my solo play, and especially the end zones.
I think either FIFA Kill or Breadman.
Yeah.
Those guys are very good at playing positioning. I think they're two of the top smartest players in the game.
I mean, I hope I win the solo YOLO because that's a big stack of money. But other top contenders for sure. Breadman, he's really good at playing solos. FIFA, of course.
I do have a lamp now.
One. Low-key, I'll have my money on Shifty. He's probably one of the most smartest end-game players. We could probably like swindle around. He is really lucky. He does get lucky. He gets out of those mixy spots. I'm pretty sure I could see him winning it.
Listen, it would be wrong if I chose anyone but myself. I'm picking myself for tomorrow. Breadman's winning the solo YOLO.
Redman's hair, dude.
Warzone Warriors. Gear up for the ultimate Battle Royale experience. The Call of Duty Endowment Bowl, presented by USAA, is back. Get hyped for an elite level of competition. 10 military esports teams representing...
What did they ever do to you, Greg?
Competing for a single trophy.
You'd love to see it.
It's an all-land showdown. Tune in on October 5th as we drop into Al Mazrah. Squads will clash. Strats will develop. A champ will be crowned. See you in the drop zone. Stay frosty, troops, and level up the life of vets.
I see.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the World Series of Warzone Global Finals presented by Prime Gaming. What a day it has been. 6 games done. Our champion crown, Biffle, Shifty, Sage. What a special moment it was for them. You can feel the emotion, but now we've got to break them up. It's solo YOLO time, $100,000 on the line, and only one player out of 150 is going to be earning that paycheck. This is a big moment, and I'm so excited that it's back. I'm Taylor Reflections, I'll be your host, joined by Dream Crazy, Enigma, and Dandro.
My silent ripper.
Right, let's talk about it. Dream, let's start off with you, right? Because now and you actually had a chance to watch it last year on the desk. What can we expect from it?
Craziness, right? That's easily my favorite part of the.
Do you still identify as male?
Most anticipated, really, but
Or
usually
nah?
craziness, riot shields, everyone just playing this. Stay alive, right?
Stay alive.
I mean, last year I remember just seeing Juki's kind of like talking to
All
himself.
good.
Like,
What's up with you?
But, like everyone's just gonna be having a good time, of course, fighting for that top spot. You gotta play your life.
You gotta play your life. You have to fight hard. Enigma, Sage, basically saying, "I give it the shifty." I think, but I'd kill him anyways if I see him. Well, that'd be fair enough.
Oh, you're not talking about me,
Maybe being
right?
the favorite to win. Who knows? I mean, there's 150 to choose from.
I mean, it's lovely and all. It's really the sentiment, isn't it? But
I was like,
all
wait,
he's
I
doing is
don't know
offloading
that.
pressure. He doesn't want to deal with any of that himself because at the end of the day, he wants that six-figure check for himself.
Sure.
Of course you do. You one map and you walk away with that this afternoon. That is a hell of a way to end your 2023 World Series of Warzone.
It definitely is, man. And Dandro, I know you're not playing today. I mean, definitely you would win everything if you did. How would you go about playing solo YOLO today? For you personally?
I'm bringing out all of the cheesiest things I possibly can,
Figured
okay?
that.
I'm throwing the riot shield on my back. I'm loading up a shotgun with the Dragon's Fire Breath rounds. I'm dropping claymores, proximity mines. I'm just pulling out the dumbest things possible that are in the book. And you think I'm absolutely shooting bodies every single time. Because I feel like at this point, everyone's just relaxed. They got through their 6 maps. There's like, all right, listen, I spent 6 maps not trying to take fights and everything. I'm just taking the fight every single time.
I will say, though, the most important thing that we will see players use that we have seen in the last 2 years is vehicles. Vehicles are going to be super, super important to rotate around the map, but also to use as cover. And
She's literally a woman.
With the vehicles, except for, well, of course, year 1, we're stuck with that one, but that was still exciting nonetheless.
I mean, I'm coming in saying straight away, I totally disagree with your point about people being relaxed. Some of these guys will have not even considered some of the points of the first 6 maps. They care far more about this one coming up. They've turned up as a squad here, they've taken part, but this is where you can win $100,000. There's going to be a lot of cheese, a lot of strategies that we haven't seen so far, and I'm expecting it to be...
So this is because it's kind of like when it gets really hot, it kind of like... Wait, I'll show you the actual color. Let me shut it down for a bit, okay? I'll show you how it actually looks.
And like let's start off with
Let it cool down.
King Scump himself winning solo YOLO.
Possibly the greatest clip in all of Warzone history, right? We have.
Oh, this was the best thing I've ever seen, dude. Everyone.
Is it amazing? It is hard to ever bet against him when he has a gun in his hand in a Call of Duty title.
Going crazy! Oh my gosh!
All those accolades, and you can see how he's losing his mind, right? $100,000 hits different, and the check cash is no matter
So it's usually brighter than this, but I didn't let it cool down enough.
Definitely happy himself, jumping around, losing his mind, and honestly, I would be too.
I will say, too, this was actually crazy because I was on the desk as a guest this year, and Alley Cat actually called that Scump was going to win. Yes, so the fact that that happened and the fact that she called that out, absolutely crazy. It was crazy when they popped the bubbly, too. It was just awesome.
They got the job for a reason. They know what they're talking about. Enigma, let's talk about FIFA, though, winning solo YOLO himself.
Yeah, well, this is
I didn't like
I
it.
was so confident coming into today that we're going to do
Oh, it's very trippy to watch. I literally keep staring at it.
That he's capable of hanging with just about
I love it.
And even in this moment, he essentially comes out of the sky and adapts on the fly, does the situation where he goes and scoops bodies, weapons off of bodies, and then uses it to break down these final 2 players and come out on top with Breadman and Jowo there to celebrate.
Oh, look at him.
I know, Greg, I know.
Win today, and now let's round it
I
out
know.
with number 3, talking Blade Dream.
Yeah, and
There
I
you
mean,
go.
that's kind of that strategy, right? You mentioned the
Because
riot
of
shields,
people
but
like
when
you.
he was just had this consistent ebb and flow of where he was playing aggressive, he was playing passive, but he was using the vehicle to rotate.
I literally
Even
called
those
it like
final moments,
in the
he had
first
1v1
10 minutes of my
against
stream.
Galahad,
I said
he
like
got aggressive, got in his face, and
because of my camera angle
hey, man,
to be able to show this,
trios,
it looks like I wear nothing.
$116,000 to his name.
That's a lot of money.
But believe me, I will
$160,000.
never stream
Quite honestly,
naked.
it's life-changing.
No
I don't
matter
know
what
I would do with
happens.
it. I'd probably buy something dumb and then regret it.
There will always be some sort of clothing covering me. I promise you guys.
First as well, $100,000 for first. Everybody else, even second, you're walking away with nothing. I guess you could say you got second place in solo YOLO. Maybe that's an accomplishment.
I mean, I feel like if you're the person who wins solo YOLO, it feels great, but I always think about, what if you're that person who comes second and loses that final 1v1?
Terrible.
It can't feel good.
I'm all last or second place.
I would rather be dead last.
Well, okay, either way, you're walking away with 0, the big goose egg, okay, 100,000. It's going to be great. We're getting everything loaded up.
I'm sorry about that. I have no control over the ads.
Let's spin the wheel, everybody. If yet again you miss it in the LCQ and we had those wild card maps, we were kind of talking, this is so random, we might as well just put all the names on a wheel and spin it. Well, hey, Solo YOLO was a fantastic time to do that while we are here in London for the global final. So let's see. We haven't had anybody from EU yet, and we're sticking with the trade. It is, of course, another North American player in Jackal. So, Enigma, I don't know what we got to do, buddy. We got to figure out something to get an EU player in here.
I mean, wonderful. Look, if there is a person who I'd love to see take that, I mean, Bobble has got a young girl on the way in November. So I think for me, if I'm talking a European player, that's where I'd love to see it end up.
So far, we've got DJ Moss, Desmond, Biffle, and Jackal. Biffle looking really strong, especially after his victory. Dream, you haven't had a chance to spin that wheel, so why don't you take a stab at it?
I wish we had like a live one here, you know, but here we go. We're going to spin that reel, and then it's off.
When is Greg not drunk?
Is it going to land on maybe a global expansion team flavor? Maybe for Enigma and EU one, but hey, Mexico surprised us today. Maybe we'll get one of them. Maybe we'll get the Ecuadorian king. There's the EU. Yes,
there it is.
Specifically,
Rocket, you finally, it was you, the magic sauce we needed, right? Well done. So Rocket, who knows, they win it. Honestly, I mean, it is totally random. I mean, out there, used a collective mind. Let us know who you think is going to be taking it. Twitch also
too bad I'm
involved
not.
as well. See
I wish I
who
were.
it is. I mean, 150 players to choose
Women are
from.
so much better.
It is what it is. I know we're about to be getting into that solo YOLO. Does anybody want to be brave enough to make their own prediction?
I tell you what, I feel like it's got to come from someone who's got a brilliant mind for the game. So you're talking perhaps your FIFA kills, your Tommies, those kind of people that are known for their ability to adapt to unfolding situations. Solo YOLO is one of the most unpredictable things that we will ever see in competitive history of anything. And I think that these kind of players are just very good at just pivoting on the fly. And at the end of the day, that over slaying is what you want when you've only got one life.
All right.
I usually always say Breadman every single year.
Yeah.
I don't know, because he's so chill. He's got the chillest comms. But honestly, Juki's, he's always finds himself in those top spots. He's calm when he's playing. And I mean, sometimes he's singing to himself. It's always a good time. So I'm going to say he's going to take it.
Okay.
And listen, I don't go against the wheel. The first spin landed on DJ Moss. I'm picking DJ Moss, baby.
DJ Moss.
He's going all the way. I can feel it in my bones.
I'm going to be honest with you. For me, I'm probably going FIFA.
Shut your eyes.
He's been palpable. He wants to hype up that crowd, and a big victory here would mean a lot, not only to him, but also to the EU crowd. We're getting loaded up in that solo YOLO. Before we do, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, $100,000 will be earned.
Why? Just don't look at it. You struggle with 24-hour format. I do not want to be American. Yes, crack.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the World Series of Warzone Global Finals presented by Prime Gaming. Solo YOLO is nearly underway. I promise you that lobby is about to get started. Until it does, we've got some loose ends to tie up, like our standings from today and all that money that was earned from all 150 players. I'm Taylor Reflections, Noble, your host, joined by Crazy, Enigma, and Dandro. And here we go, right? Biffle, Sage, Shifty taking it all with 218 points. I mean, talk about dominating, Dandro.
I mean, if we kind of were looking, we were saying even before this event started, one of our big worries was, what if one team just kind of comes out the gate swinging, and by the time we get to the last map, we kind of already know what's going to happen? And well, that's exactly what this squad did. I knew from the very map one, I was keeping an eye on it. We had that graphic in the top right, which was like total kills, total elims, right? And they were at the top of the
women play Call of Duty.
So I'm not surprised to see that's how they started the day. They're ending the day at the top of the leaderboard.
And Ahsoka in second place, that's got to feel good. I know it hurts, it's bittersweet, but second place is still something to take away for Global Finals.
Yeah, but I also wanted to point out just the fact again that Juki's team has like literally jumped up from 46 to potentially.
I'm really craving ice cream. Let me see if there's any ice cream.
Top 25, and then they took 10th. Okay, so I took 10th. The screen did flip, so I'm just letting you know. They were in 10th place. Guys.
All right, they're in 10th place. I believe you. I trust you. We go down and
$10,000 from nothing is crazy.
And Enigma, here's our bubble teams at 21st place. I think walks away with nothing.
That's tough. I mean, I'm looking at some of the squads there. You're talking, for example, your Savvy Ultras team.
That's right.
You know, they come out as your World Series of Warzone winners in Europe last year. It's definitely not been the afternoon for them. They've got a ridiculously good fan base. They spoke about bringing it home for Italy. Unfortunately, not their afternoon, but I fully expect them to bounce on back. A couple of other squads for us over on the European side, a couple of Spanish sides, and your French teams as well in that lineup. So, unfortunately, just falling short on the day.
And I don't know if I'm going to continue to say names. We go down the list, 31st through 40th. One thing that I do want to say, though, for any team that made it here to be top 50 in the world when it comes to World Series of Warzone, it is truly
No, you cannot be racist for a minute also.
To stage 1 qualifiers at the very beginning, and even stage 2 open qualifiers, you had everybody in the world who was interested. It was free to play, free 99, the best price out there, right? Get involved and try and compete, try and qualify for stage 2 to move forward into the stage 2, stage 1 finals, and then ultimately LCQ. It wasn't an easy route to get to this point. It's been a harrowing journey, and the teams that made it here truly had to go through the gauntlet, Enigma.
Yeah, 100%. You are looking at the 50 best teams in the world. You can put that forever. You are a part of history. This is the biggest event in terms of player base on one stage ever done. So it's, again, a massive congratulations to the teams that have managed to make it here, especially those as well from the expansion regions that have managed to qualify and carry entire regions on their back.
That's right.
I think that very much so every player can be very proud of themselves today.
Absolutely be proud of yourself. This was a truly remarkable event with so much going down and so much taking place. You know, I got to say, though, you mentioned half, and I want to go back to that word half.
I thought you loved the Githyankies.
But a minute of pointing out, all right, when it came down to the practice round, right, the scrim for Solo YOLO, because we ran a practice in here, maybe even a couple of them, the stat was half of the lobby was using the Riot Shield. And I know that makes you cringe. Oh, the Riot Shield. I hate going against them.
Uninstall the game, dude.
Half the lobby is using Riot Shield. Dream. It's cheesy, but I mean, it's $100,000. Like, that's the thing. People criticize using, you know, Riot Shields and all this thing, but it's like, yo, if you have a chance to win $100,000,
you gotta use it. You have to use it. Yeah, and that's crazy because I just even remember when streaks were introduced into anything competitive Call of Duty. Way back at Black Ops 2, right? Yep. Like everyone was like, "What is this?" Right? But
give our tip money.
Adjusted to something we have adapted to, and year 3 for Solo YOLO, we're gonna see it again.
I remember Puckett tweeting out because everybody's like, "Black Ops 2, one of the best games out there." Yeah, and then Puckett was like, "Remember, we had dual cap 40s then too, so that was something to consider." But it was, you know, that's where I started my career, and it's always great.
I do want to mention something, though. We did just watch that clip of Scump. Scump won that Solo YOLO without using a Riot Shield. I think that's like I think that's the with caveat, the asterisk there is like, yeah, it's Scump with a weapon in a Call of Duty game, so maybe there's a little bit extra going on. But didn't have to use a Riot Shield to win.
Well, Blade, FIFA.
But yeah, they had vehicles. They did have vehicles, though, right? Like, Scump was utilizing Jeeps. Like, we saw FIFA doing the same. Juki's doing the same. Who's still, again, like, it's just super, super important. You need it to move. You need it to rotate. And you need it for cover.
I call it back to something that I think it was eBay said in a recent interview where they were talking, you know, they were saying, oh, is it Signal 50? Is this
Hi Joshua, thank you.
I said, no, there's actually something even worse out there. So I'm wondering what it is that they found.
Oh, we didn't tell you.
Coming out. No, they didn't tell us, but whatever it is, I believe that we will see it in this solo YOLO. As I said, I expect teams...
I do not have a weird forehead. It's a normal forehead. It's just the receding hairline from here.
I will say that as the solo YOLOs have progressed over the years, teams are taking like this specific tournament way more serious, right? Like it would start off like a Captain's Cup, kind of like a creator type of thing, and then now like every single year, teams are giving away their strategies. Like you know what I mean? Like they're like, oh, I'm gonna tell you now. I'm not gonna tell you. I'm gonna, you know. So you're gonna see that. I feel like, I mean, if there is another one next year, hopefully, but you're gonna see this just get more and more intense.
More intense indeed, and you know, it brings up the conversation because we had a chance, you know, obviously Frankie interviewing Biffle, Sage, Shifty, you know, solo YOLO, who do you think's going to win it, and you know, Sage saying Shifty and this and that. I mean, you do have trios that you've been competing with for some time, all right? I mean, we're talking about months and months, and even dating back before all of that, before even this iteration of World Series Warzone. You go back to last iteration of World Series Warzone. That's a lot of chemistry just to break up and go solo. Do we see any teams who we say, that's a team effort, let's try to help each other out?
Nah, no, we don't. No. We don't see that in a team.
Not at all.
Obviously not professionally, though.
You have 100K on the line? Like, you want to have that distinguished, you know, kind of part of you, right? You want to be able to say, I won this fair and square, not, oh, I teamed up with my teammates and we both took home $33,000. Like, you know, who wants to say that? It's like the lamest thing ever.
What are these voices that you bring out every now and again?
It's been
Mickey
a long
Mouse
day.
and rehearsal? What's this today?
Yeah,
but like, no, he's right. I think that there's no chance that these guys decide to team up together. We've seen the staff come out and put shields between the players so they can't actually see what's going on here. They've got screens between them.
I didn't even see that. You're right.
And it is a case of like, I mean, I don't really care if I can say that I won the World Series Warzone solo YOLO. I care that the $100,000 check cashes, and that will be something that all of these individuals want.
I will say too, like, of course, competitive integrity, right? But a lot of these players, I mean, you know, they're humble about it. They want to win, and they want to win legit. Like, that's... Come on. I understand. I understand what you mean. Like, hey, maybe we can share this if we... No.
Hey, fair enough. Look, I'm happy to be disproven in that situation. I just had to ask Enigma. It was a question that I had to bring to the forefront.
The only thing I can see maybe happening, like I'm looking around right now, and a couple of these individuals are speaking to each other and talking through something like, you want your buddy to do well, and it's like, well, if I finish first, I'd love if you finish second. But one of the things they might be doing is going, look, I'm going to land over here. You stay as far away from me as possible. On just fine.
I mean, that could be the case, or maybe they're just going to say, who's your biggest competition? Who do we need to take out? But the one thing I wanted to say about sharing, these guys play ranked together all the time. And they're barely sharing SR. They're like yelling at each other that they're not getting taps in, right?
That's
like,
right.
I don't think we're sharing anything.
Well, that might be the case. I mean, it is solo YOLO after all. Sharing isn't involved in that. They shared enough with the trios. Okay, let's be very clear about that. And now that that's done, you know, 100,000 would be quite nice to have. Landing spots,
Deal with them,
you brought that up. So what are we thinking landing? Because you gotta think. Obviously, they're masters of the map. Everybody here is a master of the map, right? But you've been so used to landing in a particular location. Now it's like you got to switch that up. Do you just land in the water and just kind of swim around?
You got to go central circle. You cannot be caught on rotation at all. You've got to find somewhere with some solid cover, perhaps a building that you can lock down, as was being brought up earlier, around proximity mines and claymores. You just essentially hunker down and get yourself in as good a spot as you can, hope that no one will bother you. I watched the solo YOLO recently that Hisoka won, and his tactic at points was to essentially lie down in the bedroom and wait.
So why not? I'm laying down, I'm hiding in the bathroom, I'm doing whatever I can to try and survive, okay? At the end of the day, will it work? Probably not. I mean, we got to take that wild card map. That was a crazy one, and that's kind of like what we're going to see here for the solo YOLO. We're going to take one more break, but when we come back, solo YOLO is going to be coming your way. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Another break! I'm actually so excited to see how solo YOLO plays out this year, because Bird's Eye exists. Now that you mentioned birds, I'm thinking of Bird's Eye. That's actually going to be really funny. Completely forgot that Bird's Eye exists. Ooh. are cool. I wish I had a pet raven. I'd like a pet raven. Would be nice to have a pet raven. No. Oh. Yes, Raven software. They don't really team up. But they will avoid like certain places that people go to. Damn it, that's another lipstick that I like but I don't like. Nope. Never. No, I don't.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the World Series of Warzone Global Finals presented by Prime Gaming. Beautiful London, England, at the historic Copper Box Arena.
You didn't give me a gift for my birthday.
We crowned our official global champions, Biffle, Shifty, Sage, taking the first ever, a huge feat, a big accomplishment, and well done to them. But now we've got the solo YOLO that we are getting ready
But
to
happy
go.
birthday, Craig.
Once everything is sorted on stage. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Dream Crazy, Enigma, and Dandro. Solo YOLO is just moments away, but we got some things to at least tidy up, and more importantly, we got some players to talk to. I know Frankie is getting ready to go to interview a couple of our pods, and by the way, I don't know who she's going to be interviewing. It's going to be wild. It might be random. You might hear some crazy things. At least I'm hoping you do.
Oh, yeah.
We love chaos on the desk, right?
Absolutely. Hello. I mean, my name's crazy. Though I have crazy in my name with two Z's. I can't spell, you know. No, I'm kidding. But for real, like, absolutely. We love chaos all the time. We want some banter. I'm surprised we haven't heard as much.
Well, I am too, because I fully expected somebody to reach over and like grab somebody after like an intense moment, just kind of lose. I'm glad that didn't happen, actually, to be fair.
I mean, yes, I'm glad that we didn't have to call into the pods, but you know, I don't know. Brax gave us a pretty good moment. Can we get Brax back?
Was that a good moment? Was that a good moment?
I mean, it was. I laughed.
I did not. But yeah, no, there's definitely looking forward to some craziness in the solo YOLO. We're very ready for things to get unfolded. But yeah, I think right now that as we get things prepared and players start to almost seemingly separate within their own pods, it very much so feels like the atmosphere in here is getting warmer and the tension is building.
It's been warm all day, never more warm than a moment right here. I can tell you that. Okay, I know I've had people messaging me all day, man. You look warm up there. I'm like, you know, a little bit. Maybe I chose the wrong guitar, but I still look fresh. Okay, and that's at the end of the day, that's what matters. Hey, I don't care if I'm uncomfortable as long as I look good. We've got Frankie. She's geared up for the interview. Frankie, who you got down there?
You need to be very much. Apparently, I've got everyone. If I want to talk to 150 players, I can, but I don't think we're going to have time. So I'm going to start over here with young Lennon. He is now in the booth. It used to be Team Jukies. It's not his booth anymore. Len, I think London are rooting for you to win solo YOLO. They really are. They're screaming your name. Have you got any family watching you today?
My mum. Shout out my mum, Gail.
Shout out to Gail. Did you bring Gail to LAN?
I didn't. She's just at home chilling.
Why is she at home chilling? Why is she not here supporting her boy in person?
She just prefers being at home, so.
All right. I feel bad. Listen, can I give you a hug? Gail.
Yeah.
That is such a weird thing to just ask.
From one to another, you should be incredibly proud. I'm going to move from the mums though.
She's such a terrible host.
To the dads, the daddies in the building, because we've got a daddy here, Jukies, daddy of the team, daddy of an actual human baby. Jukies, do you think you're going to fare better in solo YOLO?
Am I going to what, sorry?
Are you going to do all right today?
I'm hoping to win, really. I need them 100 Gs.
Yeah, what do you need them for? You've already won quite a lot of money.
I need it. My baby needs nappies.
Yeah, it's all right. Get yourself down to a German discount supermarket. It'll be fine. And we're going to come to you, iVision, as well. Sorry, you don't get to escape. If I talk to your ex-teammates, because...
Is it turning you on or something?
I've got to talk to you as well. Out of the three of you, who is the best in solos?
I think Len.
Yeah? You're so kind. Why Len? Is it because he's the youngest?
No, I think he's the most composed teammate of us, all of us. Don't you think?
Yeah, it's something about the eyes. They're so cold and deadly despite the face being so sweet. You're also streaming right now. Hang on a second. What? I feel a little bit weird reading this because I'm worried it's rude, but there is something being written on your screen by AnnCWVV. Hello, Anne. Thank you so much for watching. What's she saying?
Should I turn on the stream as well? I think she says keep your head up, so solo, so yeah.
Oh, she's lovely. You've got a lovely chat. Right, let's head over. Good luck, boys. Right, I've seen an Italian flag in the audience here at the Copper Box Arena. Oh, okay, we've got more than a few Italians. Forza Italia. Yes, Team Savvy Ultra, you did manage to win stage 2. I know
she is very weird. I swear to God, she's a very bad host.
Vortex, are you ready to take down Savvy?
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm super ready.
Yeah? What makes you ready? Why do you think you're going to win the $100,000?
It's because we play like shit this year, so this is my only motivation.
to not play poorly?
Yeah.
All right, okay, get your hand warmers on, get your head into the game. An Italian flag, sir. Shall we wave that? The crowd loves a flag. Oh, no, London. I said the crowd loves the flag. Okay, it turns out, I'm so sorry.
What the fuck is this crowd?
Your flag. But if you get them a Union Jack, they'll go crazy. That's my tip for you. Finally, we're going to go over to Blade. Now, this is interesting because Blade, you have actually won a solo YOLO.
Yeah, I won the last year. I was very lucky, but I'll try to re-win this year.
Do you think you can repeat the success on LAN?
Yeah, I mean, everyone can do that. Everyone is very good. But I can win, yeah. Like everyone else.
I like the confidence, but my face there was like, hang on a second, you're being very, very nice, so I'll be nice to you. Good luck, boys. Good luck. You've made your mums very proud. All right then.
I think she's just
Let's
coked
cross over
out.
to the other side of the stage. I feel slightly guilty. I'm giving a lot of love to Europe, but let's face it, they need it right now. They need hugs. Warm hugs, Team Almond. Almond, Ben, how are you getting on?
I'm all right, you know. I can't complain about a third place performance today. It's rough we didn't win, you know. Obviously, that's what you want, but congrats to Biffle and them. I mean, they played amazing today, so.
You know what? That last map from you boys, you were sailing into second, and if it hadn't been such a clear lead from Biffle in the start, I honestly think it could have been a podium finish for you guys. I know only one team could stand there, but it was so close. I wish you all the luck in the solo YOLO, because apparently they don't want to hear from me anymore. They want to see you boys play Warzone for some reason, so we're going to head back to the desk.
All right, hey, imagine that. They want to see him play Warzone. Hey, we do as well. That solo YOLO is going to be coming up shortly. By the way, great moments, Frankie gave, giving the hug because the mom couldn't be here. Shout out to all the moms, supporters, families who have, brought everyone here. It's an incredible thing. 10 more minutes before solo YOLO. I'm joking. We got solo YOLO starting now. Let's get loud. $100,000 about to be earned, and this is a big moment. So without further ado, go Spider Diff. Take it away.
150 players behind us. The dividers are up. We did see little sneak peeks while Frankie was walking through Goj of teams making their loadouts. I saw riot shields being enacted, and man, now I'm worried. Like, who's gonna win 100K?
There's a lot of players here, obviously 150, all streaming their own perspectives. If you want to watch a certain player you think might win, maybe hop into their Twitch streams. But today, here in the booth, Tiff, we get to have some fun because 150 players dropping in. I had a chance to ask these players some questions, by the way. And one of the things they said is that they were pretty much going to give $10,000 or $1,000 to their teammates if they win. So maybe you are cheering on your team. The other thing they said is they're going to give a lot of cash to their mom. So I think it was about 50% of the people in the competition said they're giving some cash to their mom if they win. Of course, a lot of people investing.
Yes, correct.
Hotel. Folks, here in the stage, it's time for the solo YOLO. $100,000 on the line.
All right, we're locked, we're loaded, we're in the plane, and we are seeing the first circle of the solo YOLO. Think back to 21 when Alley Cat predicted Scump, the moment that will reign in history forever, but we're looking for a new champion, someone new to claim that $100,000. And honestly, a lot of our players have been posting on Twitter, if I win the solo YOLO, I'll give $500 to someone who likes this. That was Flank, so you hear in the crowd, with Copper Box, go like Flank Sweet. I saw FIFA giving out 1,000, so, I mean, get your bag.
Already, wait.
Tappa not getting a bag, and now you can see Kong going down as well. The violence already beginning. We were curious what we were going to see whipped out, but the dual pistols going crazy.
Already we're seeing fights. Already we've seen somebody eliminated. Of course, you've got the safety net.
There's always hair, but it's never going to be like, it's not thick like male hair.
In the lobby. A lot of
it's like peach fuzz type hair.
The big question, Tiff, is if the wheel is going to be right, or are you and I going to be right? Do you have a prediction to throw out there in front of London?
Yeah, I'm going Skullface, 100%. Ooh. I was thinking about it. The wheel was spinning, but Sage taking the vehicle away from Engsteon, who just stands there and says, what am I to do?
I'm sorry about this, guys.
Says, hey, that trio win wasn't enough. I want more.
Talk about a bold strategy. Sage not only grabs the vehicle, but also grabs the kill. Aggressive. Of course, you've got the confidence of already having won.
Teeny, what are you doing, my man, on the table? Getting cut down easy.
The nerves are high, Tiff. You're playing for $100,000.
Yeah, I have the mouse
I'd be
from it.
shaking in my booth.
I have the Razer Ultimate. It's really nice.
Yeah, who you got?
I've got to go with the Goach. I got to go with James Crowder himself.
Why do you not like it?
Opportunity to do it almost back-to-back after the wild card. He made it to London off of a game like this. I think he could do it again.
That would be kind of crazy. Shifty, one from the winning team, just ahead of Oki. Vehicles in the distance, but Shifty gonna grab one as well. Honestly, Oki, I don't blame you for not wanting to push that Z laner in the distance at the gas station.
I don't like the G502.
Bomb as well. Full dead.
I'm just gonna be watching this kill feed. Oh,
Oh, Intex.
Oh, are they not gonna fight, Lucanus?
What are they doing?
Wait, I'm so confused.
I would just start toggle crouching. I'd be like, no, bro, let's be friendly.
Yeah. Oh no! No, 4 players around. Intex goes down.
He just got baited.
All right, now we're flying back in, potentially after either a redeploy, maybe you won the Gulag.
I want to try out the Super Light too, but it's so expensive.
Caesar takes down another.
Whenever it comes out.
Go to the water.
Not this early on, Ghosh. Not
But I like this mouse. It's a very comfortable
We saw a
mouse.
couple water zones. We just haven't seen enough. I would love
Crowder in the kill feed. There he goes.
Shoot. Yeah, he's in the Gulag.
You're chalked.
Yeah, well, look, he's going to win his 1v1. He'll come back real quick. No problem. Big kill from Meeks, though.
FIFA going down as well at the hands of Blade. Blade, who's won a solo YOLO before, asserting that dominance early.
There's a lot of Warzone left, okay, Tiv? There's not a lot of Warzone left for 9 players here.
Oh,
but
Tommy.
Sage versus Tommy, this first place versus third. Sage is unrelenting at this point. I think the confidence of having just won by, I think it was like 70 points or something absolutely ridiculous, means that you're just going to go fry and frag out. I think he's looking for double-digit limbs here.
Nate on the train as well. You guys might remember him from a big 1v1 win against Huskers qualifying here.
Uh-oh, here
we go. FIFA in the Gulag. If he
what the fuck?
Oh, Palooka has no idea. FIFA doesn't know he's there.
Oh, no. Palooka being like a tree inside, so still calm, collected. FIFA inching ever so closer. He has no idea.
Sneaky FIFA is out of here. No chance for the back-to-back from FIFA. The only former winner here still alive is Blade. Unreal.
Unreal indeed. Shucks in the vehicle, hitting the rotation. Biffle reeling off of the trio's win just moments ago.
I don't even know if that's a good thing or not,
Greg. It doesn't matter because it only takes one. You just have to be the last person standing.
Biffle's going to hang out here for a while. He's comfortable with this POI, I think, Tiff. I think he's been here a couple times. I don't know if you watched the last 6 maps of Warzone, but Biffle likes this spot. And I think he's going to be just A-okay inside the building for a while. Seeing a couple more players go down in the kill feed. Uh-oh, somebody's taking some shots.
Dongi running over Stuo. Adrian was full wiped earlier. Biffle with the signal 50. This is tough, right?
That's weird.
There's a lot of people here. Kind of interesting that he stuck to the guns of his POI.
And
that's weird.
Using the riot shield. Okay, here we go. Adrian, a part of Aiden and Raided's team. A little bit underwhelming performance from them. 13th overall. Spots Duo with the snapshot. Zones off an area. Adrian pushes the fight. Duo for EU.
Biggest gulag of your life, my guy.
Oh, not even close.
Well done, but Biffle and Lancool running up against each other this early on is a little bit scary.
Look, I gotta say, London's not gonna like me for it as, everybody's going for their loadout.
Bro, Vortex has no idea, and Intex grabs it and turns his attention straight to it. Bro only had 34 bullets on that Lockman prior to grabbing his loadout. The fact is, he's dolphin diving through the dunes and trying to get back to oil, but not before he runs across Palooka. He sights him, gets some damage, but not gonna be enough.
Spot on the
Why would they change it at this point? Who's controlling this?
He wins all of his ones. Has only lost 1 today that we've seen on main stage, and well, it was to Biffle.
Oh.
Nice grenade. Breaks plates, down to about half health. Mayapo continues to maintain pressure. Perfectly read, not enough. Tojo out of here.
Mayapo wins those ones. Blade on your screen. Already had a taste of victory before in a solo YOLO. Looking to double down.
The fuck did I do that you're calling me Morthood?
Very top of the mountain. Peppers shots are going out. Smoke in the distance, but that's also going to give away your location.
I'm so surprised that even...
Oh.
Vap's got not only the high ground, he's going for the ultimate high.
Even this, like, you know, is...
Let's see if he can maybe do it. Hisoka, of course, technically on paper in a warm-up tournament. Won the most recent quote-unquote solo YOLO.
This is like not that campy.
Doing that, so
like people are moving around.
Experience recently to win another solo YOLO. We'll see.
Why would I go to Ukraine?
The stakes are maybe just a little bit higher. Here we go. 120 players remaining. 30 players have been fully eliminated from this lobby and are just watching the rest of the action with London.
There's only one reason Indians go to Ukraine, and that's to get cheap medical degrees.
EU has a chance to finally answer back. I think it was Team Wars that barely broke into the top 5, actually winning a tiebreaker to break into the top 5. The only EU team to do so. Joe hot on their heels after that tie in 6th.
Well, you heard Blade say it on Mage to Frankie. Basically, it is luck. Anyone here can win it. He's like, I got lucky. Can I win it again? 100%. But Sage already taking out 4 of our players here today in the solo YOLO.
Here's the thing about luck, especially in Warzone. If you can mitigate some of that luck, if you can mitigate some of the RNG by always grabbing information, always having the resources you need, and then you win your ones, you're gonna be feeling real good.
I mean, mitigating information is a little crazy when you start honking the horn on the dirt bike and landing in a tree. Wait! Wait!
It's okay.
Oh, it's just a flesh wound. He's fine.
Everything's okay.
Oh, bro. Don't do me like that, Sage.
Tiff, I think Sage is honking for competition. He wants a fight. He's on 4 eliminations already, 1,400 damage. He's looking for kills. He wants double-digit elims.
Smixy on main stage. Deuce, though, coming out with the early damage. Almost taking down Smixy, the opening push, the snapshot grenade, and just cannot get away from Deuce Amir.
Amir goes big there. Again, Team Mexico, they won the regional expansion qualifier, and they got 4th. Uh-oh, Attrax in trouble. Panda from above.
Doesn't matter, that self's not gonna mean much to you. Panda goes for the full.
Deus Amir not only won that Kulak, but also won his team $50,000
Why?
in the trios part of this competition. Grabbing
Pretty
4th
sure
place.
US is involved in every single global conflict to ever exist because they kind of cause most of them.
Double that up for one player in one map with a fairly central zone.
Oh, Mayapo.
Folks at home, if you want to take a look at that map, head over to the Call of Duty Echo channel on Twitch. Because the map is looking spicy. You can see which teams are potentially alive.
That's a big
did.
That's a big
What do you mean you have a wrist fetish? What the fuck, dude?
Biffle now knows.
Do I need to cover my wrists now?
Mayapo versus Biffle again. Biffle came out. Oh! Will he come out the second time? No! Mayapo!
We see the body shots coming in from Mayapo. The trap was laid.
Oh my gosh.
Completely fries Biffle. Not only that, he's got a
Said
recon
most of
drone,
them.
a PA, plenty of cash, a gas mask. He is setting himself up for that long run.
Tommy, the hometown hero. The lad back at it again, the prodigal son. Looking for $100,000.
But again, no politics.
Finish. He's got to get through methods.
Yeah, I should keep one on the side. Whenever I see your name, I should just immediately put it on.
Copper boxes, pleased.
Right?
Wars grabbing another as well. Wars also on 4. Taking a look at this zone, we are going to Hydroelectric. Oh my.
Sage v Skullface. Okay, Skullface is my pick. Sage just won $500,000+ over the team. The prize pool. What the heck is happening?
Okay.
Wait.
Hey, can we get some claps from the crowd? Oh, they don't like it.
Well, we don't want to see that. I mean, yeah, my pick just won that, and you know, Sage did take home a lion's share of the 500K pool, but we wanted to see him get crazy.
I don't know. I think Sage said, look, I already won $100,000 with my team. This is my boy Skullface. I'm going to give it to him.
I respect. I respect. My pick still lives.
Look,
That guy
for him, but I respect
literally is so nice.
Aiden. Someone who knows what getting second in a solo YOLO feels like. And let me just tell you, I had a chance to sit down. I talked to him. He's like, look, I'm not even worried about
I would probably
anymore.
just be stoned for existing.
Water under the bridge. I'm totally okay with it. But you know what feels
Yeah,
good?
he got his money.
Getting a little bit of redemption.
Sure.
Maybe winning it here on
But it
land.
still takes so much to do that because obviously, like, he had a chance. He has a chance to win more money, but like friendship.
Whoa, leaks? Here we go. Biffle's still alive, having won his gulag. Could he get revenge?
Maybe.
Oh no. Biffle versus Mayapo again. They're 50-50 on that matchup. Oh, that would be incredible to see it for a third time.
Low-key just laying down, LMG in hand, 95 bullets in the mag. Jay out here going for high ground.
Look, Jesus said that if he wins any money today, $100,000 or $3,000,
I sent you the
giving it all
fucking
to his dad,
dolphin
who got him
picture.
into Call of Duty and made this career possible, made his travels possible to compete all over the world, including here in London. Incredible story that he's even here today. The chance for 100K. Ultimate High, sometimes it's enticing, Tiff.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's not great because everyone can see you.
It's like 2 signal
Sid is a
50
good
bullets away
boy.
from losing out on an 100K. You saw the prize pool graphic earlier. It was just 100K at the top and zeros elsewhere.
Oh, we've lost another one. Spaz goes down off screen. As we take a look at the map, you can see, well, yeah, we're probably heading to Hydro, and most of the teams know it, rather, most of the solos know it. Look how many players are already in Hydro Electric. Look how many players
I would never do react
not even a full
content.
building, probably just the floor of a building, maybe just a room, maybe a bathroom of one of these buildings, just holding out and hoping they might be the one.
Bathrooms can be cheese, but honestly, I do pretty much a bathroom hiding experience here in a solo YOLO if it meant I could potentially take home a $100,000 payday.
All right, Wars, given Sage is out, Wars is probably the kill leader of this match. On 4. Not risking it currently, though.
I feel like you got to move every so often, right? Yeah, you're keeping an eye on the window, trying to play for the doors, and as that zone starts to close, you can see that next circle will still encompass Hydro Electric.
I'm surprised people aren't using
The precision airstrike to clean
that
up
thing.
D-laner. Skullface finding one as well. Best
Right
Beard is not
shields
going to take you to
much.
the $100,000 check. Lovey's out of here as well. Castillo is out.
Bro, there's so many
Let's
people.
head to the Gulag where Mutex is going to find
Wait, let's
Lou
watch
on
this
the other
Gulag.
side.
Going for the high ground, doesn't matter. Mutex does spot it out, not going to connect, able to get the shield crack. Little dance action, yeah, the snapshot grenade gives away the position of Mutex, but a volley to the face.
Plates broken, health dwindling. Mutex has the slight advantage.
Oh.
Goes for the flag, reach out and loses.
Fucking idiot.
Loses, Tiff.
How do you lose that?
Fucking idiot, dude,
Regardless,
Mutex.
Mutex out of the solo YOLO.
Anyway.
Solitude in the vehicle.
Look at this.
Oh, and hurt my soul.
Dude, my heart's gonna start breaking, bro, because this is gonna hurt. The moment we get to like the final 30 is where things are gonna start get real mixy. See Super Evan in the distance, Mayapo, Hard Trebs, Biffle. Gotta get gas though, repair the vehicle, you know.
Yeah, we're gassing up. Hey, look,
End
Treecko's
circle's
a-
always the
that's a
best,
great
like,
shout.
no
The
matter
vehicles
what
are
it is,
everything.
end circle's the
problem
best.
is, I mean, there is a Humvee in the water, so maybe that's the
My
play.
God.
There's the Riot Shield strat we know and love. Copperbox, they don't like it. They want to see kills. Everybody's booing. Aiden says,
When do you
"What
know?
want? I'm
I
grabbing
mean,
100K.
You can boo, I want the bag, it doesn't matter. Aiden, who didn't actually use the Riot Shield in his first time going up against Scump, he had picked it up in that endgame situation, approaching that 1v1. Now, if you think back to that historic moment, Scump didn't have a Riot Shield. He just kind of
But there's not many people using it. It's insane, actually. This is actually like sad, but most people are not using it, which is really cool.
got the gulag against Shifty. Unlucky.
Because in the previous solo YOLOs, everyone used Riot Shields.
Proven his name. Won
When I say everyone, I mean
$100,000.
everyone.
Yeah, Cash Bandit
That's why
is
when
using
this guy won,
100K already.
Scump won the Verdang solo YOLO, it was insane because he was the only guy
Another 100K.
not using a Riot Shield. And he won.
Dark's got the advantage, going for the flag. He does run into some fire, but
Oh.
not gonna get the win there. Dark said, I'll make an unlucky situation even better by taking the dub there.
Congratulations, Z-Dark. That's a huge victory against one of many of the talents' predictions, many of the people at home's predictions. This is solo YOLO. Anything can happen. Could it be Hisoka out in the open that could go down here?
F.
Hisoka with the Riot Shield on back, is able to block a couple bullets, allow him a moment of reprieve.
There we go. Soka also has Riot Shield.
50 to the back of the head, though, Tiff.
I'm worried. I mean, he's got so many windows in this building. But that circle is going to pull towards the outskirts of Hydroelectric. Yes, like 7 buildings are still in. He's taking a rooftop. Huskers in the building just north of him. But Breadman, who Dream desperately believes is going to win this solo YOLO, is occupying the first floor. Crouched down a little bit, but someone has tried to enter Aiden's building.
We're seeing names fly
No.
off the screen here. Destroy out, Mayapo out. Tony
It's
White,
insane.
Rocket, Bubble, Dongy,
This time I'm very curious about how it's gonna be, because if you have bird's eye and if you have a UAV,
remaining, and those names are going to be flying by.
it's gonna be insane in the end game. Absolute insane.
Huskers being one of those. That's a pretty solid spot in this zone, as it looks like 15 to 20 players going to be creeping in right behind him.
Look, here's the deal. Huskers, his journey just to get here to land, to London. Imagine $100,000 from one map of Warzone. Almond taking on Clutch Belt, closing the distance. Smoke's going out, and there it goes.
Clutch.
Almond takes down another one. But as the gas starts to close in on Picnic, Biffle has made it in, just nestled on the right side of a loadout. Noobs in the distance. He just has to check.
Crack shields, cracks it again. Noobs goes down.
Does have a self-res though. Not sure if it's going to be worth pushing here. He's going to do it anyways.
Incredible.
Goodbye, Noobs.
Grabs another elimination and is kind of risking himself on the edge of zone. I will say for the people at home,
Why?
you can't hear the copper box. They're not delineating between NA and EU as much as they're delineating between people playing with riot shields and people not.
I'm not saying anything because you guys make fun of my accent and I'm already very insecure about it, so I don't need more insecurities.
Biffle is enacting vengeance all alongside of the outer circle. So
Nice.
Oh, but he's stunned.
Grenades on Biffle. Patsuka playing 5-head, gets third party.
Sad.
Biffle does fall. See you later. The team at the top, the team that's already won $100,000. Not a soul from that team will walk away with another 100, but they're still happy about it. Here we go. 26 players remaining. Tip. Everything on the line.
Huskers though. Sniper in hand. We know that M&K Warlord is a killer sniper. He gets a crack onto Jama. The right shield comes out. Doesn't matter though, he's just looking for the toes.
Looking for them toes, but a PA on your head. You need to be looking for your health. 2 HP in a Dream, and just a little bit of cover to deal with. Now, Huskers is dead center of zone. The problem is everyone is looking at him. With this many players alive, maybe he makes it out in time. You see, Allman has ultimate high on the far right-hand side. He's going to have to move in. Pretty much everyone having to rotate to this next zone, or going to hang out on the gas like Aiden is. May not even shoot his gun. Just going to stay alive.
Honestly, I would burn through
Yes,
the
I do.
durable. Z-Smith is underneath him. He was trying to bait it out, but the rotation comes in, and he just runs straight into a member. He's going to be able to go through that, but the third party is real. Hardtrev's able to go through. Z-Smith, though, last alive from that building. We are into the final 10.
10 players remaining, London. Let's get loud for the final 10. $100,000 on the line, and Hisoka is on 8 eliminations. Could he do it with the most kills in the lobby and potentially $100,000 in his pocket? He has the high ground. He has the advantage. Tiff, Hisoka has a chance to make history.
Oh no!
A PA from Z-Smith cuts that chance down. Bredman takes down Allman. The final 6, and Skullface has finally left his building and is inching towards that next zone. Bredman, though, he did just call in another airstrike, but the incoming vehicle is authorized at the helm.
Bredman is out of place. Dream looking like the smartest player, the smartest caster. If Bred could pull this off. With a PA in hand, it's just a matter of trying to get it off in time, but with no place, he's in trouble. Riot Shield in hand from Authorized, Riot Shield in hand from Breadman. Skullface, Tiff, you're not out of it yet.
Don't jinx me, bro, don't jinx me. Benzie down below, Spaz down below, Bred and Authorized as well. The final 5, someone will have 100K at the end of this match.
Nothing.
Spaz in trouble, getting shot from above. Guess who it is? It's Skullface.
Can't escape fate. Skullface prone, trying to stay out of the line of sight. Bred tanking zone. Now, Skull has to use the gas mask. It's okay though.
Binzy's a free kill, but Skullface doesn't want to fully give away his position. They may not know he's up here, or they can't even look at him because of PAs and everything in between. Brett gets a kill! Another PA. Brett hasn't had a plate in years.
How is he still alive? Authorized in the bush, but he doesn't want to give away his position just yet.
Skullface has an opportunity here. A gift from Sage could take him all the way to 100K. He takes the shots unauthorized, potentially weak. Breadman down below as well.
Oh, he's gonna knock one. Come on, get the one. Get the one. You've got to go in onto Breadman. He doesn't knock.
Oh!
Skullface wins 100K.
No! It makes for great storytelling if Skullface wins it. Oh my gosh! He needs to go and this guy needs to go and kiss Sage. He needs to run to Sage.
Himself when asked who would win the solo YOLO. So the celebrations are in order. Frankie is somewhere. There's a $100,000 check that's going to be on stage, and Skullface, you better go get it.
Unbelievable plays. Ice in the veins. Skullface.
He needs to go to Sage, dude. Because Sage literally threw his gulag for him.
We would be remiss to not mention that Skullface's team just won 80K moments ago. Unbelievable day in London for Skullface. We've got Frankie down on the stage. Frankie, we need you to take it away and talk to Skullface for us as we hand him this $100,000 check.
Just one. Literally just one.
$100,000 check. And Skullface, this is a man who got the W in style. London, there were no riot shields for this man. This man is a cold-blooded killer. And you had what it takes to show to be 149 players here in London. When you dropped into Al Mazrah in that last game, did you think, yes, this check is going to be in my hands?
No, I did not think that at all. But it is now, so that's all I care about now.
Do you think that maybe you owe a little bit of this victory to Sage, though, because he let you take the W in the gulag?
Honestly, when that happened, I didn't see his name. I thought it was a reset in the lobby. I'm like, there's no way he's just let me get a free win.
Is it personal? Do you have a relationship with him, or he just thought, you know what, whoever this guy is, he's a lucky boy?
I did go up to him and like, all right, you won the trios, let me win the solo YOLO. So I guess he did.
It's like he knew. Before we let you go and celebrate this, is there anything you'd like to say? Anyone who maybe
No, he's not gonna get 50.
Pie?
Who knows?
Slice of this pie?
Oh yeah.
I'm not sure if we can say this, but I'm definitely going to Amsterdam, and definitely visiting a place in Amsterdam.
Okay. He will be going to Amsterdam, and he will be behaving himself. Should we take a look back at your winning moment?
It looks
Let's do it. Your HyperX winning moment. What was in your brain as you took the W?
Well, I had the high ground right there, so I'm like, okay, let me try and get them to fight. Got one guy no armor, he started shooting the other guy, and it worked out perfectly.
And could you see the reactions of your teammates, Hisoka and Mayapo, in the booth with you? I know that you weren't on their team in that particular round, but at the same time, you have been fighting by their side all day.
I did see them on the side of my eye looking at me like, oh my God, he's top 3 right now. So I did see that, and that was awesome, and share that moment.
Anything you'd like to say to them before we wrap?
Say to my team.
See your teammates, yeah, I imagine you're just going to stick together.
Oh yeah, definitely the best teammates, coming back next year stronger than ever. Can't wait for next year.
I can't wait for next year either. Congratulations, Skullface London, your solo YOLO champion. Now, you might have been noticed.
Can I get the mic?
Do you want the microphone? Are you going to behave yourself?
Yeah,
okay.
Shout out Mama Skull, shout out my parents, shout out my teammates. Let's go.
Let's go. We're keeping it PG for the end of the World Series of Warzone. This is a family show, and that's why you can see my new family on stage, because these guys have been working their backsides off to bring you all the Warzone coverage this year. They live and breathe it, as does the team, as does all 150 players on this stage.
You'll steal my socks.
London, and thank you guys for watching. This has been the 2023 World Series of Warzone Global Final.
Then you'll see my feet. And that's weirder. This guy looks stoned. Maybe he is. Yeah, and then you ask me like why I'm not doing a meetup with you involved. I don't trust you. You're very weird. Yes, Greg. Fuck, I don't have a shot to post for tomorrow. I mean, it doesn't matter much because I like defined jawlines. No, I think it's fair. Like a 2. Because I don't really have a jawline anymore. It used to be more defined once upon a time. But now it's like just... eh. I don't like it anymore. Did you guys kiss? And if you kiss, did you use tongue? It's only gay if you use the tongue. Ah, then you're good. Oh, it was Greg, okay. Yeah, you're good then. I remember playing Bully a lot as a kid. Bro, I don't have a shot to post. What do I do? Guys, do I have anything to post tomorrow? It's already there. What do you mean they look sharp? They're not. I have ugly shoulders. Anyway, I'm gonna go now. Hi, Creephead. No, I'm not. I'm Indian. I'm not filming myself eating a candy cane. What the fuck is wrong with you? It's very rare where I have people that actually live up to their weird names. I'm actually a boy. Creephead. I'm a man. Fuck, dude. I can't find a short. No. No. Anyway, I am actually gonna head off. I will see you guys tomorrow. Today morning. I will not see you guys tomorrow. I probably won't be streaming tomorrow. I'm not too sure. Because my shoulder pain is still there. And I need it to be fine before 19th. So I can play Lies of P properly. No, thank you. And yeah, I'll let you guys know if I stream tomorrow or not. Okay, bye. See ya. Have fun, guys. Take care. Bye.